Chapter 1. I'll go. The moment Lu Jin opened his eyes, he was shocked. Gray tiles and white walls, and a giant church-like building not far away. This is it. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on starting your journey into the Shinigami world. Your basic attributes are as follows. Name: Lu Jin. Gender: male. Age: 110 years old. Affiliated team: 12th team. Seat: 7th seat in the 12th division. Zanpakuto, white whale. Storage value: 0. So, I've traveled to the world of Shinigami? Lu Jin scratched the back of his head, looking at the silver white-handled Zanpakuto in his hand. Lu Jin. An irritable and anxious voice came from outside the door. Before Lu Jin could react, the door to his room was flung open. The captain of the 12th division, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, had a face as handsome as an Egyptian pharaoh. That guy Zaraki Kenpachi is looking for a fight with you again. If you don't leave, he's going to tear down my technology development bureau. I order you to kill him immediately. Lu Jin was confused. Nia Yinming added expressionlessly. This way you can take over his position as captain of the 11th division. Although he hadn't reacted yet, he had already been kicked out of the 12th squad's barracks. He looked at the sign of the Technical Development Bureau in the wind and finally sighed. However, at this moment, he felt that he was surrounded by an inexplicable murderous aura. The bold and wild laughter behind him made Lu Jin shiver all over. Lu Jin, you made me look for you for so long. Through the warm sunlight, one can see from the shadows cast on the ground that the huge man behind him has raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. The next second, it was about to chop down his neck. The pink-haired girl lying on his shoulder clenched her fists and raised her hands high. Xiaojin. Charge, charge. Lu Jin turned his head tremblingly and saw Zaraki Kenpachi with a scar on his face. Shivering, Lu Jin began to cry and ran as fast as he could. Ah! Ahaha! Ahaha! Zaraki Kenpachi looked very excited. The knife in his hand rose and fell, and he swung and chopped quickly behind Lu Jin. If Lu Jin had not run fast, he would have turned into meat paste by now. What deep hatred do we have against you? You actually want to kill me. What the hell is going on? I just crossed over to the world of Shinigami, and before I could figure out who I was, where I was, and what I was doing, I was being hunted. This is too bitter. Go go. Xiaojian. Chase him. Kusajishi Yichiro was still fanning the flames. Zaraki Kenpachi's laughter pierced the sky. The chase lasted for a whole afternoon, and Lu Jin finally realized that he could not escape. When passing by the 10th division, Lu Jin heard Hitsugaya Toshiro, who had just left, say, "It started again." Lu Jin closed his eyes instantly and ran faster. After turning several corners, I finally got rid of the savage man behind me. While he was catching his breath, he heard someone from the 10th Squad Patrol coming over and seeing Lu Jin leaning against the wall, catching his breath. Several people pointed at Lu Jin and laughed. Look at him. He's being chased around by Captain Zaraki again. Panting like a dog. You're really bringing shame to Squad 12. Ha! Duh. Chapter 2. Lu Jin raised his head and looked at them, his eyes full of malice, but he never expected them to actually come over. One of them punched Lu Jin on the head. You piece of trash, why are you looking at us like that? Don't think you can show off to us just because you're the chief officer of the 12th division. Captain Nia has always been hoping that you would be hacked to death by Captain Zaraki. Every word was so harsh that Lu Jin really wanted to fight back. However, at this moment, a slightly familiar voice was heard. You guys really know what Captain Nia is thinking. Familiar silver-white boots, smooth, slender long legs, and a miniskirt that barely reaches her, but it's Nia Yinming, vice captain of the 12th division. Seeing the deputy captain coming, the expressions on the faces of several arrogant guys became a little ugly. You guys from the 10th division are really powerful. You even bully the chief officer of the 12th division. Nia Yinming still had the same expressionless face and mechanical tone, but it was so unquestionable. The guys were a little at a loss. They knew very well that they could not beat the deputy captain in front of them. Get out of here now and go and apologize to your captain, or you can come to the 12th division and be a specimen. Nia Yinming's cold words almost scared these people to death. They turned around and ran away. Lu Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief and almost collapsed on the spot. Nia Yinming looked down at Lu Jin and asked, "When did you become such a coward? Cowardly, unbearable? This word is really hurtful. A man who once could even defeat Captain Zaraki is now being bullied by a bunch of minions. Perhaps I should say you are truly shameful." So Nia Yinming did help Lu Jin, but at present it may seem that it was out of concern for his subordinates, but in fact he still looked down on him deep down. They're right. You're really bringing shame to Squad 12. Every word and sentence is so heart-wrenching. Lu Jin clenched his hands into fists, but before he could respond, the wild laughter rang in his ears again. Ah, are you here? Lu Jin was instantly frightened, jumped up, and started running. Soon, Zaraki Kenpachi ran past Nia Ming and chased Lu Jin. Nia Ming stood there without moving. But as I was running, I felt a little uncomfortable. You're really bringing shame to the 12th division. I have thought about this sentence many times in my mind. I'm afraid I can't escape it. So since I can't escape it, I'll just face it. He suddenly stopped, and Zaraki Kenpachi, who was chasing him happily, was startled and stopped as well. Kindness. Although Lu Jin's shoulders were shaking, he held the sword tightly in his hand. Brother, my life depends on you. Oh, come on. Lu Jin pulled out his Zampa sword, turned around, and aimed it at Zaraki Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi, I will defeat you. Ha ha ha. Ah. Zaraki Kenpachi was extremely happy. After 3 years, you're finally willing to face it. 3 years. Lu Jin was still a little confused, but Kusajishi Yichiro jumped off Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder and stood aside. 3 years ago, Xiaobai was able to beat Xiaojian. He should be able to do it now. Duh. Chapter 3. Yichiryu, do you think I would dare to challenge him if I hadn't grown? Zaraki Kenpachi also drew the slashing knife from his waist and pointed it at Lu Jin in front of him. Since it took you 3 years to dare to fight me, then I will let you see how much my strength has grown in these 3 years. Ah! With a roar, Zaraki Kenpachi's Zanpakudo chopped over in an instant. Lu Jin was frightened, but Shinger dodged it. However, Zaraki Kenpachi's Zanpakudo chopped down again and again, with such a fast speed and so many times that it was hard to keep up. The moment when the Jampa knife in Lu Jin's hand met the Gungmu's sword, the moment when he put the Jampa knife in his hand, the system's voice actually rang in Lu Jin's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for opening the Shurkai of the White Whale. Zanpakudo, White Whale. Shurkai. When a Zanpakudo touches another Zanpakudo, it gains the same ability and instantly counterattacks. The abilities that can be copied include Ryatsu, Kido, physical attacks, etc. What the hell? It turns out that the ability of my Zampadeo is to copy the ability of other people's Zampadeo. So at that moment, Lu Jin's Zanpakudo possessed the powerful Ryatsu of Zaraki Kenpachi's Zanpakudo. In other words, not only did he withstand Zaraki Kenpachi's attack, but he also directly pushed it back. At the same time, Lu Jin took the opportunity to chop Zaraki Kenpachi with a knife. Because it was a copy, Lu Jin's attack method was the same as the enemy's. The enemy in front of him today, Zaraki Kenpachi, was a man known for his brute force. He didn't even know the name of his own sword, and it didn't have any abilities. He just chopped around randomly with the sword. If even such an ability can be copied, then at the same time Lu Jin's Zampadeo also has considerable Ryatsu and attack power. Zaraki Kenpachi took a few steps back. Looking at the blood gushing out of his chest, the excitement in his eyes became even more intense. I almost forgot about your ability, Zanpakudo. No wonder I have been wanting to fight you for the past 3 years. Because only when I fight you will you be like me, hacking until I die. If possible, Lu Jin doesn't want this to happen. However, due to the Zampa sword, his combat ability is to copy the enemy. So during battle, the enemy will think that he is fighting another self. How could a strong man like Kenpachi Neki not enjoy fighting himself? I don't want to fight you to the death. Lu Jin's hand was sweating as he gripped the slashing blade. You should know my ability. I will copy your ability and give it back twice as much. You definitely can't win. That's not necessarily true. Zaraki Kenpachi may be the most confident man in the Jingling Court. The battle is still intense. Just like 3 years ago, the battle between the two this time still destroyed most of Jingling Court. But unlike 3 years ago, Lu Jin did not defeat Zaraki Kenpachi so easily. Instead, it was the captain who came to stop the fight. The old man said that Lu Jin's salary was no longer enough to repair the buildings they destroyed. The knife in Lu Jin's hand softened immediately, and he turned and left with 2 lines of tears. Zaraki Kenpachi finally respected the old man and stopped acting wildly. Chapter 4. When Lu Jin returned to the Technology Development Bureau, the door was locked as usual. Lu Jin was about to reach out to knock on the door, but then he pulled his hand back. The words that Vice Captain Ye Ming said did come to my mind. I didn't beat Zaraki Kenpachi this time, and I don't know if I have the nerve to return to the 12th Division. However, at this moment, the door of the Technology Development Bureau was suddenly opened. Ye Ming stood there expressionlessly. Come in quickly, the captain and vice captain of the 10th Squad want to see you. Squad 10? Lu Jin, with a confused look on his face, went to meet the 2 captains with Ye Ming. But as soon as he entered the room, it was full of people, The same people who made fun of Lu Jin at that time. Before Lu Jin could even stand still, those people quickly bowed 90 degrees. Sorry. Huh. I came to apologize. Hitsugaya Toshiro, as the captain of the 10th Division, was naturally the first to speak. These guys really don't know the rules and are causing trouble for Lu Jin's 7th seat. Lu Jin actually didn't take it to heart at all. If it weren't for their words, plus what Nie In-ming said, he probably wouldn't have been motivated to fight Zaraki Kenpachi. If there hadn't been that battle, how would I have known about my ability to slash with a sword? So maybe this is a good thing. It's okay. I don't take it to heart. Lu Jin smiled and waved his hands. Matsumoto Ranjaku suddenly moved closer, and at this moment, her two big white rabbits were only 1 centimeter away from Lu Jin. Lu Jin's nosebleed gushed out instantly. Everyone in the room was shocked, and Lu Jin fainted on the ground. Matsumoto Ranjaku quickly knelt down and wanted to ask Lu Jin how he was. But the more the 2 lumps of flesh on Matsumoto Ranjaku's chest swayed in front of Lu Jin, the more Lu Jin couldn't bear it, and his nosebleed gushed out again. Matsumoto Ranjaku almost failed to dodge, and Hitsugaya Toshiro said with a dark face, "Matsumoto, you get back." "Hey, why?" Lu Jin, the 7th seat, seems to be injured. Matsumoto Ranjaku still looked extremely reluctant. Hitsugaya Toshiro's face was extremely dark. "If it weren't for you, would he have been hurt?" Matsumoto Ranjaku was still puzzled. "Huh? How could this happen?" As he spoke, he moved closer to Lu Jin, and Lu Jin felt like he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Hitsugaya Toshiro was almost fainted from anger. Matsumoto. Under emergency control, Lu Jin finally did not die from excessive blood loss. Matsumoto Ranjaku thought he was confused and stepped aside. Hitsugaya Toshiro then seriously brought his team members to apologize to Lu Jin. Lu Jin naturally forgave them quickly, and Matsumoto Ranjaku took the group of team members away. Before leaving, Hitsugaya Toshiro actually said, "Your ability is terrifying." Ability is terrifying. What does this mean? After everyone left, Nie-ming opened the door and came in. "I heard you had a nosebleed just now," Nie In-ming asked without any worry in her tone. Before the white man could answer, she continued, "Master Nie asked me to help you replenish your energy." Oh, Lu Jin thought to himself that he had been busy all day and was indeed a little exhausted physically and mentally, so it would be good to replenish himself. But when he looked up the next second, he found Nie In-ming taking off her clothes. Lu Jin was completely shocked, his face flushed red as he backed away. No, what are you doing?" Lu Jin covered his nose tightly with his hands. My goodness, didn't he want to die from nosebleed? Nie In-ming had already taken off half of her clothes. She turned around and asked in confusion, "This is how we usually replenish our energy. What's wrong with you today? What does this mean?" "What do you mean this is how I replenish my energy on a daily basis?" Lu Jin was shocked. How? How do I replenish my energy?" Nie In-ming had taken off all the few clothes on her body, and her white and slender body was exposed to the air. Lu Jin could hardly bear it anymore and had to turn his head away and stop looking at Nie In-ming. Nie In-ming turned around and walked towards Lu Jin. "Have you forgotten that I have energy hormones in my body? As long as you do the most ecstatic thing between men and women with me, the energy hormones in my body will be transferred to your body so that your Ryatsu will recover quickly and the injuries on your body will heal immediately." Sure enough, I guessed right. This must be the idea that the pervert Kuratsuchi Mayuri came up with. No. I feel fine. No need for replenishment. How could Lu Jin bear such a thing? Nie In-ming had already walked in front of Lu Jin. "This is Master Nie's order. You must not disobey." "No, I don't need to replenish my energy." Lu Jin felt like he was about to be our *****D. Chapter 5. Nie In-ming's left hand instantly turned into an electric drill. As the sound of the electric drill's current rang out, Nie In-ming's face turned even darker. "Are you sure you don't want it? Damn it. This is forcing people to do something. If they don't do it, they'll die?" At this moment, Lu Jin finally understood what it meant to experience the true meaning of death only when one is infinitely close to death. About an hour later, Nie In-ming put on her clothes with a satisfied look on her face. "You should have a good rest and start working tomorrow." Lu Jin lay on the ground with a look of despair on his face. Was he sure that it was Nie In-ming who was transmitting energy to him? Why do I feel like I'm the one being taken advantage of? Lu Jin looked at the ceiling. This world was truly amazing. What will we face next? Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Nie In-ming's transformed physique. What? Lu Jin was just feeling melancholy, but when he heard the voice of this system, he was stunned for a moment. Obtain Nie In-ming's transformation system? Nimu is an artificial human created by Kuratsuchi Mayuri with an extremely complex body structure. It can be said that it contains a large amount of poison and antidote. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be killed, but as long as Kuratsuchi Mayuri is there, it can recover. If one obtains such a body structure, it means that one has basically gained immortality. But why is this? Is it because the two of them had physical contact? There is such a good thing. Lu Jin's mouth corners slightly raised. If Lu Jin is now immortal, then there is no need to be afraid of this or that. Or you can try to see if you really have achieved immortality. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your Ryatsu has reached the vice captain level. Would you like to accept the upgrade mission? Just as Lu Jin was in a daze, the system's voice sounded again. Lu Jin was slightly surprised. Has Ryatsu reached the vice captain level now? It's very good. Accept. I believe that if you accept the task, you will get rich rewards. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the level up mission. The level up mission is as follows. Defeat a vice captain level Shinigami to complete the mission. Mission reward. All Ryatsu of the defeated vice captain. Holy crap. This reward is quite generous. Possessing a powerful Ryatsu is extremely beneficial both in combat and personally. Although Lu Jin is very powerful now, his Ryatsu is not enough, which led to him being crushed by Ultimate when fighting Zaraki Kenpachi before. If Ryatsu is strong enough to crush others, then it will be completely dominant in the battle. After Lu Jin had eaten, drunk, and slept enough, he began to look for a vice captain to challenge. Speaking of the Jingling Court, there are a total of 12 vice captains. Some are strong and some are weak. It is of course easy to challenge the weak ones, but the Ryatsu you get will be relatively less. It's a challenge for the strong. I should be able to defeat him. After all, he at least tied with Zaraki Kenpachi. At the entrance of the 2nd Division barracks, Omida Marekio's mouth twitched slightly, and his grip on the potato chips tightened slightly. Soon, the chip bag burst under his crush, and the chips flew all over the sky. You damn bug. How dare you challenge me? Well, Lu Jin still felt that he should start with this guy who looked easy to beat. He had to practice his skills after all, but this guy has a really bad temper. But what I said is the truth. Of all the vice captains of the 13 teams in Jingling Court, I'm afraid you're the only one who bought your position. Look at this outfit, big gold chain and small watch. It looks as lavish as it can be. Time and time again, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a wealthy man. Sui Feng happened to come out of the 2nd team at this time. He seemed to have heard these words and nodded with a look of relief. Finally, someone is telling the truth. What? Captain, how can you say that to me? Omida Marekio looked at Sui Feng with resentment. Someone is bullying your vice captain. Shouldn't you help me? Help you? The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. Sui Feng left these words and left with the wind. I'm afraid that in the entire Team 13, the one who most hopes that his vice captain will die is Sui Feng. This guy Omida Marekio. How weak must he be to be so disliked by his own captain? Omida Marekio clenched his fists behind Sui Feng, muttering something to himself. Hey, if you have time to curse your captain, why don't you think about how to defeat me? Lu Jin drew out the Zanpakuto and aimed it at Omida Marekio. Chapter 6. Omida Marekio was startled and stepped back. What the hell? You guy, what do you mean by this? Literally, I want to fight you. Lu Jin felt a little headache, almost forgetting that this was a cowardly guy. When faced with a battle, he wipes away tears and runs faster than anyone else. Sure enough, Omida Marekio almost retreated back to the gate of the 2nd Division barracks. You just fought Captain Zaraki the day before yesterday. Don't think I don't know. You two fought almost to a draw. If it weren't for the old captain showing up, who would have won or lost is still uncertain. So what? The news of the battle between Lu Jin and Zaraki Kenpachi had indeed spread fast and far. Omida Marekio was trembling all over. Captain Zaraki is such a jerk. Even our captain might not be able to defeat him. If you can even draw with Captain Zaraki, wouldn't I be courting death if I fight you? This guy is right. Quite self-aware. But, you're such a coward, a wimp by nature. Does your father know? Lu Jin retracted the Zanpakuto, looking disdainful. I heard that the former 2nd Division vice captain, Omida Nozomi, was a formidable figure. He never flinched in battle, and I don't know how many contributions he made to protect the Siriidii. How come, as his son, this is all you're capable of? You're really embarrassing him. What Omida Nozomi hates most is when people compare him to his father. At this moment, he was already shaking with anger, and the flesh on his face was trembling. Say it again? No matter how many times I say it, you're not worthy of being his son. Lu Jin waved his hands, the disdain on his face evident. If you weren't his son, How could you possibly have gotten the position of vice captain of the 2nd Division? They say a son inherits his father's legacy. And now, so many people are laughing at you behind your back. You're nothing but a useless loser, a parasite of the jingling court. Ah! Smash him, 5 Elements head. The Zanpakuto in Omida Marekyo's hand instantly turned into a meteor hammer and flew straight towards Lu Jin. Wow, this guy is really angry. After all, he was a guy who couldn't keep his cool. Lu Jin didn't dodge his attack, but drew out his sword and faced him head-on. The moment the white whale touched the 5 Elements head, it instantly turned into a meteor hammer and flew towards Omida Marekyo. Omida Marekyo was stunned at the time and had to roll and crawl to avoid the attack. What's wrong with your Zanpakuto? Why is it the same as my Goxing head? Since you have heard about my battle with Captain Zaraki the day before yesterday, haven't you heard about my Zanpakuto ability? Lu Jin thought that this matter was no longer a secret. Omida Marekyo looked at Lu Jin in disbelief. What do you mean by that? Lu Jin then remembered that Zaraki Kenpachi's Zanpakuto did not have Shurikai abilities. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Captain Zaraki's Zanpakuto can't be Shurikai, but just slashes randomly, so it's reasonable that my Zanpakuto's ability is not so obvious. Lu Jin smiled, but his smile was somewhat strange. But now that I'm fighting you, perhaps it won't be a secret anymore. Omida Marekyo was still in a daze, but Lu Jin's Zanpakuto attacked again. Omida Marekyo was stunned for a moment, because all of Lu Jin's fighting methods were the same as his own. All the abilities of the sword in his hand are almost the same as his own 5 Elements head. Whether it is the combat mode, attack moves, or even striking ability, they are almost exactly the same. This made Omida Marekyo a little scared and panicked, because it was like fighting with himself. Lu Jin didn't take Omida Marekyo seriously at all. This guy's strength is just SOSO. As the battle continued to intensify, Omida Marekyo was finally defeated by his own ability. At the moment he squatted on the ground gasping for breath. Lu Jin originally planned to give Omida Marekyo the final blow, but unexpectedly discovered that the Ryatsu of this final blow was extremely great, and Lu Jin almost couldn't stop it. Lu Jin sheathed the Zanpakuto, walked forward, and squatted down. So you've been lying all along. What do you mean by that? Omida Marekyo was covered in wounds and almost had no strength to speak. Lu Jin sneered. My Zanpakuto's ability is not only to copy the ability of others' Zanpakuto, but also Ryatsu. If I hadn't taken back the white whale just now, you might have been killed by the powerful Ryatsu contained in your own Zanpakuto. Lu Jin finished his words and stood up to leave. Omida Marekyo's eyes were filled with hostility, yet so secretive. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Get the Ryatsu reward. Chapter 7. Lu Jin instantly felt that the Ryatsu all over his body increased by more than 10,000 times. This damn kid really has a lot of secrets hidden. The Ryatsu in him is definitely not inferior to any vice captain level person, but this guy has been playing dumb and pretending to be a weak coward. Why is this? If it weren't for his ability with the broken sword and the system task he received this time, he would have accidentally chosen such a special guy, and he would probably never have dug up this treasure in his entire life. Or if he doesn't want to, he can release Ryatsu himself, and everyone else will have to treat him as a weakling who can't even beat a few seats from the other team. This guy deliberately concealed Ryatsu's strength. I'm afraid there is some hidden secret. But forget it, that's his own business. Lu Jin has made a lot of money this time. Not bad. On the way back, I felt full of strength. But the next second, he was blocked by Suifeng. Hey. Suifeng looked at Lu Jin expressionlessly, but his eyes were filled with malice and murderous coldness. Did you hurt Omida? Oh. Lu Jin was a little confused about what Suifeng was going to do. The relationship between the captain and the vice captain was usually the most plastic. Suifeng, however, drew out his Zanpakuto the next second and aimed it at Lu Jin. Captain Suifeng, what do you mean? Lu Jin crossed his arms, somewhat bewildered. Are you planning to avenge your vice captain? If I remember correctly, weren't you there when I challenged him just now? You were actually hoping for his death. You talk too much nonsense. Suifeng did not answer Lu Jin's question, but rushed forward directly. Lu Jin was too lazy to draw out the Jampa knife to resist, and fell down directly holding the scabbard. Suifeng's expression was extremely ugly. Who are you looking down on? I don't mean to fight Captain Suifeng. Lu Jin didn't want to waste time at all because he hadn't received any mission and didn't know what Suifeng's physique was like or whether it would be beneficial to him. Suifeng smiled coldly. Are you afraid of dying in my hands? Alas, Captain Suifeng, you're a bit too confident. Lu Jin sighed. I'm just afraid. If I defeat you today, people outside will laugh at you. Shameless. Sui Feng increased the strength of the slashing knife in his hand. After all, he was a captain-level person. Even though his Lingya had increased a lot, he couldn't resist the slashing knife in his hand so easily. What's more, it's the Zanpakuto that hasn't been unsheathed yet. Lu Jin was so shocked that he took several steps back. It's not worth it to seek revenge on me for a vice captain who lied to you and hid something from you. What do you mean? Sui Feng frowned slightly and stopped attacking. Lu Jin knew that the guy must have deceived everyone, including his captain. Omida Marekio's father, Omida Nozomi, was the previous vice captain of the 2nd Division. Given Omida Marekio's own abilities, everyone thinks he's only become the current vice captain of the 2nd Division simply because he's inherited his father's legacy. Sui Feng agreed with this statement. After all, he knew very well how weak his vice captain was. So what? My own abilities are relatively weak, but that's not a big deal. After all, I'm following in my father's footsteps. But Captain Sui Feng, have you ever considered how Omida Kiyoshi could possibly be the vice captain of the 2nd Division if he wasn't capable enough? Lu Jin smiled slightly, looking at Sui Feng, whose face was livid. A son can't be much worse than his father, right? After all, he inherited the true teachings. Moreover, most of the Shinigami in this family model are terrifyingly strong. Captain Sui Feng, you should think carefully about whether some of them are hiding their strength. Lu Jin didn't dare to say whether he had suffered no damage at all in this battle. After all, that guy had dealt him a fatal blow. Fortunately, the ability of the sword was similar, so I dodged it. If it were someone else, they would probably have died under that guy's knife. But judging from the strength that guy usually displays, I'm afraid any capable guy would find it incredible. Sui Feng had always been a woman of great wisdom. After hearing these words, she fell into deep thought. After a long time, she put away the Zanpakuto in her hand. Captain Sui Feng, please don't think I'm bullying your vice captain. I was seriously injured this time, and your vice captain, I think he's almost recovered by now. Chapter 8. For someone as powerful as Ryatsu, the minor injury was absolutely nothing, and losing the battle was just intentional. Even in real combat on a normal day, it is not possible to reveal one's true strength, let alone this kind of battle that has no meaning or necessity at all. The reason why Omida Marekio doesn't like going to the battlefield and doesn't like dueling with others is that he is afraid of exposing his true strength. If he fights seriously, the enemy will be able to feel that his strength is not limited to that. Maybe you should fight him if you have a chance. Lu Jin didn't think that Omida Marekio could not beat Sui Feng. Sometimes you can't just look at things superficially. Sui Feng frowned slightly. The captain is looking for you. It turns out that Sui Feng came here to inform me, so why make things so awkward? When we arrived at the headquarters, Captain Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni had been waiting for a long time. You're here. The huge 1st Squadron barracks was empty except for a word 1 on the wall and an old man standing under the word with his back to Lu Jin. Lu Jin was full of doubts. What did this old man want from him? I wonder what the captain wants to see me about. I heard that recently you not only fought with the captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpachi, but also secretly went to find the vice captain of the 2nd Division, Omida Marekio, and injured him? Lu Jin was speechless for a moment. Didn't the old man know about his duel with Zaraki Kenpachi? If he hadn't stopped them personally, the fight would have lasted until the end of time, and the entire Jingling court might have been destroyed. Why is he bringing this up now? Or is the root of this matter the fight he just had? Yes. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni slowly turned around. Your abilities are truly terrifying. If possible, I hope you never have to fight again. What? Lu Jin was stunned when he heard this. Was this old man joking when he said he hoped he would never have to fight again? Captain, what do you mean by that? For a Shinigami, if he's not allowed to fight, wouldn't that be like killing him? What is a Shinigami's duty? To protect the Soul Society and the Suryaidai. How to protect it? Of course, by fighting. Literally. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni opened his eyes slightly. I don't need to explain the power of your Zanpakuto. You know it very well. If a Zanpakuto continues to wreak havoc in our Jingling Pavilion, I don't know how many people will suffer and how much unrest it will cause. This Zanpakuto has now been classified as dangerous, so I hope you won't fight again for a while. Lu Jin tightly grasped his Zanpakuto. He didn't want to fight anymore because he couldn't find the ability. How could this be possible? Each Zanpakuto has different abilities, and the Zanpakuto possessed by each Shinigami is the foundation of combat. If the ability of the Jampa knife is not for fighting, then it must be for saving people. If it cannot do either of these, what is the point of this Jampa knife and this ability? Captain, I don't agree. I want to fight. If even fighting is prevented, then being a Shinigami is meaningless. Although his fighting spirit was always beating, It was obvious that the captain could not understand this feeling. Because for the captain, what he needs to do now is to protect the entire Jingling Pavilion, and he does not want anything to go wrong from now on. Before this, the captain had never thought that the person in front of him was a dangerous person. Even though he was judged to be the 7th seat of the 12th division, it was just a title. There were 3 divisions in the entire Serie IDI, and the abilities and responsibilities of each team were very different. So even the captains of each team and their subordinates had different abilities. For example, the 11th division is a combat team. Even if you randomly pick out a member of this team, he is much stronger than the chief officer of the 4th division, which is a medical team. This is because most of the members of the 4th division are mainly responsible for treating patients, and they will not easily get involved in combat. Most of their Zanpakuto are of the Kido type. Compared with the attack type Zanpakuto, the Kido type Zanpakuto is like heaven and earth. In a similar way, the 12th division has always been responsible for experiments and science and technology within the entire 13th division. So the 12th division is also known as the Technology Development Bureau. Chapter 9. This team is not responsible for fighting on a daily basis. Most of the members in the team are very smart, with extremely high emotional intelligence and IQ. However, their slashing swords usually rely on themselves to help them with their daily experiments. In battle, their slashing swords are really useless, or if they don't fight directly, they will not be rated as dangerous. But there was a problem. The man standing in front of the captain, Lu Jin, had a very powerful Zanpakuto, and his abilities were extremely rare. The previous battle with the captain of the 11th division, Zaraki Kenpachi, was not worth mentioning. After all, that guy just liked fighting and killing, chopping and stabbing, so anyone who was considered strong by this man would be accepted to fight. The captain had already known this for a long time. After all, the captain had accepted a battle invitation before, but was rejected by the captain. The captain is no different from others and will never do those things lightly, but at the same time, it should be understood that most of those who are qualified to fight with Wooden Sword 8 can be judged as strong, and everyone who fights with Zaraki Kenpachi will be carefully examined by the captain to see if they will be judged as dangerous. So Zaraki Kenpachi himself is a very dangerous man, but fortunately Zaraki Kenpachi does not know how to use the Zanpakuto. The knife in his hand is not a Zanpakuto at all. It can only be regarded as a piece of scrap metal. But of course, even if it is scrap metal, it depends on whose hands it is. This piece of scrap metal played the ultimate role in the hands of Zaraki Kenpachi. He used this so-called Zanpakuto and killed countless people, so he achieved the status he has today. The Serie IDI has such a rule, especially the 11th opposition. As long as you kill the previous captain, you will become the captain of this team. This man's ability was beyond Xiaoshu's control. Even though the captain had once classified this man as dangerous and had personally talked to Zaraki Kenpachi and told him not to continue fighting, Zaraki Kenpachi did not take such warnings seriously at all. Because for Zaraki Kenpachi, if he doesn't fight, what's the difference between that and taking his life? So the Jingling court is a little peaceful now. I, an old man, can predict that many things will happen in the near future. Among these many things, there are also too many things that are troubling. The entire 13th team has generally declined in ability because of a long period of peace. There are very few people like Zaraki Kenpachi who have sufficient abilities and are constantly improving. That is why the old man is particularly tolerant of Zaraki Kenpachi. Tolerance is one aspect, but secondly, this guy is really disobedient. No matter how many times he is warned not to continue fighting, he completely ignores him. The old man is really helpless. But the difference is that Lu Jin is very aware of his situation, and for some reason this guy has become more and more timid and afraid of trouble. He rarely fights with others and just finds a corner to do his work. If the old man had not appeared in time to stop the battle, the losses would have been huge. The buildings would have been fine, but at the same time, many people with ulterior motives would have noticed that these two different beings might target them. The old man did this for their own good. I always feel that there is someone watching and observing these things, and this feeling may be something only the old man can predict. After all, among the 13 teams in the entire Jingling court, it must be admitted that the strongest one is the old man's Ryujin Jaka. Apart from this, I really can't feel any other different existence. The reason why the old man warned him not to continue fighting was that he hoped he could hide his brilliance and bide his time. I understand everyone's desire to fight, but Jingling Court is so peaceful and tranquil right now. Why do you still need to fight? Lu Jin was speechless for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, the current Team 13 is indeed the most peaceful period. Apart from some provocative people, the only thing left for these Shinigami is the daily work, which is to kill the infinite hollows. Chapter 10. But those virtual ones can be dealt with by even an ordinary team member, so naturally there is no need for them, the chief officers, or even the deputy captains and above. This also led to everyone being very relaxed, and even everyone's bones were very loose, so it was not impossible for them to want to fight or challenge their colleagues. The only big difference is that for some people it is a sparring match, while for others it can be called a real battle. Then such people can be stopped. Lu Jin could perhaps be classified as one of these people. Perhaps he wanted to spar with others in martial arts, but because of Zanpakuto's abilities, it ultimately turned into a fight, and he might even hurt others during the process, and it's not impossible that their lives might be in danger. If he had directed his wrath at ordinary team members, it would have been fine, but the vice captain, especially the vice captain of the second squad, this is like walking into someone's trap. You can provoke some people at will, but not others. After all, his father is powerful and influential. In addition, the old man is also truly aware of the power of this Zanpakuto. When facing the enemy, he is of course speechless and can defeat the enemy. But now this Zanpakuto is facing his own people. This is the thing that the old man cannot accept the most. Don't fight without my permission. The old man was so resolute that Lu Jin knew he had no room for rebuttal and immediately withered. But you are depriving me of my rights, my personal rights. I'm not that kind of person to deprive you of your rights. The captain raised his eyebrows and said, I'm doing this for your own good, kid. Think about it slowly. The old man said this and waved his hand. The deputy captain beside him made a gesture of invitation. Lu Jin knew that he was ordering him to leave. He left the headquarters dormitory in disappointment, walked under the white bricks and black tiles, looked at the clouds in the sky, and finally sighed. The weather is so nice today, why am I not in a good mood? I lowered my head and saw the turbulent waves in front of me. A pair of soft cotton balls with a necklace appeared in front of him. Lu Jin's nosebleed gushed out instantly, and he fell to the ground. Matsumoto Ranjika stood up straight with a strange look on his face, looking at the man in front of him with some confusion. Are you okay? Lu Jin, the seventh seat. Lu Jin just lay on the ground like this for a long time before he slowly got up. He wiped the blood gushing out of his nostrils, swallowed his saliva, and felt that he was too embarrassed. This was not the first time, so why was he still like this? He shook his head and thought, forget it. In the future, there will be more encounters. If he is like this every time, it would be too much for people to look down on him. After all, he is a man full of vigor and vitality. He can't stand seeing such a sexy figure. He will bleed from the nose. Otherwise, he might die from excessive nosebleeds and blood loss one day, which would be a disservice to his powerful Zanpakuto. He quickly stood up and looked at Matsumoto Ranjiku with an embarrassed look on his face. It's okay. It's okay. You just came out of the headquarters. Did the captain scold you? I heard you challenged Vice Captain Omida. This is now known to everyone, and everyone knows about it. At this time, everyone was wondering whether he was scolded. How could a conservative person like the old man allow such internal strife to happen? The old man can tell at a glance whether it is an ordinary sparring match, and naturally there is a ranking of high and low. Lu Jin scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Maybe I've been a little arrogant lately, so I deserve a scolding. It wasn't him who was arrogant, but the system he possessed. Unless he had tasked him with challenging the vice captain, the following events wouldn't have happened. In the end, while he received a reward, he was also banned from combat. So what was the point of having such a powerful Ryatsu? Was he just showing off to these people to scare them? Of course you don't deserve to be scolded. Why don't you go and spar with Vice Captain Omida? If you want, you can go and spar with our captain. He's always so arrogant and thinks he's the best. Matsumoto Ranjiku pointed his index finger at his lower lip. The old man has been meddling more and more lately, and he has to intervene in matters like this. Oh, it's okay. I won't bother your captain if it's okay. Are you going to the headquarters? Lu Jin also wanted to challenge Hitsugaya Toshiro. If he happened to catch up with the task released by his system, then Hitsugaya Toshiro's Ryatsu would be different from others. It is an extremely powerful cold Ryatsu. Anyone who sees it would probably want it. Chapter 11. But now, fighting is forbidden. Even ordinary sparring is not allowed. Otherwise, if you don't listen to the captain's words, the consequences will be even more disastrous. It can be seen that the old man is already a little unhappy, so it's better for you not to put yourself in trouble. Matsumoto Ranjiku shook his head. Why would I go to the headquarters? I came here specifically to see you. I heard that you were summoned to the headquarters after the fight with Vice Captain Omida. I was a little worried that you might have been reprimanded, so I came here. Did he come to see me specifically? Feeling touched, Lu Jin's face was a little shy, and he felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry to have worried you. But just as he finished his words, a slender palm slapped his face, and he was instantly spun 180 degrees, and the whole person was knocked into the wall beside him. When I came to my senses, I heard a cold voice. The captain asked me to pick you up and take you back to the Technology Development Bureau. I didn't expect you to pick up girls on the way. It seems that the captain is right. It's time to throw useless and dishonest people out of our Technology Development Bureau. The tone was so familiar that he didn't need to react to know it was his vice captain, Nyain Ming. Matsumoto Ranjaku was also shocked. Vice captain. You're so violent. However, Nyain Ming ignored Matsumoto Ranjaku, who was standing beside him. Instead, he grabbed Lu Jin by the collar and stole him out from behind the wall. Deputy Captain Matsumoto, I'm so sorry that our team member has caused you trouble. I'll take him back. Matsumoto was about to say something, but before he could open his mouth, the two men had already disappeared right before his eyes. Matsumoto felt a little embarrassed and said in a low voice, I'm not causing any trouble. I came to see him specially. Before we could say a few words, he was taken away. I feel a little disappointed. And what's wrong with the vice captain lately? His temper seems so strange. He's usually a very gentle person. Meanwhile, Nyain Ming kept dragging him on the ground by the collar of his neck. Although Lu Jin felt uncomfortable, he dared not say a word. He didn't know what he had done wrong to be treated like this. However, when he thought about it, challenging Vice Captain Omida was something he shouldn't have done, so it was only natural that he was treated like this. He had already been scolded by the captain, and he was afraid that the captain would scold him as well when he returned to the team. No, that's not just a scolding. That would be a nightmare. Chow, who told you to get so close to another vice captain? Lu Jin wondered who this sentence was referring to, who was so close to the other vice captain. Was it Omida or Matsumoto Ranjaku? Before he could react, he was slapped in the face again. Don't be fooled by Vice Captain Omida's usual image of being a foodie. Do you really think that a seed officer like you can challenge any vice captain? If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be the vice captain. Otherwise, why wouldn't you be the vice captain of the second Rice team? You're really overestimating yourself. I clearly won this competition, but why do all I hear now are complaints? But if you think about it carefully, Omida's strength is indeed strong enough. After all, he was almost killed by his own strength. This point must be made clear. After all, I am still suffering from serious injuries all over my body. Just like a chicken, he was carried into his room and thrown into it. He couldn't stop and was stuck to the wall. Before he could react, Nyain Ming came over and grabbed his shoulder, forcing Lu Jin to look at Nyain Ming. You've been badly injured. Let me take care of you. No way again. Who can stand this kind of thing all the time? After all, he is a normal man, and normal men have normal physiological reactions. Although Nyain Ming is just a robot, there is no part of her body that has been artificially made, and she does not look like a normal woman. Any man would probably have a normal physiological reaction when faced with such a female robot. Deputy Captain, I can take care of myself. There's no need. He clearly wanted to refuse again, but the moment the electric drill sounded, he was like a body without a soul, at the mercy of others. He watched his clothes being taken off one by one without any reaction. Compared to death, there is nothing wrong with enjoying the body. Chapter 12. About an hour later, the spiritual practice ended, and all of Lu Jin's injuries were healed. Looking at Nyain Ming, who had just put on her clothes, he thought to himself, if he wasn't a robot, he might really fall in love with him. Forget it, Nyain Ming is a female robot created by Kuratsuchi Mayuri. All her memories and thoughts were also created by Kuratsuchi Mayuri. So everything Nyain Ming does and says now are all what Kuratsuchi Mayuri thinks and says. When I thought of Kuratsuchi Mayuri's face and her yellow teeth, I felt so sick that my stomach started to churn, and the little enjoyment I had just had disappeared. Nemyun. However, at this moment, the door of his room was suddenly pushed open, and Kuratsuchi Mayuri's big face appeared in front of the two of them, and called out Nemyun's name. Ugh. I was still daydreaming just now, but now seeing this face I really couldn't help it, and almost vomited. Chow, why are you here again? Kuratsuchi Mayuri was naturally a little unhappy to see Nyain Ming here. Do you know that I have been looking for you for a long time? Where have you been? Nyain Ming obediently walked in front of Kuratsuchi Mayuri and said, he is injured. I will take him back to heal him. What does it have to do with you whether he gets hurt or not? Kuratsuchi Mayuri glared at Lu Jin fiercely. If you can't even beat that damn guy Zaraki, you might as well just die. At this time, I wanted to say, if you can do it, you can do it. But of course, if I said this, I'm afraid I would be bombarded with requests the next second. I had better obey. Although the smile on my face couldn't be fake, but it still has to be maintained. After Nyain Ming was taken away, he began to daze. What should he do in the days ahead? Even though he was now the 7th seed of the 12th division, His most important task was not to spar with others or fight. However, one of the reasons why he was ridiculed by the 12th Division before was because his Zanpakuto had nothing to do with the experiment. Looking at the experiments they do all day long, or the scientific and technological knowledge, it gives me a headache just looking at them. How am I supposed to fit in? Integrating into it is secondary. The most important question by far is how to spend the rest of the days. After Hinyain's dream rest, her body had mostly recovered, but she still needed some rest. For most of the following time, she was the one who didn't even leave the room. Although his teammates would always say some unpleasant and weird things when they passed by his door, he just turned a deaf ear to them. During this period, Nya Inming came a few times, and the other one was Matsumoto Ranjaku. Ever since the previous incident, Matsumoto always thought that his current situation was all caused by what happened before, so he felt guilty and would come over to comfort him from time to time. No matter how he tried to explain himself and said that this had nothing to do with the incident, Matsumoto Ranjaku didn't believe it. In the end, she decided to give up further clarification with Matsumoto Ranjaku, as she always felt that it was meaningless. However, over time, the relationship between the two became very good, which was a good thing. But for some reason, when the relationship between the two became better, Nya Inming became very angry and repeatedly warned Matsumoto Ranjaku not to care more about their teammates. But how could Matsumoto Ranjaku be frightened so easily? No matter what Nya Inming said, Matsumoto Ranjaku pretended not to hear it. He usually came when he was supposed to, and was never afraid of anyone. But the most awkward one was Lu Jin, caught in the middle. With both beauties so concerned about him, and him nearly causing a fight between them, should he be happy or upset? If he were to judge based on their figures, Matsumoto would have won. But if he were to judge based on intimacy, Nya Inming would have been the winner. So, which of the two should he lean towards? Perhaps it was because he had not been sparring with others recently, so his mind was on the two beauties. This was actually an extremely inappropriate thing to do, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, if you have nothing to do when you are free, it would be too leisurely if you don't find something to do. Although as the 7th seed of the 12th Division, there should be a lot of things to do on weekdays, but in fact, it is not the case. Because each member of the 12th Division has his own responsibilities, everyone has things to do. On the contrary, with his ability, he is not worthy of having his own laboratory, nor is he worthy of assisting the captain. So if he does not fight on weekdays, he can only stay in his room to recuperate, right? But Lu Jin certainly couldn't give up so easily. Even if he was stopped, he still had to fight and do what he wanted to do, instead of just leaving it to fate. Chapter 13. During this period of time, Lu Jin has been almost conserving his energy. Although he has not looked for others to compete in battle, he still has a lot of tasks issued by the system. This time when I opened the taskbar, I found that there were no less than 10 tasks accumulated in it, and each one was related to combat. I finally sighed. The old man ordered me not to fight with Zanpakuto anymore. I could only accumulate the tasks for now and find a suitable time to do them. Today was the same sunny day as usual. Looking at the good weather outside, Lu Jin sat on the bed feeling a little overwhelmed. He didn't know how many days and nights he had been lying in bed without moving. He had spent almost all these days in bed. Team 12 is also known as the Technical Development Bureau, so there are many things to do every day, but no one will come to find him. Because everyone thought that with his strength, being the 7th seat was already good enough, and it was impossible for him to help everyone. Except for Nya Inming, the vice captain who would care about him on weekdays. The other team members treated him as if he did not exist, never considered him as the 7th seed of the 12th Division, and did not have much respect for him. Although I felt very sad at the beginning, I felt that it was no big deal over time. Now I can't fight and can't prove myself, and the Zampa knife is not related to science and technology, so naturally I can't help the Technology Development Bureau. It's no big deal if other people look down on me. I'll just get used to it. Matsumoto Ranjaku just came yesterday, and she probably won't come again today. As for Nya Inming, she hasn't come for 3 days and nights. Lu Jin is now living a mixed life, and his only hope is these two beauties. Looking at the Zampa knife which was already covered with dust at the head of the bed, he couldn't help but sigh again. But at this moment, a figure suddenly floated in front of the window, and behind it were many guys wearing Shinigami costumes chasing after him. What is going on? Those guys were still shouting things like, "Don't run, chase them quickly." I thought they were playing a game of house, but the next second, I found that the lights on the roof began to shake. Not long after, the house collapsed, and a man fell from the sky. Although this guy was wearing a spa outfit, he had never seen him before. It's an orange-haired boy. You look at me. I look at you. The two of us staring at each other in silence. After a long while, the guy rubbed his butt. It hurts so much. Don't run. At this time, the group of guys outside the window were still playing the cat and mouse game, but no one knew who they were chasing. Lu Jin lifted the quilt, got out of bed, squatted in front of the chrysanthemum boy, and poked his face. Who are you? Why did you smash my roof? I am. The childhood friend didn't seem to know how to answer this question, and the two continued to look at each other in silence. Important and urgent notice. Important and urgent notice. A traveling disaster has invaded the Jingling Court. A traveling disaster has invaded the Jingling Court. All Shinigami present, including team members, chair officers, vice captains, and captains, are to urgently lift their restrictions and fight any traveling disasters they encounter. The following are the appearances of each traveling disaster. One of them is a young man with orange hair. Neither of them listened to what was said next, but all the characteristics were extremely consistent with the orange-haired boy in front of them. Lu Jin blinked at the orange-haired boy in front of him. Did you just hear that? The urgent notice said that we can lift the taboo to fight him. Travel disaster. The orange-haired young man. Orange hair. Chapter 14. Shit. The orange-haired young man in front of him seemed to realize something and scrambled to his feet. He turned around and tried to run, but was grabbed by him. You came to me on your own. How could I let you go? I haven't fought in almost half a year. You have no idea how much my hands are itching. If he had not been warned by the old man back then, he would not have wasted the past 6 months in bed. Except for the occasional short but beautiful time spent with Nye Meng, the rest of the time was almost wasted. Finally, I can fight and find one of the tasks piled up in the system. Find anyone of similar strength to fight, and you can not only get their Ryatsu, but also another healing spiritualist, Matsumoto Ranjaku. In other words, if he gets hurt again or needs spiritual practice in the future, he can not only sleep with Nye Meng, but also get out of the mess. Although Matsumoto Ranjaku has been extremely concerned about him these days, the two of them have only reached the point of holding hands. Matsumoto Ranjaku rarely stays here for too long. After all, staying in other teams' dormitories for too long will have some impact. It is precisely because of this that Lu Jin has always felt that this matter is a hurdle in his heart. He really wants something to happen between him and Matsumoto Ranjaku. Every time he practices spiritual cultivation with Nye Meng, he even thinks of Matsumoto Ranjaku's face in his mind. Although this is a bit excessive, he still can't help it. Men are like this. They are never satisfied and always want more. But no matter what the reward for this mission is, at least I can fight now, which is a good thing. If I make a contribution this time, maybe the old man will lift his taboo. This is very possible, so I am particularly excited at this moment, and I refuse to let go of the orange-haired boy. The orange-haired young man in front of him didn't seem to want to fight at all. He started to run, but he found that the man in front of him was holding his collar very tightly, making it impossible for him to run away. Brother, please let me go. I don't want to fight here yet. Although they had prepared themselves mentally when they came here and knew that fighting was inevitable, their primary goal was to find Rukia Kachiki first and fight. If it could be avoided, they naturally did not want to waste time here. Although Lu Jin didn't know why they came or what they wanted to do, these were not important at all. What mattered now was that he could finally fight, and the dusty Zanpakuto could finally shake off the dust on its body. You came to me on your own. If I let you go now, I'd be so sorry for myself. You don't even know how I've been going through the past 6 months. No matter what, I can't let you go. So I'm so sorry. As Lu Jin spoke, he pulled his childhood friend and jumped out of the big pit he had just been transferred to. After all, this was his own room, and he would have to use his own salary to repair it later. If the two of them fought here and made the house even more broken, wouldn't it cost a lot of money to repair it? It would be better to find an empty place and destroy as few buildings as possible, so that less money would be spent in the future. Chapter 15. Not long after, the two men came to an open space. Lu Jin had already prepared to start a battle of the century. After all, he had not taken action for a long time and was really itching to do so. But the guy in front of him didn't seem to intend to start a fight with him. Instead, he looked like he had something on his mind and kept looking back at the place where Rukia was imprisoned. The main purpose of the invaders this time was to rescue Rukia Kachiki, but the problem was that he had been living in his own world recently and rarely went out. So he had no idea what mistake Rukia Kachiki had made and why he was locked up. At this time, he was naturally confused. I came here to fight you, and you kept looking away. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to me? You don't look like a bad person to me. I don't want to fight, so just let me go. Although he had already prepared himself mentally before coming here and knew that he would have to fight, he was still afraid of fighting and didn't want to fight at this moment. After all, once the fight started, it would be endless, and it would be unknown when Rukia could be rescued. Their main purpose now is to save people rather than fight, So naturally, they don't want to waste time on such things. If they have to waste time, it is better to fight quickly and decisively. You should have heard the announcement just now, right? Lu Jin couldn't let the fat piece of meat he had in his hand slip away like that. He raised his Zanpakuto in his hand and said, "After all, I am an official. If I let an intruder like you escape, I will definitely be punished. So this has nothing to do with being a good guy or a bad guy. I must stop you." Although he said this, in his heart he just wanted to fight. After all, the Zanpakuto had been gathering dust for such a long time, and now he was really itching to fight. In that case, it seems there's no way to escape. Although he was extremely reluctant, he finally sighed. "Before that, let me tell you my name. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo. Lu Jin. It was basic respect to state your name before a fight. 7th seat of the 12th squad. In fact, according to the allocation of seats, the 7th seat is not considered a strong one at all. However, each team has its own standards for allocating seat officials, and most of them are different. For example, if the 4th division is a medical team, then those with excellent medical skills will be assigned to the front, and those with poor medical skills will be assigned to the back. Their assignment has nothing to do with their combat effectiveness. As for the 12th division, the main thing for them to be assigned is their technical manufacturing and scientific capabilities. Although Lu Jin has strong abilities, he is not very good at this aspect, so he has no way of becoming a higher-ranking officer. Being able to become the 7th seat is already good enough. But this does not mean that his fighting ability is not strong. There's no other way. Kurosaki Ichigo picked up his Zanpakuto from behind. The knife was not in the scabbard, but was wrapped in bandages. The moment Kurosaki Ichigo grasped the handle, the bandages on the Zanpakuto blade all loosened. Kurosaki Ichigo pointed the Zanpakuto at Lu Jin. "I've learned your lesson." In the next second, the two men rushed towards each other with their Zanpakuto. Kurosaki Ichigo was actually quite confident. Not only had he received a lot of training before coming here, but at least in his previous life, his strength was still pretty good. So in the end, he was defeated by Abarai Renji once. But it was precisely because of this defeat that he kept practicing hard. I guess it won't be the same strength as before. The Shinigami in front of me seems a little different, because each Shinigami's Zanpakuto has its own abilities, including the initial release and the final complete release. Normally, when the Zanpakuto is first released, only half of it is released, and only when it is fully released can all its abilities be mastered. However, the Zanpakuto in the hands of the man in front of him turned out to be the same as the Zanpakuto in the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo. And in the next second, all the Ryatsu released by Kurosaki Ichigo were rebounded. The man in front of him was using the same moves as himself, as if he could replicate himself. Kurosaki Ichigo was completely stunned and took several steps back. "You? How did you do that?" Chapter 16. Everyone's Zanpakuto has its own unique abilities. Lu Jin seemed to have long been accustomed to the surprised expressions of others during their battles with him, because this was not the first time. Almost everyone would be extremely surprised the moment they discovered their abilities during the battle with him, because they had never imagined that there would be someone who could completely replicate their abilities. Why do people say I become stronger when facing strong opponents and weaker when facing weak ones? Because that's just my ability. Lu Jin imitated Kurosaki Ichigo and carried Zanpakuto on his shoulders. Do you know what a complete replica is? There is such a power. Kurosaki Ichigo expressed his unwillingness to believe it. After all, in the entire Shinigami world, no matter how powerful a person is, he should not have such a powerful power. Copying the strength of others is equivalent to fighting against yourself. No matter how strong you are, he will become as strong as you. Facing such a person, no matter how strong you are, you will never be able to defeat him, because you can't win. You yourself say that the most powerful enemy in this world is yourself. When you really face yourself, you know in your heart that it is impossible to win. You know very well that I can't beat you. Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little disappointed. He turned his head and looked at the place where Kachiki Rukia was imprisoned again. He felt that he might be delayed here. However, Lu Jin shook his head. In everyone's heart, he is the strongest enemy, but he is a hollow one. You can't really fight against yourself. But now you have met me. I have materialized the enemy in your heart. Defeating me is defeating you. No one knows how strong you are better than yourself. So defeating me is just a matter of overcoming a hurdle in your heart. How can you definitely lose? If some people really lose in a fight, it only means that they cannot overcome the hurdle in their hearts, because most of the time it will end in a draw. They all knew that his ability was to copy the abilities of others, but they didn't know that every copied ability could be possessed by him. When fighting against each enemy in his Zanpakuto, he was not only able to use the abilities of the person he was fighting, but could also use all the abilities he had copied. If he used all those abilities, no one could defeat him. Lu Jin simply didn't want to do that, because doing so would not only ruin his reputation, but would also make many people lose confidence in themselves. On the contrary, if they thought that once they had overcome the hurdle of defeating him, then defeating anyone else would be a very easy thing, then perhaps everyone would feel much better. It's not as simple as you said. Kurosaki Ichigo seemed a little frustrated. In fact, he felt a little forced to come here to save Rukia. It was not what he wanted, but he had no choice. He watched helplessly as this very important girl of his was taken away. No matter who it was, no one would be able to understand this feeling so easily. Instead, they would feel very sad. That's why I made up my mind to rescue Lu Chia no matter what. But it doesn't mean that I can accomplish it just because I have made up my mind. Instead, I only now realize how difficult it is. Why didn't I think about it then? Now I realize that the road ahead is full of difficulties, and it is impossible to overcome all these difficulties so easily. Lu Jin was looking forward to this battle very much because Su Jing did not fight, but he was disappointed when Kurosaki Ichigo acted very frustrated and did not want to continue fighting. That tower is the person you want to save imprisoned in it. Lu Jin held the Zanpakuto that was exactly the same as Kurosaki Ichigo's in his hand and pointed to the tower in the distance where Rukia was imprisoned. Kurosaki Ichigo turned his head and looked at the tower, feeling a little sad. Yes, the people inside were the ones he wanted to save, but even so, it did not mean that he could overcome the difficulties and obstacles ahead to save Rukia. I still remember how badly I lost against Abarai Rinji. At that time, I should have known very clearly that everything was not that simple. Chapter 17. But I still naively believed that I would be able to grow through hard work, and then I rescued Rukia. Now I realized that I was just overthinking. How naive. Kurosaki Ichigo lowered his head and looked at the tip of his sword. How could a man who couldn't even beat him, a man who couldn't even overcome the hurdle he had to overcome, say who could he save? Lu Jin transformed his Zanpakuto back to its original form and sheathed it. If you can't even get past me, the road ahead will be filled with difficulties and obstacles. It will be almost impossible for you to save the people you want to save. Having said this, he turned and prepared to leave. I thought this invader was very powerful, but it seems that he is just SOSO. He even caused the entire Jingling court to panic, but it was completely unnecessary. This was undoubtedly looking down on them. Although this group of people felt very sad, they couldn't vent their feelings with their hands clenched into fists, because now they were exactly as they said, completely powerless. But when he had walked about 10 steps, the Ryatsu behind him suddenly became stronger, even a little scary. Lu Jin slowly stopped walking, but did not look back. The man behind him finally spoke in a low voice. I will never give up so easily. I came here to rescue him. If I can't rescue him, then even if I die, I will be willing to do it. Huh? This is what an invader should look like. The Zanpakuto in his hand once again turned into a hostile Zanpakuto, and the sword was carried on his shoulder. He turned around and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo. As expected, Kurosaki Ichigo looked like he was ready to enter combat. 12th Division, 7th seat. If I can't even beat you, then those vice-captains and captains in front. How am I supposed to face them? Kurosaki Ichigo had done a series of homework before coming. There are a total of 13 teams in the entire Shinigami world of Siriidii, and these 13 teams each have their own captain, vice-captain, as well as officers and ordinary team members. Therefore, the strength of these 13 teams is almost the same, but each of these 13 teams has its own responsibilities, so their combat capabilities are still uneven and there are certain differences. If we meet ordinary members of the 11th Squadron this time, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat them so easily. This is the difference. After all, the 11th Division is the team that is mainly responsible for combat, while the other teams are responsible for other duties and may be relatively worse in combat. However, Heichi-Ihu knew that the 12th Division, also known as the Technology Development Bureau, was mainly responsible for some scientific research and development of the Siriidii. All the officers and team members in it were mainly responsible for some things such as technology development and research, and were not mainly responsible for combat, so these characters in this team might be weaker in combat. The 7th seat means there are many people ahead of him. The Prime Minister can only be described as average, but his so-called average ability is still so terrifying. So what about those people ahead of him? The long road ahead is always a bit nervous and fearful, but he must face the Black Chess medical guidance. The road ahead is very, very difficult to walk, so he must be mentally prepared for a series of things so far. Otherwise, there is really only one way out. Don't look down on me. Although I am only the 7th seat in the 12th Division, but my strength is more than that. Lu Jin was also very helpless about this matter. Although he didn't know how their level was ranked, he always felt that this positioning of himself was a little inappropriate. But never mind, these things can always be done slowly, and they don't necessarily have to be finalized at this time. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and said, I don't mean to look down on you. I just think that there will be many powerful people waiting for me after this. If I can't even defeat you on this road, how can I face others? Duh. Chapter 18. To put it bluntly, you still look down on me. Lu Jin muttered, but he showed no mercy, and the fight between the two was about to break out again. The sparks of war did not stop. The next two people started fighting seriously, which made people realize that Kurosaki Ichigo's strength was not that great. He just stopped because he was afraid. But this does not mean that that is Kurosaki Ichigo's full strength. When Kurosaki Ichigo really puts his heart into it, he is a cockroach that is immune to death. It is clear that he is about to use up all his strength and fall down every time, but he always stands up with a head full of blood with a call from Kurosaki Ichigo. In the end, Lu Jin still gave up the fight. The two men lay on the ground at the same time, looking at the starry sky in front of them. They fought from day to night. The battle lasted for a whole day, but in the end there was no result. Both of them were seriously injured, especially Kurosaki Ichigo. Although he came here with high spirits, this battle almost exhausted all his strength, and his strength was seriously injured. Lu Jin had no intention of becoming an enemy of Kurosaki Ichigo. He just wanted to do something bad, so he took Kurosaki Ichigo back to his own dormitory and planned to treat him. Although his abilities were average on a daily basis, he was still able to provide ordinary treatment. In addition, he secretly asked the members of the 4th Division who were on good terms with him to come and help. Kurosaki Ichigo's injuries were quickly treated and were slowly healing. When Kurosaki Ichigo woke up, it was already the second night. Kurosaki Ichigo found that the person accompanying him was the man he had fought with before. He was shocked for a moment and spoke after a long time. To you, I am an invader and a disaster. Why are you saving me? Perhaps the black player Ichigo couldn't understand. After all, they were nominally enemies. Lu Jin sat at the table on the Kong, leisurely drinking his tea, and looked up at Kurosaki Ichigo. Many of us strongly disagree with the treatment of Lucia this time, so we are very welcome for you to come and rescue Rukia. However, we are all members of the 13th team of the Jingling Court and the chief officer, so we must accept the orders issued by the higher-ups. Fighting with you is inevitable. As for saving you, it was a spontaneous act in my heart. After all, we have no grudges or hatred, and we don't have any deep hatred. Seeing that you were so badly injured, I can't just watch you die. Everyone is truly kind in their heart. Even if the person in front of them is their enemy, they will not really treat him as an enemy. After hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little touched. Then he looked at his tightly bandaged arm and asked, How long has it been? A whole day and night. Lu Jin put down the teacup in his hand and thought about himself. He was seriously injured at that time. When the vice captain Nya Inming knew about it, he rushed to treat his injuries. His face turned red. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo was still unconscious beside them when he did such an embarrassing thing. It really felt a little, it's hard to put into words, but it was a good thing for him. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little confused. Why are you blushing? Nothing, how do you feel? Lu Jin quickly pulled himself out of his memories and then looked at Kurosaki Ichigo. I've asked someone to treat your injuries. It should be almost healed now, but you still have to feel it yourself. It shouldn't be a big problem. Kurosaki Ichigo stretched his muscles again and felt that he had almost recovered, so he put on his clothes and wanted to leave. Lu Jin knew the reason why Kurosaki Ichigo came here, and knew he couldn't stop him, so he didn't try to stop him. He just said, There will be many people blocking your way on the road ahead. Good luck. You won't be punished by your superiors for doing this. Before leaving, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little sorry. Did I cause you any trouble? It's okay. I just followed my heart. The tower doesn't look far away, but it's actually quite far from here. You'll meet a lot of people along the way. They might be strong or weak, but they'll all treat you as an enemy. But they won't save you after injuring you like I did, so I can only advise you to be careful. Lu Jin doesn't think what he did was wrong and doesn't regret it. Chapter 19. Kurosaki Ichigo expressed his gratitude and left through the window. At this moment, Naiming opened the door of his room. Looking at the window that had just been opened and had not been closed in time, Naiming knew clearly what had just happened. He just cleared his throat and said indifferently, The captain is looking for you. I didn't expect it to come so soon. Lu Jin had already guessed that the fact that he treated Kurosaki Ichigo's injuries would be known to others soon. After all, he was doing it openly and not secretly. However, He did not expect it to spread so quickly, and the captain already knew about it. Nie Yiming did not object to this matter, which was equivalent to tacitly agreeing. She was just a little worried. You did such a good thing, the captain will not let you go. I believe the old man is not someone who won't listen to any advice. Lu Jin stood up, patted his butt, and stretched himself lazily. The worst that can happen is that we will be punished together. What's the big deal? For almost half a year, you haven't even had the chance to compete with others. Isn't it hard? Nie Yiming has been by his side for such a long time, and can see the depression and determination in his heart. To be honest, the old man just took his chance to fight. In fact, this is not a punishment at all. It is just as it should be, so the old man cannot be blamed for this kind of thing. But what happened before is very different from what is happening now. This time, the invaders are a very important emergency for the entire Jingling Court. All the members of the 3 teams are trying to capture these invaders. As a member of Jingling Court, and also a chief official, Lu Jin not only did not help Jingling Court to arrest these people, but also sent the invaders away after treating them. When the old man knew about this, the consequences would naturally be unimaginable. I believe the old man would be very angry. Lu Jin had already prepared himself mentally for being scolded and punished. Don't worry too much about me. I won't die. No matter how big the mistake is, it is not a capital crime, so there is no need to worry too much. Nianming didn't say anything else, but just leaned aside and waited for him to walk out of the room. On the way to the headquarters, both of them were unusually silent, and the road seemed very long, not as fast as usual. After a long time, he finally arrived at the door of the headquarters. After hesitating for a long time, he went to call out. The person inside seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When he saw it was Lu Jin, he quickly let him in, while Nie Yiming was waiting at the door. Do you know what I asked you to do? It was the same scene again. In the empty squad room, the old man stood under a large coat with his back to him. Looking at the captain's uniform of the 1st Squadron on the old man's back, Lu Jin sighed. Kill me or chop me up. It's all up to you. Why would I kill you? The old man stroked his beard and turned around. You just let a travel disaster go. It's nothing. What? This time I was a little shocked. How could the old man be so considerate? He wasn't like this usually. I always feel that there is something wrong here, but I can't really put my finger on it, because it's so rare to see the old man like this. You called me here to punish me, didn't you? Lu Jin looked at the old man in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. Now the entire 13th team is mobilized to capture these people, and I let him go. I think this must be a very serious matter for you, Captain. Chapter 20. I already know about the battle between you two, and I understand your strength. The old man seemed to be talking about something else. Although your strength is strong, you always hide something. So I called you here today to give you a mission. What mission? The old man never mentioned choosing a method again. So I wondered, could it be that the old man had called me here today because I let the intruder go? If he didn't punish me for such a serious matter, then what exactly did the old man want? It was even more strange and incomprehensible. Your strength should not be underestimated. Anyone with eyes can see it. So I will give you one chance. You can challenge your captain. If you win, you will replace him. If you lose, then letting the invader go is no small matter. I will definitely punish you severely. It turned out that the old man really saw his own strength and was unwilling to let a talented person go so easily, so he gave him such a chance. It was just to challenge his captain, which was not a simple matter. Each of the 13 teams had its own captain, and most of these captains were very strong, but the ability of each captain was very different. Just like the captain of the 13th team, Jushiro Yukitake, because of his illness, it was difficult for him to exert his full strength. This kind of person seemed to be a good challenge. But this is also due to his physical condition. His own strength is still very strong. Those who can become captains of the entire Team 13 are not simple people. They all have certain strengths to be able to become captains of their teams, and these people are not so easy to challenge, especially the captain of Team 12, Kuratsuchi Mayuri. This guy can be said to be the most terrifying among the captains of all 13 teams, because the ability of his sword is very different. In addition, he is the director of the Technology Development Bureau and has been called a genius before. The things he invented can be used in combat, and in combat, you never know what he is going to do in the next second, so if you challenge such a person, the consequences can only be said to be unimaginable. The others were fine, but as captain, Lu Jin was really skeptical about this matter and didn't dare to agree to it so easily, but at this moment the system's voice rang out again at the right time. Ding dong. The system has issued a task. Host needs to defeat the captain of his own team. Reward. All Ryatsu of the 12th Squad Captain Kuratsuchi Mayuri, as well as all his abilities and experimental results. Ciao. The other things are fine, but all the abilities and experimental results are definitely not to be underestimated. He has conducted so many experiments over the years and naturally produced many useful things. If all these things can be obtained, then I don't know how much help it will be to his future battles. Even for this, he has to take on this task. Even if the road ahead is a dead end, you still have to give it a try to know whether you can get through it or not. Accept the task. He silently told himself to accept the task, but the old man in front of him seemed to have been waiting for a long time, with an impatient expression on his face. He finally answered the old man. Since the captain has given me this opportunity, I must seize it. I knew you were ambitious and had a big appetite. I'm looking forward to hearing good news from you. In fact, the old man has always been a rather old-fashioned and lifeless person. The current captain of the 12th Division, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, was once a big sinner in the entire Shinigami. He was also imprisoned in the dungeon and was not released for a long time, until the former captain of the 12th Division was expelled from Shinigami due to some incidents and never came back. The position of captain of the 12th Division was vacant, so there was no way to find the current captain, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, this genius, to replace him. If there was anyone else who could do it, the position of captain would never have gone to Kuratsuchi Mayuri, but there was nothing else that could be done. Because each team captain has his own responsibilities, his own team mission and his own abilities, the captain of Team 12's mission is to become the director of the Technology Development Bureau and create things that are beneficial to the Shinigami. This is a task that not everyone can undertake, and simply having strong abilities may not be enough to accomplish it. Therefore, the position of captain is almost inherited from ancestors or can only be replaced by someone who meets some ghost. Chapter 21. As for why he was chosen by the old man and became the one who could challenge Kuratsuchi Mayuri, there was only one reason. That is because he was attracted by his ability to copy. After all, up to now, there has never been a person with special abilities like him. Lu Jin couldn't help but think so narcissistically in his heart. As he thought, his thoughts showed on his face, which made the old man next to him laugh and cry. The old man frowned and snorted coldly. You don't need to be so proud. If you fail this challenge, what belongs to you will not be given to you, and the punishment will be more severe than you can imagine. Lu Jin came back to his senses and coughed dryly. He didn't dare to make any promises and could only smile awkwardly. Don't worry, old man. Although I may not win, I won't lose so easily either. Just wait for my news. After saying that, Lu Jin turned around and left quickly under the old man's disgusted gaze. His back looked unusually cool as he left, but after he left, Lu Jin couldn't help but look downcast. Oh, how could I be so ungrateful that I had to cause such a mess? If I hadn't been soft-hearted, this wouldn't have happened. Lu Jin really wanted to slap himself. What a hero he was trying to be. Now look what he did. He got no benefits and still had to bear the responsibilities. He was walking dejectedly when suddenly someone stopped him. Lu Jin was feeling upset and didn't even look up to see who it was. He just waved his hand impatiently. There's no time to fight now. Move aside or Lousy will beat you up. After saying this, he turned around and was about to leave, but his ears suddenly hurt. Hey, what's going on? Lu Jin was about to curse, but when he looked up, he found that the person in front of him was Nia Meng, and the curse words on his lips disappeared in an instant. What? Why don't you say anything? Nia Meng pinched Lu Jin's ear and waved his left arm, which had turned into an electric drill, threateningly. Lu Jin couldn't help but shudder when he saw his half-smile. He smiled awkwardly. Nothing, Deputy Captain. How come you have time to come to see me? Lu Jin tried his best to ignore the pain in his ears and put on a flattering smile. It's not that he is a coward. He really doesn't dare to confront such a violent woman, especially a woman with whom he has had so much intimate contact. Although Nia Meng is not a real person but just a robot, Lu Jin is still used to treating her as a human. I heard that you were called over by the headquarters. How was it? Did he do anything to you? Nia Meng let go of his hand, looked Lu Jin up and down, and asked about the purpose of today. I'm fine. What can happen to me? The old man can't do anything to me. Lu Jin was still confident at first, but later when he thought about challenging the captain, his tone couldn't help but feel a little weak. Nia Meng looked at Lu Jin suspiciously, somewhat unconvinced. Is that all? Why don't I believe it? Then, she narrowed her eyes dangerously, with a threat in her eyes. Tell me the truth, or I'll kill you right here today. Lu Jin. Look at what kind of vicious words he is saying. Why is he going to kill himself here? Although he kept complaining in his heart, he was very honest in his words. Lu Jin nodded obediently. I believe it. This matter is related to the captain. I'm going back to find the captain now. Do you want to come with me? Nia Meng was stunned when she heard this, but still nodded. I'll go with you. She was more curious about what Lu Jin wanted to talk to the captain about. After all, judging from Lu Jin's embarrassed look, this matter should not be trivial. Lu Jin did not refuse Nie Meng's following. Anyway, the fact that he was going to challenge the captain Kuratsuchi Mayuri would not be concealed. It would be better for him to confess it himself than to let others know about it. However, he didn't dare to say it directly now, for fear that Nie Meng would knock him out and stop him. The two chatted all the way to the team's residence, and happened to meet Kuratsuchi Mayuri, who was out basking in the sun. Kuratsuchi Mayuri flexed the research gloves in his hands. He looked up when he heard the voices and saw two people walking side by side. He raised his eyebrows. "Hey, how come you two have time to come here? Are you missing something again? I don't think you came here for a stroll, right?" Kuratsuchi Mayuri looked fierce, as if she did not welcome the two people's arrival. But in fact, Lu Jin knew very well that he was the only one who was not welcome. With this idea in mind, Lu Jin became more determined to challenge Kuratsuchi Mayuri. Anyway, he looked down on him. Since that was the case, he might as well prove to him that he, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, had no right to look down on him. Thinking of this, Lu Jin quickly stepped forward, and without waiting for Nie Meng to speak, he made a gesture, took out the Zanpakuto, and roared loudly. "Captain Kuratsuchi Mayuri, I challenge you today." The sound was deafening, as if the louder the sound, the more confident one would be. At the beginning, it was not that Lu Jin really wanted to challenge, but Lu Jin really disliked Kuratsuchi Mayuri. Lu Jin's sudden shout scared everyone present. They didn't expect Lu Jin to suddenly make a challenge. Everyone present knew the strength of Kuratsuchi Mayuri, but they did not know how strong Lu Jin was, so they always thought that Lu Jin could not beat Kuratsuchi Mayuri at all. Kuratsuchi Mayuri was also stunned for a moment, as if she had not expected Lu Jin to openly challenge her in front of so many people. "Don't worry, I won't challenge you. You are weaker than me. What's the point even if I defeat you?" Kuratsuchi Mayuri was very arrogant. That is true, and it is true. Kuratsuchi Mayuri is currently the most powerful person in their team. If he could be defeated easily, Kuratsuchi Mayuri's reputation would not have spread so far. Even so, what's the point of it being difficult? How do you know I can't beat you? You don't even dare to fight me. What's the point of saying these empty words? Lu Jin said coldly. It wasn't that Lu Jin was deliberately trying to cause trouble. It was just that Kuratsuchi Mayuri had gone too far, and he had disliked him for a long time. But it has to be said that Lu Jin's decision to openly challenge this is indeed not very rational. Everyone on the field thought that Lu Jin said such words in the heat of the moment. Only Lu Jin himself knew that he had to fight to the death with Kuratsuchi Mayuri. "Don't try to provoke me. Whoever wins in the end, even if we don't fight, you all know that I will never fight you," Kuratsuchi Mayuri said. Kuratsuchi Mayuri said this, but Lu Jin still refused to give in. At this time, Nie Meng also noticed the tension on the field. If this continued, even if the two people did not compete, they would definitely fight in the end. "Stop arguing. Even if you two start fighting, it won't do you any good. Let's leave it this way for now," Nie Meng said. How could Lu Jin be willing to accept this? Moreover, this was a task assigned to him by the captain, and it would definitely not work if he didn't complete it. The most important thing is that Lu Jin doesn't think that Kuratsuchi Mayuri can beat him. No matter how powerful Kuratsuchi Mayuri was before, hasn't she rarely competed with others? "I'm just asking you if you dare to compete with me." Lu Jin's attitude was very tough. Chapter 22. It seems that as long as things today don't go according to Lu Jin's wishes, he will never give in. Nie Meng was there trying to get Lu Jin to give in, but no matter what, Lu Jin just wouldn't give in. It seemed like he was determined to fight to the death with Kuratsuchi Mayuri today. "No, what exactly do you want to do? Are you trying to cause trouble?" Nie Meng was also a little annoyed. Logically speaking, Lu Jin is definitely not such a person. Why is Lu Jin so determined to compete with Kuratsuchi Mayuri? Lu Jin was now intent on competing with Kuratsuchi Mayuri, and didn't care what Nie Meng said at all. Instead, he looked at Nie Meng angrily. "This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't say too much over there. I asked this matter to Kuratsuchi Mayuri alone." In front of so many people, Lu Jin wanted to compete with Kuratsuchi Mayuri personally, and he even provoked Kuratsuchi Mayuri in his words and deeds. Kuratsuchi Mayuri's expression obviously turned unhappy. If Kuratsuchi Mayuri didn't agree this time, others might think that Kuratsuchi Mayuri was really afraid of him. But if Kuratsuchi Mayuri agreed, she would still be unwilling to do so. Why should whatever he says be the truth? Is it not allowed even if I don't want to compete? Naturally, Nie Meng couldn't let Lu Jin do this, so she directly stood between Lu Jin and Kuratsuchi Mayuri. However, Lu Jin was very anxious at the time and did not pay any attention to Nie Meng at all. He pushed Nie Yinming away and actually injured Nie Yinming. Seeing that he was in the Nirvana dream, Lu Jin's face was not very good, but he did not say anything. Nie Yinming looked at Lu Jin at a loss, as if she didn't expect Lu Jin to attack her. Kuratsuchi Mayuri finally couldn't stand it anymore and started to attack Lu Jin directly. Alright, since you're looking for trouble, then I'll satisfy you. Don't let me beat you up and make you cry for your parents. Lu Jin had just wanted to come over to see Nie Yinming, but at this time Kuratsuchi Mayuri suddenly attacked, and Lu Jin had no time to react quickly. Kuratsuchi Mayuri's moves this time were very fierce. Lu Jin did not expect Kuratsuchi Mayuri to be so powerful. He was unable to resist for a while, but soon Lu Jin thought of a way. Anyway, he has this ability. So after Lu Jin copied Kuratsuchi Mayuri's ability, he kept fighting according to Kuratsuchi Mayuri's own moves. But even so, the two ended up in a draw, until the last time when Kuratsuchi Mayuri seemed to see something and knocked Lu Jin several meters away. Lu Jin was beaten so hard that he covered his chest and coughed several times. It was obvious that he must have suffered internal injuries from the beating from Kuratsuchi Mayuri just now. Lu Jin looked at Kuratsuchi Mayuri in disbelief. He had clearly copied the same abilities as him. So why did he lose? Because Lu Jin used the same moves as his opponent, he did not expect to defeat him, but he did not expect that he would be seriously injured. He covered his chest and stepped aside. Lu Jin knew that he couldn't confront the opponent head-on now, so he had to think of some other tricks. However, Lu Jin had been seriously injured just now. It was impossible for him to think of other ways now. After all, the opponent was so powerful, it was already good enough for him to be able to take the attack. It is rare to see someone like Lu Jin who has taken so many moves here. However, Lu Jin also found it quite strange. After all, he had always fought according to the opponent's fighting style. He did not expect that in the end, he would be the only one seriously injured. At this time, Nie Yinming saw that Lu Jin was injured and hurried forward. What's wrong? Are you okay? Nie Yinming didn't care about the injuries on her body. She quickly tidied herself up, then walked over quickly and asked anxiously. After saying that, Nie Yinming walked forward to check Lu Jin's injuries. In this battle with the two opponents, Lu Jin was seriously injured. Nie Yinming was shocked after taking a look at Lu Jin's wound. Actually, you can't go head-to-head with your current opponent like you did just now. Even if you learn all the moves from before, you may not be able to defeat him. Nie Yinming said to Lu Jin earnestly. Losing naturally brings its own dignity. Although Lu Jin lost, he remained neither humble nor arrogant. He smiled and said to Nie Yinming, "Oh, it's okay. Losing is losing. The worst that can happen is just a punishment." Although he said it very casually, he was indeed a little helpless in his heart. If possible, he actually didn't want to bear the punishment. After all, looking at the old man's expression, it was obvious that the punishment was not simple either. "Don't talk about it for now. Let me treat your wound first," Nie Yinming said. "I will heal your wounds now. Don't move around. It's too late. You'd better not continue fighting," Nie Yinming said to Lu Jin. Although Lu Jin did not refute what Nie Yinming said, he did not nod either. After all, what happened next was not decided by Lu Jin alone. If he could control it by himself, Lu Jin would rather lie on the bed like a salted fish for the rest of his life than continue fighting. After all, being injured is not a pleasant feeling, and he has to pretend to be calm on the surface, which makes it even more uncomfortable. Nie Yinming seemed to have noticed Lu Jin's expression, sighed, and said nothing, and then the two of them began to practice spiritual cultivation. After the spiritual practice, Lu Jin really felt that his body had improved a lot. At least the pain he had suffered from fighting was gone now. Lu Jin suddenly said, "I'm ready to give up this task. It's too difficult for me. I might as well give it to someone else." He is a very self-aware person, and Lu Jin is unwilling to make things difficult for himself. If he has no way to do it, it would be better to hand the task over to someone else to avoid both of them getting hurt in the end. "But if you say that, you have to tell the captain," Nie Yinming said. Lu Jin sighed, not knowing how to start the conversation. At this moment, the captain, who had arrived out of nowhere, waved and called Lu Jin over. Lu Jin probably knew what the captain had told him to do, and although he felt helpless, he still walked over obediently. "You know why I called you here, right? I heard that you want to give up this mission?" the old man asked with a smile. Finally having this opportunity, Lu Jin nodded obediently. "Yes, I find this task is still a little too difficult for me, so you should let someone else do it. No matter what the punishment is, just tell me." The old man looked at Lu Jin's expression and nodded. He seemed to admire Lu Jin very much. "Ah, it's good that you have this courage. I have seen your ability. I will not punish you this time. You can continue to stay here." Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief and retreated without saying anything else. When Lu Jin returned, he saw Rukia being executed. He wanted to stop it, but he also knew that this matter was no longer under his control. Now he couldn't even protect himself, so how could he rescue Rukia? Even so, Lu Jin was still constantly thinking of ways. At this time, everyone came here and seemed to be watching from the side. Suddenly, just before the execution, a man suddenly jumped out, and Lu Jin recognized that man as Kurosaki Ichigo. He was invincible here, and all those who blocked his way were beaten back by him. In this way, he rescued Rukia along the way. Lu Jin was relieved when he saw this scene, but he was still a little worried about the two of them. Chapter 23. However, at this moment, the conflict among several team captains intensified. Haha, if you want to play, then I'll play with you, said the captain of the 13th squad, Jushiro Yukitake. Take me with you. We can't have fun with so few people. However, at this moment, the captain of the 8th team, Kairuka Shunsui, also stood up and said, Haha, why don't you all come and play with me, an old man? The captain next to him, nicknamed the Old Man, also walked forward with a wave of flames blasting around him. Everyone felt as if the air around them had become scorching hot, and the hot air was in their breath. Boy, come and play too. The old man suddenly turned to Lu Jin and said, Huh. Lu Jin looked a little shocked when he heard that. After all, if you join this kind of fight, isn't that the same as going in to die? He immediately became cowardly and said, Forget it. The injury I just got from the fight hasn't healed yet. I'll play with you guys after I'm better. After saying that, he wanted to turn around and leave. But soon, a wave of fire erupted from the old man's feet, and he leaped in front of him and said, This is not up to you. Just have some fun. Captain of the 8th Division, Kairuka Shunsui, came out and looked at him with a high-spirited look on his face. I have long wanted to compete with him to test the gap between us. How could I miss this rare opportunity? You're not good enough yet, the old man said, then took out Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, and waved it towards Kairuka Shunsui. A tornado of fire attacked him. Upon seeing this, Kairuka Shunsui immediately pulled out the double swords, Kaiten Kaikatsu, from behind him, holding one long and one short sword in his hands. He immediately rushed towards the fire tornado and saw countless ghosts coming in and out of the two swords, one after another rushing towards the fire tornado. Bang! The collision between the two forces immediately made a loud noise, and the fire waves blew around. The captains of the squads immediately felt the air getting hot. Even Lu Jin couldn't help but take out Zanpakuto, copying the old man's ability to resist the burning sensation. Kairuka Shuinsui's face was filled with solemnity. The fight just now made him realize that he alone could not defeat the man in front of him who was covered in flames. I'm here to wish you a happy new year. At this time, the captain of the 13th squad slowly walked out and stood next to his good friend Kairuka Shunsui. He held the Zanpakuto in both hands and didn't dare to be distracted easily. He looked at the old man in front of him with a serious expression. Go back quickly, this is my one-man show. Kairuka Shunsui said quickly when he saw this. After all, it is better to take the risk alone than to let your good friend take the risk with you. How could I let you fight alone? Stop talking nonsense and fight properly. Jushiro Yukitake held the weapon in his hand and looked at the old man in front of him nervously. Seeing this, Kairuka Shunsui naturally didn't say anything more and could only hold the Huatian Wugu in his hand tighter. Go! Jushiro Yukitake roared and rushed out first. He leaped into the air, raised Zanpakuto with both hands, and chopped it down towards the old man. Seeing this, Kairuka Harufu flashed and rushed out, running continuously on the ground. In an instant, he came in front of the old man, with the Huatian Wugu sword in his hand, showing his ghostly charm, and chopped at the old man from bottom to top. The old man saw the situation from outside, and there was no panic on his face. Flames slowly appeared on the Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka in his hand. In an instant, the flames became stronger and stronger, immediately wrapping itself up. The attacks of the two captains were immediately blocked by the fire shield. Suck! Jushiro Yukitake clenched his left hand and attacked the fire cover directly. After a moment, he absorbed all the energy on the fire cover. He raised his right hand high, and Zanpakuto sent the energy he had just absorbed towards the old man. But a smile appeared on the old man's face. Explode. Soon, the flame energy just now exploded, and the fire wave swept over Jushiro Yukitake, and in an instant his whole body was engulfed in flames. Collect. At this moment, Lu Jin rushed up with the white shark in his hand and absorbed the flames on Jushiro Yukitake's body. I thought you wouldn't come, the old man said to Lu Jin with a smile on his face. Hey, aren't you here to ask for advice? Lu Jin knew that these two captains would probably not be able to beat the old man. Instead of waiting for the old man to deal with them and then come to him, it would be better for him to join the fight himself. Maybe there would be a chance of winning. The old man on the field was surrounded by flames, looking at the three people in front of him with a playful expression. Lu Jin and the two team captains looked at the people in front of them nervously. What should we do now? The old man's Zanpakuto's attack power is too strong. Didn't you copy his ability? Are you sure you can deal with him? Kayaraka Shunsui looked at Lu Jin and said, I don't know either. Let's try it later. After Lu Jin finished speaking, the white shark in his hand was filled with flames. The power of the fire wave was almost the same as that of the Lu Rin Ruho in the old man's hand. Go! Kayaraku Shunsui roared, waving the Huatian Wakabone in his hand continuously. Ghosts kept attacking the old man. Seeing this, Jushiro Yukitake appeared on the left side of the old man in a flash. The Pisces carp sign in his hand flashed, and a force surged out, sweeping towards the old man. The Zanpakuto in Lu Jin's hand flipped out, and a fiery power of fire emerged. He leaped up and appeared in the sky, and the power of fire in his hand surged out. A wave of flames slashed towards the old man. The old man looked at the three-way trap in front of him and shouted fiercely, Dissolve everything. A huge flame power surged out from the Zanpakuto in the old man's hand, and the hot flame power continued to radiate in all directions. Fireball. In an instant, a spherical fireball hit the three people, and the attacks of the three people hit this huge fireball. In an instant, a gust of fire blew away in all directions, and the ground was faintly charred and black. The three of them immediately pushed back and looked solemnly at the old man in front of them whose shirt was still on fire, and a sense of tension emerged in their hearts. Lu Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead and saw that even if he had joined in, he still had no way to beat the old man in front of him. He began to feel anxious as he saw the three people on the field all holding Zanpakuto and looking nervously at the old man in front of them. The battle situation was at a stalemate for a while. Chapter 24. However, just as they were confronting each other, the captain of the second squad, Suifeng, hurried over. He said to the captain general, Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, It's bad. The captain of the 5th Division, Aizen, along with the captain of the 3rd Division, Ikamaru Jin, and the captain of the 9th Division, Tosin Kaname, have defected from Soul Society. What? The old man couldn't believe it when he heard it. After all, these three people were the captains of Godai 13. Now he wants to defect from Soul Society. How can he believe it? However, as the commander-in-chief of the covert mobility, Suifeng cannot deceive himself. What's the situation now? The old man asked hurriedly. The captains of other squads have already gone over to stop them. They should have been engaged in a standing fight. Why did they sentence him to escape from Soul Society? The old man asked. Suifeng, the captain of the 2nd squad, shook his head, his face filled with confusion. I don't know either. He was fine just a moment ago, but suddenly he took this opportunity to defect. Luckily, someone noticed, otherwise he would have left by now. Impossible. Aizen is not that kind of person. Kayaraka Shunsui walked out and said with a look of disbelief on his face. That's the truth. Suifeng said helplessly upon seeing this. After all, the fact now was that Aizen had indeed defected from Soul Society with the other two captains. I don't believe Lan Rao is such a person. He must have some unspeakable secret. Jushiro Yukitake naturally came out and said, No matter what his hidden secrets are, what he's doing now is making him an enemy of the entire Soul Society. We must capture and interrogate him first. Suifeng looked at the old man seriously and said, After all, defecting from Soul Society is not a small matter, and he should be caught and interrogated no matter what. The old man didn't know what to feel when he heard this. After all, they were all captains of the Godai 13 and had experienced countless life and death together. Now that I heard that he was actually going to defect from Soul Society, I felt extremely bitter. Lu Jin was even more shocked when he heard the news. He remembered the first time he saw Aizen, and her beautiful face was still imprinted in his mind. But now he heard the news that she had defected from Soul Society. Whatever. Let's wait until we meet Aizen in person before making a decision. Lu Jin stood up and said. Suifeng glanced at him curiously. His reputation had long been spread in Soul Society. The Zanpakuto in his hand had the ability to copy other people's abilities. Now, when everyone was immersed in discomfort, he stood up and spoke. A little bit of goodwill arose in his heart for him. Okay, let's go check the situation first, the old man said when he saw this. So where are they now? Kayaraka Shunsui stepped forward and asked. Several squad leaders have already stopped them at the edge of Soul Society. Suifeng said. Then let's go quickly. It will be too late if they escape. Lu Jin said quickly. Okay, follow me. Sui Feng nodded upon seeing this and rushed towards the direction where Soul Society was besieging Aizen. Just like this, the farce ended with the rebellion of Aizen and other 3 captains, but the old man felt even more upset at this time. Looking at the Soul Society that kept coming into view in front of him, he became more and more unwilling to believe that Aizen, who was laughing and talking happily beside him, would actually betray Soul Society. On the other side, at the edge of Soul Society, there were only the captain of the 7th Division, Kamimura Sajin, the captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro, and the indispensable captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpachi. The 3 of them held their Zanpaku swords and confronted the 3 people who wanted to defect from Soul Society with anger on their faces. Aizen, why did you defect from Soul Society? Hitsugaya Toshiro stood up and said sadly, Haha, you will understand it later. Aizen immediately showed a weird smile on his face and said again while looking at the 3 people in front of him, if you're willing to move aside now, I can forgive you for what you did. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu in Aizen's hand continuously emitted wisps of mist, which slowly spread around. Did you know that defecting from Soul Society is a capital offense? I saw Kamimura Sajin walked up and said, with Zanpakuto Tianjua in his hand, and his spiritual power continued to burst out with amazing energy. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with a bad face. Seeing this, Ikamaru Jin of the 3rd Division and Tosin Kaname of the 9th Division both held their Zanpakuto in their hands and looked at the 3 people in front of them with vigilance. Without the slightest hesitation, they said, Haha, why waste time talking to them? Just kill them on the spot. Zaraki Kenpachi, holding Zanpakuto in his hand, looked at the 3 people in front of him with a fighting look on his face, and the spiritual power in his body was constantly agitated. They looked like they were ready to attack at any time. Seeing this, Aizen mobilized his spiritual power, and the illusion above Zanpakuto attacked the 3 people in front of him. After a moment, the 3 of them were in a fantasy world. Is this an illusion? Kamimura Sajin said as he looked at the scene in front of him. Humph, a mere illusion is nothing to worry about. Hitsugaya Toshiro sneered and raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. A cold breath emerged, as if the air was about to be frozen. He waved his hand towards the illusion, and Zanpakuto waved it. In an instant, the illusion was frozen with a layer of ice mist. A moment later, the illusion began to crack, and the figures of the 3 captains reappeared, looking at Aizen and the other 2 in front of them. Zaraki Kenpachi couldn't help but want to fight, so he rushed forward and chopped the Zanpakuto in his hand towards Aizen. Seeing this, Tosin Kaname went straight to meet him. You think you can stop me? Zaraki Kenpachi said, and then poured all his spiritual power into Zanpakuto. An even greater force pushed Tosin Kaname back, and he turned around and attacked Aizen. Seeing this, the other 2 captains also rushed forward with Zanpakuto in hand, attacking Aizen with both hands. Aizen's mouth corners curled up, and an illusion emerged again, but this time Aizen was also in the illusion. Hitsugaya Toshiro also became confused when he saw this. It's better to be careful. Kamimura Sajin nodded with Zanpakuto in hand, looking at Aizen in front of him with a wary look, but Zaraki Kenpachi didn't pay any attention to it. Holding the Zanpakuto, he rushed directly towards Aizen in front of him. With a single slash, Aizen's figure became illusory. Then it emerged again from other places, but at this moment, a force of fire appeared in the illusion, and the illusion collapsed after a moment. Standing outside were the old man who dared to come, and several more Zhangs, with Lu Jin standing behind them. Why did you defect from Soul Society? The old man asked Aizen angrily. Chapter 25. Aizen looked at the furious old man in front of him, but an arrogant smile appeared on his face, and the madness and cruelty in his eyes were fully revealed. You are too naive. That's why Soul Society has become what it is now. The old man was puzzled when he heard this. He looked at her with a pair of wrinkled eyes and asked, Is there something wrong with the Soul Society now? Upon hearing this, Aizen's face turned even more frantic. He looked at the old man with only resentment in his eyes. What's wrong? Soul Society has been on a downward spiral under your leadership. Downhill. The old man became even more confused upon hearing this. Soul Society is thriving right now. Why do you say that? Prospering? Look at the Soul Society now. Is it still the same as before? The world before us had no respect for the Soul Society at all. After hearing this, Aizen couldn't help but roll her eyes, which was not in line with her image, and her disgust was expressed clearly. Hearing this, the old man understood that she wanted to defect from Soul Society and attack the present world. Don't be delusional. I won't let you do that. The old man guessed what she was thinking and said immediately, Aizen smiled and looked at him jokingly, saying, "Do you think it's possible for you to stop me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Aizen's spiritual power immediately emerged, and a colorless and odorless wave slowly emerged from her body. "Then you can try." The old man was holding Ryujin Jaka in his hand, and flames erupted, constantly circling around the old man. Seeing this, the other captains also held Zanpakuto in their hands and looked at the three people in front of them with vigilance. "You guys think you can stop me? That's wishful thinking." Waves burst out from Aizen's body, and a huge illusion surrounded the old man and others. Among them was naturally Lu Jin. He immediately copied Aizen's ability with the Zanpakuto in his hand and slashed it towards the illusion. The illusion cracked in an instant. When everyone reappeared, there was no sign of Aizen and the others. They had already run out of Soul Society and disappeared without a trace. The old man saw this and knew that he could no longer pursue them. He could only sigh helplessly and said to everyone, "Hey, from today on, we will hunt down these three people to the end." "Yes." The other captains responded upon seeing this, but the expressions on their faces were all unhappy. After all, they came here to stop Aizen and others from defecting from Soul Society, but they didn't expect that they would escape in the end. "Hey, you guys should get things in order. Lu Jin, come with me." The old man turned to everyone and said, then called Lu Jin aside. Seeing this, Lu Jin walked over with him. Looking at the old man's tall back, a trace of loneliness appeared on his face. It seemed that this defection must have been a big blow to him. A moment later, the old man brought Lu Jin to the meeting hall of the Godai 13. "Please sit down," he said to Lu Jin in front of him. Hearing this, Lu Jin sat down, but he looked puzzled, wondering why he was called here. It seems that only the captain and vice-captain of Team 13 can enter this conference room. "Do you have a lot of doubts in your mind now?" The old man naturally saw the doubts on his face and asked. Lu Jin nodded quickly and said, "I wonder why you called me here. Through the competition just now, I am very convinced of your strength." The old man praised Lu Jin. The recent confrontations with Kaiaraka Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake must have changed the old man's opinion of his own strength. Lu Jin immediately showed a smug look on his face and said, "Of course my strength is as formidable as you can see." "Oh, since you are so capable, are you willing to be just a team member?" Seeing this, the old man said in a coaxing manner. Lu Jin followed the old man's words without hesitation and said, "Of course I don't want to. I'm so strong. It would be a shame for me to be a team member." "Okay, then I'll promote you to squad leader." The old man smiled and said to Lu Jin, "Huh." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's face was filled with shock. After all, how could he become the captain just like that? "I don't want to be one. It would be much better to be a team member and slack off. Why should I be a captain and work so hard?" Ahem. An awkward smile appeared on his face. "Well, I think my ability, should still be tested. Others won't be convinced if I become the captain just like that. It's okay. I've already examined your strength. If anyone isn't convinced, just let them come to me. I won't say anything if they can fight me for a few moves." The old man patted Lu Jin on the shoulder and said, as if he had decided on him. Lu Jin was speechless. "Apart from the squad leader, anyone who fights with you will have to stay in the hospital for a few days. What do you think? You can tell me what you think. I won't force you." The old man looked at Lu Jin with a smile on his face and said, spiritual power surging all over his body, as if he would tear him apart on the spot if he didn't agree. Lu Jin felt that the air had become hot, and every breath he took was accompanied by heat. "I agree. Isn't it okay if I agree?" Lu Jin said helplessly. He had no choice but to agree with this attitude. It seemed that his dream of being a salted fish would never come true. Seeing this, the old man's smile became even more pronounced, but a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. After all, the defection of Aizen's 3 captains has resulted in 3 fewer captain positions in the Godai 13. Now the only person suitable for the captain position is Lu Jin in front of him. "You can be the temporary captain of the 3rd squad first," the old man said to him with a look of trust on his face. Lu Jin was puzzled when he heard this. "Temporary captain? What's a temporary captain? Isn't he just the captain? It seems that I am just a substitute, and the reluctance is revealed on my face." The old man laughed when he heard this and said, "Being a captain is not that easy. You can be the temporary captain of the 3rd squad first." Lu Jin had no choice but to do so after hearing this. After all, it was not up to him to decide. Chapter 26. Then how can I become the official captain from a temporary captain? Lu Jin asked the old man in front of him. "As long as it passes the review, it can naturally become official," said the old man. Lu Jin was a little confused when he heard that. "What's the review?" The old man said slowly. The review is done by several captains from other squads checking and approving. But these reviews will not be easy. You will face some more difficult problems. You must pass both civil and military tests to become an official captain. The old man continued without any expression. He didn't show any special expression, but Lu Jin almost jumped up. These words stirred up a great uproar in Lu Jin's heart. His face was filled with shock, and his eyes revealed disbelief. There was even a document for this review? What does a document generally need to be reviewed for? Lu Jin asked immediately. The old man said mysteriously, I don't know about that. This is for the squad leader who will review you. Lu Jin immediately turned to the old man and said, When can the review begin? Oh, the old man was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Lu Jin to be so impatient. After all, he had already told him about the difficulties in the review, but he didn't expect him to start the review so soon. He immediately said, You can start whenever you want. Okay, let's start now. Lu Jin looked as if he was already prepared and said to the old man with confidence, Once you join, you can't withdraw from the review, otherwise you will be boycotted by the captains of other teams. Do you understand? The old man said to him earnestly. Don't worry, it's just an audit. Lu Jin's face was full of confidence, as if he didn't take this audit seriously at all. Okay, then you go back and wait for a while. I'll call you after I've made the arrangements. The old man said to him. Okay, Lu Jin said, and walked out with confidence on his face. As soon as he reached the door, the confidence on his face disappeared, replaced by a gloomy face. Looking at his attitude just now, he regretted it deeply. He should have known not to pretend. Now he was embarrassed. Since he had already agreed, Lu Jin had no choice but to go back and start making preparations. How is it? I heard that Aizen defected from Soul Society. As soon as I got home, Nia Yinming came up and asked, Oh, don't mention it. They have already escaped. Lu Jin responded after hearing this, and felt a headache when he thought of that scene. So many captains and the old man couldn't keep them. Why did Aizen defect? Nia Yinming's voice sounded again with a hint of doubt. I don't know either, but it seems like you're not very satisfied with the current Soul Society. Lu Jin said Kaido when he saw this. With 3 captains defecting at once, it looks like there will be a lot of people vying for the captaincy. Although Nianming was a robot, he sighed in a very human way. Now there are only 2 captain positions left, said Lu Jin. Nia Yinming was a little confused when he heard this. How could the captain position just be vacant? Who is the new captain? The captain of the 3rd squad is both far away and right in front of us. Lu Jin said helplessly, recalling the conversation with the old man. He felt helpless in his heart that he was forced and bribed by the old man to become the captain. What? Nia Yinming was shocked when he heard that. He looked at Lu Jin in disbelief and said, Are you sure you are not kidding me? The hand in his hand had already turned into an electric drill, and he kept waving it. I really didn't. I just finished talking to the old man. Lu Jin said. After all, he didn't dare to joke about such things. However, at this moment, a figure appeared at the door. It was the captain of the 4th division, Unohana Retsu. She walked in and said to Lu Jin, Come on, this old man has arranged for me to be the captain of your first review. I'll go review it first. Lu Jin said to Nia Yinming after hearing this, and then followed Unohana Retsu out. What will our first review be about? Lu Jin walked up to her and asked. This one is very simple. You'll know when you go there later. Unohana Retsu said with a smile on his face. But in Lu Jin's eyes, this smile seemed to have some malicious intent. By the way, how many times do I need to review it? Lu Jin asked at this time. After all, he was always nervous when talking to the old man, let alone asking these questions. At this time, Unohana Retsu looked at him with some confusion and asked, Didn't the old man tell you? No. Lu Jin shook his head and responded. Oh, we have to do everything. Unohana Retsu complained, then looked at Lu Jin again and said, Everyone who is about to become a captain will go through 4 assessments and be reviewed by the most senior captains of the Godai 13. I am one of them. Lu Jin understood what was going on after hearing this, and then followed her into a hall. He saw a table placed in the empty hall, with pens and ink neatly arranged on it. Okay, your first competition is that. Unohana Retsu said to Lu Jin while holding something on the table. Lu Jin walked in the direction of her finger and looked at the table. Apart from the blank paper, there was only pen and ink. What should I do? Lu Jin immediately became confused. You can start answering the questions now. I won't talk to you anymore. Unohana Retsu said, and sat aside without saying anything. Lu Jin was confused at this time. There was nothing blank on the paper, so where was the question? He picked it up and looked at it. After a moment, he looked at it helplessly, not knowing what to do. What is our origin? However, at this moment, Unohana Retsu said, and then he kept silent again. Origin. The origin is spiritual power. Yes, spiritual power. Lu Jin immediately circulated his spiritual power towards the blank paper. After a moment, questions began to slowly emerge on the blank paper. Huh. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, looked at Unohana Retsu with gratitude, and then began to look at the questions on the paper. Chapter 27. Lu Jin looked at the title on the paper and immediately felt a headache, because it contained the history of Soul Society over the years. But these were not what Lu Jin was good at. Looking at the complicated 8-gate questions above, he didn't know where to start with the pen in his hand. He had to keep checking the paper, hoping to find questions that he could answer. In the end, he found that the white paper was still as white as before after he finished answering them. Lu Jin could not answer many of the questions on it, so he had to write down the answers to those that he could answer. Here you go, you finished answering. Lu Jin picked up the paper and handed it to Unohana Retsu. Huh. He was listening intently with his eyes closed. Seeing Lu Jin finish the test so quickly, he was shocked. He stood up and took the test paper to check it. What's the difference between doing it and not doing it? Looking at the few questions scattered on the paper, Unohana Retsu's face was a little speechless, and she didn't know what to do. How about it? How do I calculate this? Lu Jin looked at her with an embarrassed look on his face. After all, he naturally saw the expression on her face. Wait a moment, let me calculate the score. Unohana Retsu picked up the paper and began to check the questions on it. After a moment, Unohana Retsu's face was also a little surprised. After all the questions that Lu Jin wrote down the answers to were correct, and there was not a single wrong one. You answered all the questions correctly, but unfortunately, you were 1 point short of passing. Unohana Retsu said to Lu Jin. Huh. Lu Jin didn't expect that he hadn't answered so many questions and was still 1 point short of passing. Although there was no expression on his face, he felt a little disappointed in his heart. Just as Lu Jin was feeling lost and regretting not studying the culture of past dynasties, Unohana Retsu spoke again. But do you remember why there was no title on your paper at the beginning? Lu Jin nodded and said, remember, because the question needs to be covered with spiritual power in order to appear. Unohana Retsu smiled upon hearing this and said, yes, normally no one can solve this kind of thing, but the old man solved it single-handedly. Lu Jin was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that the old man was the only one who solved this problem, while the others who came to review it were unable to solve it. Although I gave you a hint, I can add this point to help you pass. Unohana Retsu said again. What? Lu Jin was shocked when he heard that. He didn't expect that this could add 1 point. With this 1 point, he would just pass. A happy smile immediately appeared on his face, and he looked at Unohana Retsu with joy and said, thank you, Captain of the 4th Division. Okay, then hurry up and take part in the second round of assessment. Go to the room in front, and someone will be waiting for you. Lu Jin looked in the direction of her finger and saw a passage in front of him. He walked towards the passage and opened the door, and another hall appeared in front of him. He saw that the captain of the squad sitting in the hall was Kairaka Shunsui, with whom he had fought before. Kairaka Shunsui looked in Lu Jin's direction and said, you're here. Seeing this, Lu Jin also walked over, sat next to him and responded, yeah. Seeing this, Kairaka Shunsui picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for Lu Jin, and it looked like two old friends chatting, and it didn't look like an assessment at all. What are you going to examine me about? Lu Jin picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Ha, just chatting. Kairaka Shunsui also picked up the teacup in front of him, and a stream of sweet tea went into his mouth. Why do you want to be captain? Kairaka Shunsui slowly placed the teacup on the table, looking at Lu Jin with curiosity in his eyes, and asked. Lu Jin naturally didn't treat him as an outsider, so he said helplessly, it's all tears if I say more. Anyway, I have to be the captain no matter what. Kairaka Shunsui understood what he meant after hearing this. It seemed that the position of squad captain was vacant, and the old man forced him to take on the position of captain of the 3rd squad. You are now strong enough to be a captain, Kairaka Shunsui said again. Recalling the last time he fought with the old man, Lu Jin was able to help them fight the old man on equal terms, which made him recognize his strength. Ha. As for the strength, I think it's okay. Lu Jin said with pride when he heard it. After all, his Zanpakuto White Shark has the ability to copy, so no matter who it is, he will be evenly matched with him, which will at least help him to be invincible. Ha. Young people just need this kind of arrogance. But once you become the captain, it's not just about you. You still have teammates who need you to be responsible. Kairaka Shunsui looked at him solemnly and said, then picked up the teacup in front of him again and took a sip. After hearing this, Lu Jin also knew that if he became the captain of the third team, he would not be able to do whatever he wanted in the future, and he and his team members would have to be responsible. Don't worry, I will know what to do next. Lu Jin also picked up the teacup in front of him and took another sip. Well, what do you think about Aizen sentencing Soul Society? Kairaku Shuinsue's question at this time made Lu Jin stunned. After all, this matter is not big or small, as long as we catch them back. But if Aizen does something bad outside, then this matter will become a big deal. Things are not settled yet, and everything that happens afterwards is unknown. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jin told him what he was thinking. Kairaku Shunsui nodded upon hearing this, looked at him with satisfaction, and said, "Yes, this is what a captain should think. Don't jump to conclusions before everything is settled." Lu Jin nodded. "I'll keep it in mind." After all, the captain of the 8th Division had been the captain for 100 years before him, so his words must be kept in mind. Kairaku Shunsui picked up the teacup again, drank the remaining tea in the cup, and said to Lu Jin, "Okay, go to the next level. You have already passed this level." Chapter 28. A cup of tea and a few words were enough to get him through. Lu Jin knew in his heart that Kairaku Shunsui must have gone easy on him, so he said to him, "Thank you." But Kairaku Shunsui didn't think that he had done anything great. He waved his hand and said, "You can be the captain. I am just acting according to what I think in my heart." Kairaku Shunsui said slowly. When Lu Jin heard this, a feeling of gratitude welled up in his heart. "Okay, hurry up and go to the next review." Kairaku Shunsui naturally saw the look on his face, and in order not to let him feel too burdened, he said it immediately. Seeing this, Lu Jin walked towards a passage behind him. After a moment, he found that it was no longer the hall, but an empty space. The captain of the 13th Division, Jushiro Yukitake, was standing in the middle of the space, holding a double carp in his hands. Seeing this, Lu Jin walked over and asked, "Is this review a competition?" Jushiro Yukitake turned his head, nodded, and said, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin summoned the white shark in his hand. Seeing this, Jushiro Yukitake rushed forward in a flash. The sign on the Pisces carp rang, and the Zanpakuto in his right hand immediately emerged with a huge wave of power and slashed towards Lu Jin. White shark copy. Lu Jin immediately raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, and instantly the energy on Jushiro Yukitake's Zanpakuto was absorbed. A moment later, Lu Jin released the absorbed energy again. Jushiro Yukitake naturally knew the ability of his Zanpakuto, so he immediately faced this power alone, and with a wave of the Zanpakuto in his hand, he offset this energy. Jushiro Yukitake looked at the person in front of him with a solemn expression on his face. It seemed that the only way to compete next was to use spiritual power. He immediately raised his hands, and 2 knives, one long and one short, were drawn left and right, attacking Lu Jin. Lu Jin naturally knew that now they could only compete with hard power, and the competition was about whose spiritual power could last to the end. Immediately, he quickly swept out with his right hand, blocking the long sword that was attacking from Jushiro Yukitake, and then took a leap for his life. With a somersault, he drew a perfect arc in the air and landed steadily behind him. A white shark appeared in his hand, and he slashed quickly behind him with a knife. After all, he was Jushiro Yukitake, who had rich combat experience. He swung the short sword in his hand from bottom to top, blocking the attack of the white shark immediately. He raised his other hand and stabbed behind him. Seeing this, Lu Jin immediately flipped the white shark in his hand and slashed towards the oncoming blade. Sparks flew when the 2 blades collided, and then Lu Jin kicked out. Seeing this, Jushiro Yukitake held his 2 swords across his chest and rushed forward to meet the kick. Lu Jin used the force to fly backwards. Beads of sweat kept sliding down his forehead. Lu Jin looked at Jushiro Yukitake in front of him with a nervous expression. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would have probably lost. This Jushiro Yukitake is indeed very experienced in fighting. On the other side, Jushiro Yukitake was not having a good time either. Because of his physical condition, the fight he had just experienced had made him gasp for breath. At this time, Lu Jin seemed to have noticed this scene, and a plan immediately emerged in his mind. Then he ran towards Jushiro Yukitake with the white shark in his hand. However, at this moment, Zanpakuto was raised and rushed towards his back, but Jushiro Yukitake immediately turned around to block it. Seeing that his attack failed, Lu Jin immediately left the battle circle and circled around Jushiro Yukitake at a rapid speed again. He kept making sudden attacks like this, and when he failed, he would retreat again and again. After a while, Jushiro Yukitake was already kneeling on one knee with a face full of sweat. Seeing this, Lu Jin stopped and said to him, "Do you want to continue?" Jushiro Yukitake said helplessly, "Huh." No, you passed this level. As he spoke, he was still gasping for breath. Why did you become like this? Lu Jin asked the question in his mind at this time. After all, as the captain of the squad, it was impossible for him to become so weak after a fight. Jushiro Yukitake slowly stood up, wiped the sweat off his face, looked at Lu Jin and explained, "This time it's because of my health that I'm like this." Lu Jin understood immediately after hearing this, but he was also somewhat relieved. If it weren't for Jushiro Yukitake's physical condition, he would probably have to go through a tough battle today. Okay, if you go further inside, you will reach the last level. Jushiro Yukitake pointed to a passage behind him. Just as Lu Jin was walking towards the passage, Jushiro Yukitake said again, "Be careful on the last level. It won't be easy." Lu Jin was a little confused when he heard this. Who was the examiner for the final round? Don't you know that in this review, you are the 4 most senior members of the Godai 13? Jushiro Yukitake said, "I know." Lu Jin Kaido. After all, Uno Hanaretsu had already told him about this matter. Then who do you think has the most experience? Jushiro Yukitake asked darkly. Old man. Lu Jin immediately thought of someone when he heard that. Not to mention the 13th division, even in the entire Soul Society, the old man might be the one with the most seniority. Sure enough, Jushiro Yukitake nodded and said, "He will be the examiner for your final round." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's face showed some helplessness. After all, if the last level was the old man, then it would definitely not be so easy to fool him. But now he had no choice but to go ahead and immediately walked into the passage. Before entering, I could already feel the oncoming heat wave. The further I walked into the passage, the more I could feel the burning sensation in the air, just like being exposed to the sun. Lu Jin's whole body was covered in sweat. Even his hair was wet, but he still gritted his teeth and walked inside with firm steps. After entering, the old man was sitting in the middle, emitting hot energy from his whole body. Even in the hall, he was like a furnace. Lu Jin knew that this level might be difficult to pass. Chapter 29. Lu Jin looked at the old man sitting in the hall with great dignity, and his face became solemn. He slowly drew out the Zanpakuto white shark and looked at him vigilantly. "Ha ha, why are you so nervous, little brat?" The old man joked when he saw his serious face. "Ha ha, I didn't, you must have seen it wrong." Although Lu Jin said this, the expression on his face betrayed him. The old man stood up and said to him, "The review for this level is very simple, don't be so nervous." Hearing this, Lu Jin looked at the old man with suspicion. It would be a trick if it was simple. He would not believe what the old man said so easily. "Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me what the review content is," Lu Jin said to the old man. After all, he would tell it sooner or later. Instead of keeping it a secret and making himself nervous, it would be better to just say it directly. The flames on the old man's body became stronger, and a force of fire spread out to the surroundings. He took out a stick of incense from behind him and rubbed it between his fingers. A flame shot out and he said to Lu Jin, "As long as you can survive this stick of incense under my attack, you will pass the review." After the old man finished speaking, he lit the incense in his hand and put it aside. Lu Jin looked at him speechlessly after hearing this. Is this what you call simple? He remembered that last time, he and 2 squad captains were able to tie with the old man. This time he was facing him alone, even though his white shark had the ability to copy and could copy the old man's firepower. But the gap in spiritual power was not something that Zanpakuto could make up for. Lu Jin looked at the incense stick behind the old man that was burning extremely slowly. Since the review will be passed after the incense is burned, why not just wait until the incense is burned and not fight with the old man? Thinking of this, Lu Jin stomped his feet and ran behind him. Duh! A crisp sound was heard, and the old man held Ryujin Jaka in his hand. With a snap of his fingers, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky in front of Lu Jin. Fight! He raised the white shark in his hand and chopped it towards the pillar of fire. The pillar of fire that shot up into the sky was immediately split into 2 halves. There was only a faint smile on the old man's face. Explode. Only flames were seen in the air being split apart by Lu Jin. Bang, bang, bang. Like firecrackers, they kept exploding around him. Fire shield. The power of fire emerged from the white shark, and a fire shield wrapped Lu Jin in it. The explosions of the surrounding flames continued to affect the fire shield. Lu Jin, who was in the middle of it, was not hurt at all. The explosion dissipated, leaving only clouds of smoke in the sky. The old man held the Ryujin Jaka in his hand, and a tornado of fire surrounded Zanpakuto and immediately struck towards the smoke. Flames swept across the sky, and the fog evaporated in an instant, but there was no trace of Lu Jin at this time. I saw that he had already run to a farther place. I took a look at the incense stick, and it was just past the top. Old man, are you kidding me? Why is this incense burning so slowly? The old man laughed heartily upon hearing this and said, This incense has no merits. It just burns slowly. Don't run away. Come and fight me. Lu Jin was speechless after hearing that. This fool wouldn't run away. If he won a fight with the old man, he would probably be pinned to the ground and beaten by him. He immediately rushed towards the edge of the hall without slowing down. Seeing this, the old man didn't want to let him go, so he jumped up and rushed towards him. He was in a state of being bathed in flames, with the Ryujin Jaka in his hand swirling around like a tornado of fire. It was so fast that it caught up with Lu Jin in an instant. A wave of fire from the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed forward, and Lu Jin naturally felt the heat wave behind him. Immediately, a wave of heat erupted from the white shark in his hand, and a tornado of fire slowly rose around his body, offsetting the slash behind him. Seeing this, the old man chased after him relentlessly, waving the Zanpakuto in his hand. In an instant, dozens of slashing attacks appeared behind Lu Jin, all attacking him. The heat wave behind him made him feel a huge crisis, and he immediately stopped. With the blessing of spiritual power, a stronger flame burst out from the white shark in his hand, and at this time Lu Jin was like a fire god of war. Bathed in flames, he slashed at the dozen or so flames, then gently swung the white shark in his hand. Boom! Suddenly, an astonishing wave of fire erupted in the sky and spread in all directions. The old man looked at the smoke in front of him and immediately started to chase after it. He saw Lu Jin's fiery figure appear in his eyes, holding the white shark high in his hand and slashing towards his face. The old man was a little surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect that Lu Jin not only didn't run away, but also dared to take advantage of the fog to attack him first. However, the surprise disappeared in an instant. A wave of fire erupted from the Ryujin Jaka in his hand. The strong energy blew away the fog in front of him. The old man immediately raised his hand and waved to meet Lu Jin's white shark. At this time, a smile appeared on his face, and then with the powerful blessing of the old man, he rushed out behind him. Seeing this, the old man shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by him at such an old age. Okay, you have reviewed it. Don't run away again. Lu Jin heard this and looked over. He saw that the incense had burned to the end and the sparks disappeared after a while. From now on, you are the captain of the third team. The old man said when he saw this. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that and walked outside. He saw that all the team captains were outside the hall. Except for those vacant positions, everyone else was there. Congratulations. Kayaraka Shunsui and Fuju Shishalong came forward to congratulate him. When some people are happy, others are worried. Lu Jin's former captain, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, looked at him with disdain and said, You're worthy of being captain. Is the standard of selecting captains this low these days? I think anyone can be captain. Lu Jin looked over with a bad face when he heard that. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Kuratsuchi Mayuri began to mock Lu Jin, implying that he was not worthy of being the captain of the third squad. Chapter 30. At this time, Lu Jin was looking at Kuratsuchi Mayuri, who was constantly mocking him in front of him with an angry face, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. What? You want to fight? Kuratsuchi Mayuri immediately pulled out the Zanpakuto behind him, looked at Lu Jin provocatively, and turned his palm over, and the white shark appeared. It seems that I didn't beat you enough last time. Do you want to embarrass yourself again now? Lu Jin said. Just as a fight between the two was about to break out, Nyain Ming and Matsumoto Ranjiku hurriedly walked up and said, All right, you two are captains of the squad. How can you behave in such a state? How can you set a good example for your teammates? Humph. Upon hearing this, Kuratsuchi Mayuri gave Lu Jin a vicious look and left. Lu Jin was naturally not willing to be outdone and gave him a fierce look in return. Congratulations, from now on you are the captain of the third team. The two said to Lu Jin. However, compared to Nyan Ming's pure happiness, there was a hint of imperceptible sadness in Matsumoto Ranjiku's eyes. Seeing this, Lu Jin knew that she must be thinking about the former captain of the third team, Ichi Jimaru. They had been childhood sweethearts and liked each other. No one knew why Ichi Jimaru followed Aizen to defect from Soul Society. Don't worry, I will bring him back, Lu Jin said to Matsumoto Ranjiku, and her face quickly returned to normal after hearing her words, and the sadness in her eyes was also hidden. Okay, we've even organized a celebration for you. Nia Yinming naturally knew what Lu Jin meant by this, and immediately shifted the subject to focus the two of them elsewhere. Lu Jin was a little shocked when he heard that. I didn't expect that even though I just became the captain of the third squad, Ain actually held a celebration party for me. I immediately said to her, Thank you for taking so much trouble to hold a celebration party for me. I feel so embarrassed. However, there was no shyness on Lu Jin's face. Instead, he looked eager to know where the celebration would be held. This wasn't just my idea. It was also Matsumoto Ranjiku's idea. Nia Inming pushed Matsumoto Ranjiku out from beside her. Lu Jin naturally knew why she did this. After all, the captain of the third squad was originally Ichi Jinmaru. Okay, there's no need to say thank you. Let's go to the celebration now. Matsumoto Ranjiku was the first to come out, and Lu Jin walked over accompanied by Nia Inming. A moment later, they followed them to a central hall, which was packed with people. Everyone was sitting at the table, joking with each other. However, at this moment, Lu Jin immediately grasped the white shark tightly in his hand, with a look of being ready to attack at any time, and his eyes were staring straight ahead. What's wrong? Nia Inming and the other person stopped and looked at Lu Jin with confusion, not understanding why he made such a gesture, as if he was facing an enemy. Prepare for battle, there are intruders. Nia Inming and the other two followed Lu Jin's gaze and saw only a few invaders. They were sitting at the table chatting about something. The two of them looked at Lu Jin speechlessly. Nia Inming came out and said to Lu Jin, "Okay, let's go in first. I'll explain to you later. So many people are already here, and you, the protagonist, are still not here. That's not right." After saying that, he ran behind Lu Jin and pushed him forward. When everyone saw Lu Jin, they cheered and were excited that he became the captain of the third squad. Nia Inming pushed him onto a podium in front of the celebration, then walked over, picked up the microphone, and said loudly to the crowd, "Today is the day Lu Jin becomes the captain of the third squad. Everyone, please cheer and rejoice." Upon hearing this, everyone in the audience cheered continuously. "Okay, now please invite Lu Jin to come up and say a few words." Nia Inming walked up and handed him the microphone. Lu Jin immediately took the microphone, stepped forward, and said to everyone, "Haha, I didn't want to be the captain of the third squad this time, but the old man was so enthusiastic and insisted on asking, so I had no choice but to accept." However, at this moment, he caught a glimpse of the old man from the corner of his eye. He looked at him with a smile on his face and immediately changed the subject and said, "Well, it's also to be considerate of him, right? We should have this concept of respecting the elderly and loving the young since we were young." When everyone heard this, smiles immediately appeared on their faces, and they looked at Lu Jin as if they were enjoying a good show, and so did Nia Inming. He probably never expected that almost everyone in Jingling Court would come to participate in this celebration. Some of them knew Lu Jin, some were curious and wanted to see what was so difficult for someone who was promoted to the position of squad leader so quickly, and some just came to join in the fun. Regardless of their purpose, this celebration was a great success. Everyone must eat, drink, and have fun, Lu Jin said to the people below, then walked down and headed towards the table where the old man was sitting. "Hey, kid, I think you were very powerful just now," the old man said to Lu Jin with a smile on his face. "How can that be? Isn't it just relying on your reputation?" Lu Jin laughed when he heard that. "Congratulations on becoming the captain of the third division," Uno Hanaretsu said at the table. "Ha ha ha. Thank you. This is all thanks to your kindness," Lu Jin said when he saw this, remembering the first review, when he was eliminated just by 1 point. Lu Jin felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Uno Hanaretsu had not let him go and gave him a point, there would probably not have been such a successful celebration. "This is all your own credit," Uno Hanaretsu said to him. After all, she was just giving him a reminder. However, at this moment, several figures walked in. Lu Jin looked and saw that they were several invaders who walked into the celebration party, sat casually at a table, and started laughing. A puzzled look appeared on Lu Jin's face. Chapter 31. The relationship between us and them is no longer as tense as before. It's almost relaxed, Uno Hanaretsu explained when she saw Lu Jin's confusion. Thinking of what had happened, Lu Jin was shocked. After all, could it be eased like this? Why did they do that? The old man then explained. "Because Aizen betrayed Jingling Court, we just happened to reach a consensus with them, and our relationship is slowly developing towards a better state." Lu Jin understood what was going on after hearing this. After all, the invaders' goal was the same as ours, which was to capture Aizen and other defectors. Since they had the same goal, they could naturally reach a consensus. What happened before? Lu Jin seemed to be hesitant to speak. After all, what happened before was still fresh in his mind and could not be forgotten just by reaching a consensus. The previous misunderstandings have been explained. Now why not invite them to your celebration party to improve the relationship between the two sides? The old man continued. Lu Jin understood after hearing this. but they still can't quite fit in here. Kairaku Shunsui said this, and Lu Jin looked over when he heard it, only to see that at the table where the invaders were, they were the only ones there. The rest of the people had no intention of sitting at the same table with them. At this time, Rukia's figure appeared in Lu Jin's eyes. Isn't she imprisoned and punished? The old man was speechless and looked at Lu Jin as if he was an idiot. The relationship has already eased, so why should we keep this a secret? Hee. Lu Jin scratched his head when he heard that, and smiled brightly, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, such an idiotic question actually came out of his mouth. Go over and talk to them. Haven't you had any contact with Kurosaki Ichigo? The old man said to Lu Jin. Huh. There was a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that the old man would send him to be the link of friendly relations between the two sides. But when he remembered his interactions with Kurosaki Ichigo, he walked towards their table. Eat well, drink well, and have fun, everyone. Lu Jin sat down at the dining table and said to everyone, Haha, congratulations on becoming the captain of the 3rd Division. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed heartily upon seeing this, and the next few people also congratulated Lu Jin one by one. As there were so many people around, they didn't feel comfortable going up to congratulate him, so they planned to find Lu Jin to congratulate him individually after the celebration. However, they didn't expect Lu Jin to come over on his own initiative. Haha, thank you. Lu Jin responded with a smile. Are you okay? He then asked Rukia. After all, he had witnessed all those cruel punishments, and now sitting together, he felt a little guilty. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Rukia said generously when she saw this. After all, she also saw the guilty look on Lu Jin's face. Okay, it's nothing, don't worry about it. Kurosaki Ichigo also spoke at this time. After all, the relationship between the two sides has become friendly now, and it is enough to explain the past things clearly. Let's go and have some fun. It's not fun to just sit here all the time. Lu Jin said to everyone. Everyone looked helpless. After all, when they first came in, only people they knew were sitting here, and no one from Jingling Court sat next to them. Now if they didn't sit here and walked out, they would feel a little awkward and embarrassed. Seeing this, Lu Jin naturally knew what they were thinking and had to walk out. A moment later, Nye Ming and Matsumoto Ranjaku were seen being brought over by Lu Jin. Seeing this, they knew what he was going to do, and walked straight up to Rukia and started talking. More and more people from Jingling Court gathered around them, laughing at them. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw this, he knew that Lu Jin must have gone out for them, and immediately said to him, Thank you. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin waved his hand and said with a smile, It's a small matter, not worth mentioning. By the way, what are your plans after becoming the captain of the 3rd Division? Kurosaki Ichigo asked Lu Jin. He was a little confused when he heard that. Yes, what happens after becoming the captain of the 3rd Squad? He really didn't have any plans. After all, it was the old man who forced him to take the position in the beginning. He passed the assessment in a confused manner and became the captain of the 3rd team. What about you? What are your plans for the future? Lu Jin couldn't think of anything, so he asked Kurosaki Ichigo. Let's find Aizen and the others first, and let the rest take its course. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Hearing this, Lu Jin also felt that this was a good idea. Let things take their course in the future. Let's go and have some fun. Lu Jin said to Kurosaki Ichigo. Okay. Upon hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo followed him and walked around the celebration. As the people from Siriidii kept greeting him, more smiles appeared on Kurosaki Ichigo's face. Wow, you are Kurosaki Ichigo, right? At this time, a member of the Siriidii 13th team walked up to Kurosaki Ichigo, looked at him with admiration, and said, After all, the incident from last time still lingered in his mind for a long time. The image of Kurosaki Ichigo holding the haki of Zanpakuto was retained in his mind. He had felt embarrassed before because there were so many people around, but now that he saw Kurosaki Ichigo walking in front of him, he naturally had to come up and greet him. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the enthusiastic person in front of him and felt a little embarrassed. Well, I'm Kurosaki Ichigo, what's wrong? The team member immediately asked, Can you sign an autograph for me? Kurosaki Ichigo's face flushed, and a hint of shyness appeared. Okay, where's the signature? Seeing this, Lu Jin spoke directly, and the team members quickly took out paper and pen and handed them to Kurosaki Ichigo, and then he signed his name on the paper. In this way, with the help of Lu Jin, Kurosaki Ichigo and his friends became good friends with the people from Jinglingting. Chapter 32. Lu Jin was very happy when he saw them having so much fun together, but they were invaders after all and could not stay in Jingling Court for too long. Once the channel between Soul Society and reality is repaired, they will naturally leave here, but the distance between them and the repair of the channel is limited. it still takes some time. Now Lu Jin just wants to make the relationship between the two sides more friendly. What's wrong? Aren't you happy for me that I became the squad captain? However, at this moment Lu Jin saw Kurosaki Ichigo walking towards him with a depressed look on his face. Of course not. I will definitely be happy if you become the captain. Kurosaki Ichigo forced a smile on his face and said to Lu Jin, "Then what's wrong? Why do you look so depressed even though you're happy?" Lu Jin had a hint of confusion on his face, not knowing why he was so depressed. Hey, the people in the Jingling Court are already repairing the passage between Soul Society and the real world. I believe the gate to the real world will be repaired soon. Kurosaki Ichigo sighed, looked at Lu Jin with a reluctant look on his face, and said, "After all, the gate to the present world has been repaired." Then they had to leave Jingling Court and return to the real world. Well, it's not like you're leaving and never coming back. Come back and take a look if you missed this place. Lu Jin naturally saw the look on his face and immediately comforted him, even though the gate to the present world had not been repaired. However, the passage between Soul Society and the real world still exists. It's just that it is a little difficult for people in the real world to come here. But it is just a difficulty, not that they cannot come back. I know that too. It's just that we've been doing good things for so long, and I feel a little reluctant to let you go. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Lu Jin with a sad expression on his face and said, "After all, everything that happened in Jinglington during this period was still vivid in his mind. What's more, the relationship with the Shizue 13th Squad has just been eased with great difficulty, and I feel reluctant to leave so soon. Don't worry, we will all remember you." Lu Jin patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go, everyone is waiting for you." Rukia and others were seen sitting at the table, happily chatting with Nia In-ming and others with laughter on their faces. The group of people were talking and laughing. Kurosaki Ichigo also followed his gaze, and when he saw the scene in front of him, the feeling of reluctance in his heart became even stronger. "Okay, let's go over there too." After Lu Jin finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the table. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo followed him. "Hey, you are the protagonist of this celebration, don't run around," Nia In-ming said as soon as she saw Lu Jin. "I'm just taking a walk." Lu Jin quickly opened his mouth when he saw this. "And you, I didn't realize you still have admirers now." At this time, Matsumoto Ranjika came out and said that she had naturally seen the scene just now. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head with a shy look on his face, feeling a little embarrassed. "Okay, stop teasing him." Lu Jin came out and helped him resolve the embarrassment. "By the way, is the gate to the real world under repair?" Rukia asked with a puzzled look on her face. "Well, it will be repaired soon." Kurosaki Ichigo stood up and said, with a hint of reluctance on his face. Upon hearing this, the invaders all showed a look of reluctance on their faces. After all, once the passage to the real world was repaired, they would have to leave Soul Society and return to the living world. All right, let's take this opportunity to have some fun," Lu Jin said, breaking the sad atmosphere on the court. The sadness on the invaders' faces disappeared, and everything returned to normal. "Even if it's repaired, it's not like I can't come back. I can come back when I miss you guys." At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo also stood up and said. However, the invaders all understood that it would be very difficult to cross into Soul Society through the channel of the mortal world. "Okay, we will come to see you from time to time, don't worry." Lu Jin also spoke at this time. After all, it is very easy for Soul Society to travel to the real world. Upon hearing this, the invaders' expressions returned to normal and they began talking and laughing again. However, at this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo walked towards Lu Jin and said, "Let's go out for a walk." Lu Jin looked a little puzzled when he heard that. "Where are you going?" Although he was confused, he still followed Kurosaki Ichigo and walked outside. "Let's go see when the passage will be repaired." Kurosaki Ichigo was seen walking towards the passage to the real world. Lu Jin was a little confused. After all, if the passage was repaired, someone would definitely be sent to inform him. Why would he go and see it? Does it matter when the access road is repaired? Yeah. Kurosaki Ichigo Kaido, it is indeed very important to him when the passage will be repaired. After all, he still has something to do. If there is still some time left for him before the passage is repaired, then he would deal with this matter, and Lu Jin naturally didn't know what he was thinking. "What's wrong? Are you going to do something? Let's go and take a look first." Kurosaki Ichigo quickened his pace and rushed towards the passage to the real world. Although Lu Jin was confused, he still followed and saw two figures, one black and one white, rushing towards the passage like two beams of light. A moment later, the two of them arrived in front of the passage. They saw a huge passage with energy fluctuating in front of the door. At the same time, there were dozens of people repairing the door continuously, adding spiritual power to the door and constantly repairing it. What are you going to do now? Lu Jin said, looking at Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him. Let's go and take a look first. Kurosaki Ichigo walked towards the passage door and immediately felt a force of attraction coming from the door, constantly pulling towards his body. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that the portal would be repaired soon, and the current attraction was a good proof of this. Let's go. Kurosaki Ichigo naturally knew in his mind when the passage portal would be repaired, so he turned around and left. Lu Jin was indeed a little confused, not knowing what he was going to do. Where are we going now? Just follow me. After Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, he continued to walk forward. Seeing this, Lu Jin had no choice but to follow him. Chapter 33. Lu Jin followed him and walked towards a remote courtyard in Jingling Court. What are you doing here? Lu Jin looked at the shabby yet spacious courtyard in front of him, feeling somewhat confused as to why Kurosaki Ichigo brought him here. I saw Kurosaki Ichigo indeed move towards the stone bench beside the courtyard and sit down. Do you remember what happened during this period? Lu Jin didn't know why he said this, but he still walked over and sat down on a stone bench next to him. What happened during this period is so vivid in my mind. I admire your behavior very much. Lu Jin recalled that he held the Zanpakuto alone and fought against the entire Jingling Court in order to rescue Rukia, and admiration arose in his heart. It's all for important people, not worth mentioning. But you make me look at you with new eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at him and smiled. If it's not worth mentioning that one person dares to fight against the entire Jingling Court alone, then I'm afraid there's nothing worth mentioning. Lu Jin continued. That's better than daring to confront the old man. Kurosaki Ichigo also said it this time, only to see Lu Jin's face a little surprised. He didn't expect that he actually knew it. It's not a secret. Besides, many people already know about what happened that day. Kurosaki Ichigo said. After all, what happened that day spread very quickly, so it was not surprising that Kurosaki Ichigo knew about it. But why did you bring me here? Lu Jin asked the doubts in his heart at this time. After all, this place is too remote. The gate to the real world will be repaired soon, and then I will leave here. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Lu Jin was still a little confused. After all, invaders could not stay in Jingling Court for too long, but what did this have to do with bringing him here? I want to compete with you. Kurosaki Ichigo naturally saw the doubt on his face and spoke out. At this time, he drew out the Zangetsu. A high-spirited aura emerged, and the fiery fighting spirit in his eyes kept beating. Lu Jin naturally understood what had happened when he saw this. He just flipped his palm, and the white shark appeared in his hand. I won't show mercy. Me too, Kurosaki Ichigo said, and then he shot towards Lu Jin like a cannonball. The Zanpakuto in his hand showed a hint of coldness, and stabbed towards his chest. Lu Jin looked at the knife shadow that was getting bigger and bigger in his pupils, and swung the white shark in his hand horizontally, then rushed forward. When the two knives were about to collide, a tense and solemn look appeared on the faces of both men. Both of them shouted loudly, and their spiritual power continued to increase. Bang! A huge sound was heard, and the two of them flew backwards like kites with broken strings. Lu Jin inserted the white shark into the ground. A horizontal groove about several meters long appeared, and his figure barely stopped. He immediately drew his sword and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo's flying figure. The white shark in his hand was surging with spiritual power. Kurosaki Ichigo naturally saw this scene and kicked the wall behind him with both feet. He was seen rushing towards Lu Jin quickly, holding the Zangetsu sword in both hands, with the fighting spirit in his eyes not concealed at all. He struck the white shark fiercely, and a dark crescent-shaped slash came out. Seeing this, Lu Jin's ability to copy the white shark in his hand emerged. He waved the white shark in his hand with one hand, and an identical slash flew out. Two slashing blows appeared in the sky, collided and canceled each other out, and the surrounding air was suppressed by a wave of air. A strong wind wave hit the two of them, causing them to step back a few steps. Seeing this, Lu Jin waved his hand and made a cross cut, attacking Kurosaki Ichigo. Just as he stabilized his body, he saw a dark cross cut in front of him, heading straight for his face. Even though Zangetsu was across his chest, the moment the slash touched him, a huge spiritual power swept through his whole body. He shouted quickly, took a step forward and swung out the Zangetsu in his hand fiercely. The cross-cut disappeared completely under Kurosaki Ichigo's slash. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was breathing heavily, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept sliding down his forehead. But Lu Jin certainly wouldn't give him a chance to rest. He suddenly appeared behind Kurosaki Ichigo and slashed at his back with the white shark in his hand. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was now nervous again. Feeling the pressure of spiritual power behind him, he immediately rolled over and barely avoided the knife from behind. At this moment, a horizontal groove of a knife suddenly appeared at the place where he was just now. Kurosaki Ichigo stood up without thinking and raised his hands, then slashed out with several blows. At the same time, his body ran towards the distance. Seeing this, Lu Jin swung his hands and made several identical slashes to meet the attack. His figure flashed and he chased in the direction where Kurosaki Ichigo was flying. I saw two figures, one black and one white, chasing each other on the field. From time to time, several slashes collided and bombarded the courtyard. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was flying in front, just stopped. He held the Zangetsu sword in both hands and slashed fiercely at Lu Jin, who was running behind him. No trace. Lu Jin saw the black light of the white shark in his hand suddenly appear, and facing the sudden knife, he immediately met it. I saw a pitch-black blade light emerging from the white shark like a huge shadow and smashing down towards the direction where Kurosaki Ichigo was. Kurosaki Ichigo felt a strong sense of crisis and immediately retracted Zangetsu and dodged behind him in a few flashes. Suddenly, a long horizontal ditch appeared on the ground. Lu Jin chased after it again. However, White Shark's ability is to copy, so naturally Kurosaki Ichigo can also use what he uses. In this fight, both of them use the same moves, and they don't hold back in any move. The two figures were constantly fighting in this small courtyard, and the bigger they got, the more intense the fight seemed to be. It seemed as if both of them found real pleasure in this stand-up fight. After the battle, both of them were panting and sweating profusely, but the look in their eyes when they looked at each other was as sincere as that of friends. Chapter 34. Time unknowingly came to the day when the door to the reality channel was to be repaired, and Lu Jin found Kurosaki Ichigo. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Kurosaki Ichigo showed a reluctant look on his face when he heard that, but the passage had been repaired, so they naturally could no longer stay in the jingling garden and had to return to the real world. "Okay, let's call Rukia and the others and go," Lu Jin said. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little confused when he heard this. "Where are we going?" Lu Jin said mysteriously. "Don't ask so many questions. You'll know when you get there." Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo had no choice but to walk into the house and call out Rukia and others. "What's wrong?" Rukia asked Lu Jin with some confusion on her face. "It's nothing, just follow me." Lu Jin was walking in the front, and the people following behind him had some doubts on their faces. However, despite this, they continued to follow Lu Jin's steps and walked forward. After a while, a house appeared in front of everyone. "What is this place?" Kurosaki Ichigo walked up and stood side by side with Lu Jin, looking at the gloomy and cold house in front of him with a puzzled look, and asked, "You'll know once you go in." Lu Jin pushed them forward while he walked at the back. Everyone looked at the dark place in front of them, not knowing what was inside. They turned around and looked at Lu Jin's relieved expression and had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk inside. Bang, bang, bang. However, just as Kurosaki Ichigo and others walked into the house, the lights were turned on, and a group of people, led by Nya Meng, fired salutes at Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Bang! At this time, a louder cannon sounded. Kurosaki Ichigo and others looked back and saw that it was Lu Jin who was holding an even bigger salute behind them. Sparkling chips fell from the sky. "This is a banquet prepared for you." Lu Jin walked up and said. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't quite understand what he said. "What party?" Lu Jin was speechless after hearing this. "Can't you tell this is a farewell party for you?" "Oh ha ha ha, thank you." Kurosaki Ichigo finally understood and immediately thanked everyone in front of him. Happy expressions appeared on the faces of the others as well. After all, they had never expected that the people from Jingling Court would actually hold a farewell party for them. "I thought that when I left, Lu Jin would at most bring some people to see me off, and that would be it. Let's go in quickly," Lu Jin said to everyone and pulled them into the dining table in the house. I saw it was covered with delicious food of all kinds. "We're about to leave. Would you like some drink?" Lu Jin asked Kurosaki Ichigo with a bottle of wine in his hand. "Okay, I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight." He took the wine and poured himself a glass. "Boys drink wine, girls drink juice." Lu Jin took out a few more bottles of juice and handed them to Rukia, Nya Meng, and the others. The banquet began, and everyone was eating, drinking, and chatting at the table. "Be careful when you go back this time." At this time, Lu Jin held a glass of wine in his hand and clinked it towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Don't worry. He gave him a reassuring look and touched the wine glass in his hand to him. A crisp sound was heard, and the two of them raised their heads and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. A blush instantly appeared on his face. Kurosaki Ichigo stood up again, picked up the bottle, and poured a glass for himself and Lu Jin. I haven't had much fun with you lately. I hope it will be the same next time we meet. Kurosaki Ichigo raised the wine glass in his hand after he finished speaking. Lu Jin greeted him again and said, Don't worry, our friendship will never change. Then they raised their heads and drank. After a few glasses of wine, their faces became even more rosy, and there was a hint of drunkenness in their eyes. Hey, remember to think of us when you go back. At this time, Matsumoto Ranjika walked over, holding a glass of juice in his hand, and said to Kurosaki Ichigo, Don't worry, I will. Kurosaki Ichigo responded, Come on, have a drink. Matsumoto Ranjika drank the juice in his hand, then picked up the bottle and poured some more wine, then raised his glass to Kurosaki Ichigo. He hadn't digested the last few glasses of wine yet, and if he drank any more now, he might not be able to control the alcohol. But seeing that Matsumoto Ranjiku, a girl, was drinking, he couldn't refuse immediately. He took the glass in his hand, tilted his head back, and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo had just taken a sip of wine when his brain began to feel dizzy. There was a blur in his eyes, and the scene in front of him flickered. After a while, he fell on the table and fell asleep. Lu Jin and Matsumoto Ranjika looked at each other helplessly. His alcohol tolerance was too poor. What should we do? Matsumoto Ranjiku asked Lu Jin with a slightly red face. Let him sleep here for a while. He has been too tired recently, and it is a rare opportunity for him to relax. I will take him back after the banquet is over. After saying that, she took off her clothes and covered him with them. Seeing this, Matsumoto Ranjiku ignored him, but at this moment an uncomfortable figure appeared in Lu Jin's eyes. Unlike the happy expressions on the faces of others, although Rukia had a smile on her face, there was a hint of sadness hidden inside. What's wrong? Lu Jin walked over and asked. Huh? Rukia was surprised by this sudden question, a puzzled look on her face. What's wrong? What's wrong with you now? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Jin explained. No, Rukia said quickly, but the sadness in her eyes could not be hidden. What happened? Lu Jin asked, naturally noticing the sadness in her eyes. Nothing. Rukia acted very naturally, without any sadness in her words. Seeing this, Lu Jin didn't know what to do. After all, it seemed that Rukia didn't want to say it. Chapter 35. The next day arrived as promised, and the gate to reality had been repaired. The passage leading to the gate to reality was densely packed with people from the Jingling Court. This group of people were obviously here to see off Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. They were seen standing in front of the gate of reality, looking back and looking at the people from Jinglingting who were seeing them off, their hearts filled with reluctance. Okay, let's go. Lu Jin walked up and said. Kurosaki Ichigo walked over with his arms open and gave him a big hug. I'm going to miss you guys. The others also came over, and Rukia hugged Nya In-ming with a look of reluctance in her eyes. Okay, let's go. Although Lu Jin and others were reluctant to leave, they could not stay in Jingling Court for too long. Now that the door to reality has been repaired, it would be better for them to leave as soon as possible. Yeah, Kurosaki Ichigo responded and let go of his hands casually. Let's go. Then he said to Rukia and others. I saw several figures slowly disappear into the door of reality one after another, and they were no longer seen. In the end, only Kurosaki Ichigo was left outside the door. He turned around and took a deep look at the group of people in front of him, raised his right hand and waved it vigorously, then turned around and left. Let's go back too. There was naturally some reluctance in Lu Jin's eyes, but there was nothing he could do. After seeing them all go in, he said to Nya In-ming and others around him. Then the group of people walked back. After experiencing many twists and turns, everything seemed to have returned to calm and nothing happened again. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner as usual, and taking advantage of these few days, Lu Jin also spent a few relaxing days. So boring. Lu Jin complained to Nya In-ming beside him with a toothpick in his mouth that he had taken from somewhere. Is it boring? Nya In-ming said with a strange smile on his face. Lu Jin felt a little scared when he saw the smile on her face. It's not boring anymore. It's interesting. He forced a smile on his face and said to Nya In-ming. That won't do. What you just said was boring. Seeing this, Nya In-ming continued to pester him, as if she didn't want to let Lu Jin go so easily. A helpless look appeared on Lu Jin's face. Who told him to be so complaining? He still remembered that he complained to her out of boredom 2 days ago, and she actually asked him to memorize the rules of Jingling Court. It almost cost him his life. I wonder what trick she will play this time. What? You said you were bored. You should thank me for helping you relieve your boredom. Lu Jin's face immediately showed helplessness, and a stream of spiritual power gathered at his feet. He turned around and wanted to escape. Nie Yinming had already sensed his movements and immediately reached out and grabbed him, lifting him up. Lu Jin's feet kept flapping in the air, but his figure did not move a step away from where he was. Hey, little girl, what are you going to do? Seeing this, Lu Jin immediately became timid and began to beg for mercy. Nothing. I'm just taking you to a place. Nie Yinming's smile remained on her face, as if she thought that what Lu Jin was about to experience was happiness. Then you have to put me down first before I can go with you. Lu Jin looked at his legs swinging in the air with some helplessness. I can put you down, but you must not run away, otherwise, Nie Yinming said. Lu Jin looked at the humming electric drill next to his neck and said immediately, Don't worry, I promise I won't run away. Seeing this, Nie Yinming let him go. Where are you going? Lu Jin knew he couldn't run away, so he continued to run away without interrupting and asked Nie Yinming. Just follow me. Nie Yinming said and walked out first. Lu Jin had no choice but to follow him. After a while, a huge hall appeared in front of them. Lu Jin was a little confused as he looked at the scene in front of him. Why did you bring me here? Nie Yinming put on a smile and said, You'll know once you go in. Then he walked in. Lu Jin looked at him suspiciously and followed him in. He saw many training tools inside. You don't want me to come here to train, do you? Lu Jin said with a bitter look on his face. He had just spent a few days relaxing, so why did he have to start training again? Don't forget that you are the captain of the third squad. Your teammates are all training hard. Wouldn't it be bad if you just play and have fun every day? Nie Yinming took him into a room, which was full of mechanisms. Just play in here for a while. Lu Jin was speechless when he saw the numerous and powerful mechanisms inside. Is this playing? This is probably playing with his life. He was about to discuss whether he could skip the training. Okay, I'll open the door for you to come out in an hour. Nie Yinming's unyielding attitude shattered Lu Jin's only remaining hope. Her eyes were full of resentment as she looked at Nie Yinming like a shrew, but she just walked out as if she didn't see anything. Bang! He walked outside the door and opened the mechanism in the room. With a sound, the door was closed tightly, and the mechanism in the room continued to operate. Lu Jin took a deep breath while looking at the dark space, then pulled out the Zanpakuto and held it tightly in his hand. He looked around with a vigilant look on his face, and in an instant, he saw a spear rushing towards him. He swung the Zanpakuto in his hand and slashed it out, cutting the spear into two halves before it got close. Then, one hidden weapon after another flew towards Lu Jin. What's wrong? Are you still bored now? An hour later, the door was slowly opened, and Nie Yinming asked with a smile as she looked at Lu Jin, who was sweating and panting. He gasped again. No, I'm not bored at all. It's okay as long as it's not boring. Otherwise, you can do it again. Nie Yinming said when seeing this. Lu Jin was speechless. If they stayed in this room for another hour, someone might die. However, at this moment, a figure ran towards the two of them quickly. Captain, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. What's wrong? Lu Jin asked the team member in front of him. Chapter 36. The captain is looking for you, said the team member. Lu Jin was a little confused when he heard that, but despite his doubts, he still rushed over without stopping. What do you want from me? A moment later, Lu Jin appeared in front of the old man. The people I sent out found traces of Aizen. The old man responded. What? Lu Jin was a little shocked when he heard this. After all, Aizen and others had been hiding very well since they defected from Soul Society. He didn't expect that his traces would be discovered this time. Where? They have now escaped to another world, the old man responded. Aizen brought the people around him to the real world, and the old man sensed this. What a powerful Ryatsu. This is really not right, said the old man. Lu Jin didn't expect that he could have relaxed a little, but there would be a bad omen. He didn't know what bad things would happen. In the real world, Aizen has started to stir up trouble and cause all kinds of destruction. This matter naturally attracted everyone's attention, and the old man called Lu Jin. Why are you looking for me suddenly? What's the matter, old man? Lu Jin said. Of course something happened. This matter is very urgent, and you have to deal with it immediately. The old man said with a smile. What's the rush? Didn't the invader go back? We should be able to relax now. Don't be so relaxed now, understand me? Just do it, just follow what I say. Oh, what is it? You should tell me now. If you don't tell me, I won't know what happened. I feel that the real world is very dangerous, and I want to send you to investigate. The old man looked serious. Seeing the old man's serious expression, Lu Jin also became serious. The real world? How could that be? You don't mean those weird things that happen in the real world, do you? Those are just things humans do. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. It happens every day. That's not what I'm talking about. Anyway, take the two vice captains to the real world to investigate. It's troublesome. Investigation? Really? It's so troublesome. Can I take a break? Lu Jin still wanted to take a break. It could be said that he didn't want to encounter these troublesome things every day. But the old man's expression said it all. He really didn't want to let him go easily. Why do you want to rest? This is a critical moment. Don't you care about the people in the real world? The old man pretended to be angry. I'm concerned, but I really don't think anything bad will happen. It's really troublesome to go there specially. Are you saying there's something wrong with my perception? Stop saying those meaningless things and go there quickly. So which two vice captains should I choose? How about you help me choose? I have no idea. Lu Jin stated the actual situation. It is true that one should be cautious in selecting people, because it is easy to run into trouble with teammates. It's not enough for one person to carry the team. It still requires the cooperation of the team. Since it is a teamwork, the team naturally cannot be weak. It's such a simple truth, but I still don't want to give up easily. You be asterisk 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 D. Don't you know you're the captain of the third squad? How can you push this kind of thing onto others? Isn't this a small matter for you? Isn't it like this? Don't tell me you can't even do this kind of thing right after taking office. The old man thought that any captain could easily do this kind of thing, and there was no need for him to say anything more. Such an answer obviously did not satisfy him. He still felt that there was no need to say more about such things. Just do it, and it would be done. Talking more would be useless. Okay, I understand. I'll think about it. There's no time left. We need to choose a candidate right away. Hurry up, okay? How can we accomplish anything if we keep dilly-dallying like this? Old man, I suddenly realized that you are a very impatient person. Don't you know that everything must be done slowly? It's not something that can be done just by talking about it. It's really not that easy to choose this candidate, right? You should be very clear about this. You are an old man, so famous that you should know this truth. You will not achieve anything great if you are impatient like this. Lu Jin complained, without any malicious intent. He just felt that he had his own opinions and wanted to accomplish things in his own way. It is true that what the old man said makes sense, but I still want to do it my own way. Okay, I was wrong. I really lost to you. So, choose carefully, but you'd better choose quickly. If you are a step late, it may cause huge losses. Don't forget that you came here from the real world. Don't forget where you came from after arriving here. I believe in your abilities. Well, I won't let you down. I will do this job well and show you, and everyone else, that I am capable of being the captain of the 3rd Division. I believe I can complete this task well. Don't worry, I'll select the right people and leave right away, but before I leave, can I sit down and have some tea with my good friend? Lu Jin suddenly thought of drinking tea. This kind of thing is so simple. If you want it immediately. This is human desire. He just follows his own desire. He thinks that if he doesn't drink tea now, his condition will not be good later. What are you talking about, drinking tea? Where do you put the safety of people in the real world? Do you know what time it is now? There's no time to dawdle. If you're still thinking about this kind of nonsense, I'll beat you up. Don't you know you're a captain? A captain should act like a captain. Don't forget this and keep it in mind all the time. If you think like this, you really underestimate the tea ceremony. Let me tell you something. A true tea drinker cannot go a single day without drinking tea. It just so happens that I haven't had tea today, and I'm thirsty now. I'm just telling the truth. Old man, I tell you this because I value and respect you. Why don't you understand my intentions? It seems that I don't understand you more deeply. Well, go have some tea, and I'll investigate after you finish your tea. Although this matter is urgent, as you said, there is no use in being anxious. Just do it according to your own method. I believe you can complete this task well. Since you are the captain, I naturally know your strength. Well, actually, there's another reason why I drink tea. I just like it. I know I might get into a lot of trouble next. If I die after that, I won't have the chance to drink tea with my friends anymore. And drinking tea can actually calm people down. I'm still quite nervous right now. No kidding, I'm just appearing calm. Duh. Chapter 37. The old man saw his thoughts from his eyes, and he was just as he said, with nothing to hide. I see. But don't worry, I believe in your ability. You won't die. Besides, you have 2 powerful vice captains by your side. You must believe in the power of the team. Then I'll go select people. Lu Jin said. Well, go ahead. The old man nodded. Lu Jin gathered all the vice captains together and prepared to speak. Here's the thing. I called everyone here because I have something to ask of you. I actually need 2 deputy captains, and I want to choose the most suitable candidates from among you. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Jin said. Of course, That belongs to my vice captain of the 1st Division, Chojiro Sasaki. You should understand what the 1st Division means. It means the strongest. Everyone should understand this. If you understand, then let me be one of them. I know I am capable of doing this, and it is not difficult for me. Chojiro Sasaki said. How can you say that? The vice captain of the 1st Division is not necessarily the strongest. Maybe the captain of the 1st Division is the strongest, but the vice captain of the 1st Division is not necessarily the strongest. I'm serious. I don't think what you said makes sense. If you want to say who is more suitable for this position, it is of course me, Omida Marekio. Everyone knows that I am a real strong person. Omida Marekio said. No, 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 this position must belong to me. Why not me? I'm such an outstanding person, you should all know it clearly. Who is more suitable for this position than me? Everyone knows how stable I am. There is no problem giving me this position. You can't go wrong by choosing me. Choose me. I am the one who can really help you. Kira Aziru said. I think this position should belong to me. A team must have a girl to balance it out. It's not like that. I'm serious. I really think I am suitable for it. It's right to let me go. I can use my strength to help you. I know it must be an important mission, and I don't want to miss such an opportunity. Kotetsu Isane said. What are you talking about? This position belongs to me. Who is more suitable than me? Don't look at me because I am a girl. I will not lose to boys in terms of fighting ability. Believe me, I am right. Just do it. I have done many tasks like this. It is not a big problem. I agree with what Yongin said. Girls do need it, but it should be me. Hinamori Momo said. What girls or boys? I tell you, there is no task that I cannot complete. You can leave it to me. I am Abarai Renji, and everyone knows my strength. I can say that I am the strongest vice captain. There is nothing wrong with that. That's just how it is. I am versatile. I can play my role no matter what lineup. Choosing me is the right choice. Abarai Renji said. No, no, no. Look at my appearance. I am an uncle. What does this mean? Girls all like older men. No, I'm talking about the reason uncles exist. I have a lot of combat experience because I'm an uncle. I've fought in all kinds of situations, so choosing me is not wrong. I'm an experienced uncle, said shooting range Tetsuzeman. See my glasses? Knowledge is power. You can't go wrong choosing me. I'm a woman who loves to read every day. How could you not fight for a woman like this? I know a lot of knowledge and can teach you. It's not a big deal. As long as you let me participate in this important mission, everything else is not a problem. Leave it to me. Ayase Nanao stood up and waved her hand. You all have your own reasons, but I have my own justice. I don't actually have anything to canvass for votes here, so if you think I'm suitable, then choose me. In short, if it is something I want to do, I will definitely complete it well. I don't want to force anyone. Follow your heart and make the right choice. This is the best approach for everyone. Hisagi Shohei said. There's nothing wrong with what you said, but who among you is more fierce than me? No one, right? That's it. So the person who should be chosen is me, not one of them. Do you understand what I mean? I am the most fierce woman, so it is natural that I should be elected. This is the most uncontroversial one. I don't want to say too much, that's it. Matsumoto Ranjika said. No, none of you are more cautious than a child. I am a child, so I am the most suitable. But don't look down on me because I am small. In fact, I am not small. It is not a loss to choose me. Don't worry, my strength hasn't been fully revealed yet. When I do, no one will be my opponent. I'm a strong man under Zaraki Kenpachi. You should understand. Kasaka Yachiru said. Who among you knows more about high technology than me? No one. Only someone more advanced deserves this position. Choosing me is the right choice. And don't be fooled by my normal expression. I'm actually the fiercest one. You're right to choose me. As long as I exert my strength, surpassing Orochimaru won't be a big problem. Leave it to me. Nya Inmeng said. Lu Jin saw that everyone was arguing, but he had already expected something like this to happen. After all, such an opportunity is rare, and no one understands this better than him. That's right. He is a man of understanding, so he knows exactly how to deal with this matter. It is not difficult for him at all. It is that simple and can be accomplished no matter what. You are all recommending yourselves, but who is the most suitable candidate? Actually, I still have to choose it myself. Ha ha ha. You didn't expect that so many of you would recommend yourselves. Actually, it's useless. I'm the one who makes the choice, but I'm a fair and impartial person, so I'll naturally have my own standards. Don't worry, you'll all be satisfied. Lu Jin said. What? Are you kidding us? If that's the case, wouldn't you have said it earlier? Why wait until everyone has finished speaking before you tell us? Aren't you doing this on purpose? You're being too insincere. I think this behavior is really respectful. Don't think I'm strict. In fact, Tang Tang is even stricter. In short, you must give us a reasonable explanation. This is a must. Chojiro Sasaki said. Okay. I know what you're going to say, But actually, I did it on purpose because I want to drink tea too, right? After all, I'm the captain. Remember one thing. I'm the captain, and you're the vice captains. I'm the boss here, okay? If you understand, don't complain and just do what I say. Lu Jin said. Lu Jin thought that he still had to show his authority. After all, the captain was still the captain, and he was still one level higher than them. There was no problem in doing so. Chapter 38. If there is a problem, why does the captain exist? Even if it is not your own team. Even if your own team can only have one vice captain, but the captain is still the captain after all. This is the truth. This truth gave Lu Jin the confidence to do it and lead this group of people to success. This was what he wanted to do most now, and no one could stop him. What kind of person can become a true leader? No one knows the answer better than him. That's it, the God-level king of understanding. Only he is the most suitable for such a position. The final choice was Nirvana and the 10th Division's Vice Captain Matsumoto Ranjaku. The three of them went to the real world, came to Kurosaki Ichigo's high school, and inserted prostheses to become Kurosaki Ichigo's classmates, and began investigating as high school students. Because I am a high school student, I must start according to the high school student schedule. Ding dong. The crisp school bell rang. Lu Jin, Matsumoto Ranjaku, and others were so happy when they heard this voice. After waiting for so long. The get out of class is finally over. Matsumoto Ranjaku stretched and said, Yeah. If I keep listening like this, I'm really going to fall asleep. Nye Ming also echoed Matsumoto Ranjaku and spoke. You know, she had just tried hard for a long time to keep herself from falling asleep and go on a date with Zhogong. Then how are we going to meet up with Kurosaki Ichigo now? Matsumoto Ranjaku thought about the purpose of their visit to Kurosaki Ichigo's school this time. Hearing what Matsumoto Ranjaku said, Nye Ming looked at Lu Jin in confusion. You know, they had just entered here and had not met Kurosaki Ichigo yet. So the first task now was to meet up with Kurosaki Ichigo. How can we meet up? Of course we should go find him. Otherwise, how could he come to us on his own initiative? Lu Jin felt helpless and said lightly. That seems to be the truth. Matsumoto Ranjaku thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he nodded with a look of sudden enlightenment. But we don't know which class he is in now. How can we find him? Matsumoto Ranjaku thought of the key point of the problem and asked. Hearing this, Lu Jin curled the corners of his mouth and looked at Matsumoto Ranjaku. After seeing Lu Jin's eyes, Matsumoto Ranjaku immediately took a step back, because he had been with Lu Jin for a long time and knew that Lu Jin's smile meant bad intentions. Thinking of this, Matsumoto Ranjaku widened his eyes slightly, crossed his arms and said, What do you want to do? I tell you, I will not sell my body. Hearing this, Lu Jin was speechless. He rolled his eyes and looked away. You're overthinking it. I just want you to go find Kurosaki Ichigo. Hearing Lu Jin say this, Matsumoto Ranjaku immediately jumped up excitedly and said, What? I'm going. Why me? At this time, Nye Ming was covering her mouth and laughing secretly. She said that she was not surprised by Matsumoto Ranjaku's excited performance. You have to go? We'll wait for you on the rooftop. Lu Jin said helplessly. After that, he took Nye Ming away, leaving Matsumoto Ranjaku with a confused look on his face. K. Matsumoto Ranjaku couldn't help but swear as he watched the two people leaving. After venting his emotions, Matsumoto Ranjaku had no choice but to accept the task assigned to him by Lu Jin. There was no other way. The task assigned by the boss had to be completed. In the afternoon, Lu Jin and Nye Ming were on the rooftop looking at the scenery of the entire school. At this time, Matsumoto Ranjaku brought Kurosaki Ichigo over to meet them privately. It's really you, Kurosaki Ichigo said in surprise. When Matsumoto Ranjaku told him, he didn't believe it until he saw Lu Jin with his own eyes. Long time no see. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's voice, Lu Jin turned to look at Kurosaki Ichigo, then nodded and said with a smile. Since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they chatted for a while. Okay, we've talked enough, so we should get to the point, Matsumoto Ranjaku said. She didn't forget the main purpose of coming here. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and asked, What's your plan? We plan to leave school together after school tonight. What do you think? Lu Jin told them the plan they had discussed before, and asked Kurosaki Ichigo for his opinion. After hearing what Lu Jin said, Kurosaki Ichigo thought about it for a while, and felt that this method was feasible, and he couldn't think of a better way. I think it's okay, let's do it. Kurosaki Ichigo said. After getting Kurosaki Ichigo's consent, Lu Jin said, Okay, that's settled. We'll still gather here tonight, understand? Hearing this, everyone present nodded, indicating that they understood. In the evening, the crisp bell for the end of get out of class rang again, and several people came to the rooftop to gather one after another. Looking at the students going home after school, Lu Jin said calmly, "There are still too many people leaving school now. We will act immediately when the crowds thin out." Yes. After a while, there were no more people in the school. Lu Jin led a few people to a more remote corner of the school and planned to climb over the wall to get out. "Are you all okay?" Lu Jin looked at the not-so-high wall in front of him and spoke to Kurosaki Ichigo and Matsumoto Ranjaku. "Don't worry, we are all okay. You just need to send Nya In-ming out first," Matsumoto Ranjaku said confidently. Hearing this, Lu Jin didn't say much. He glanced at Nya In-ming and directly helped Nya In-ming climb over the wall. Then, Lu Jin jumped easily and successfully climbed over the wall. The remaining Kurosaki Ichigo and Matsumoto Ranjaku also climbed over the wall with their efforts. After coming out, several people clapped their hands and looked at the dark front, suddenly looking confused. "We've come out, but where are we going?" Matsumoto Ranjaku said as he looked at the dark road ahead. This was also a problem. They had indeed come out, but they had no place to stay at night. Thinking of this, Lu Jin asked Kurosaki Ichigo, "Kurosaki Ichigo, where is your home? We can go to your house first." "Yeah, why didn't I think of that?" Matsumoto Ranjaku patted his head and said. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo paused, but before he could speak, Matsumoto Ranjaku continued, "It's decided. We'll go to your house tonight." After he finished speaking, Matsumoto Ranjaku directly pulled Kurosaki Ichigo and led the way, while Lu Jin followed behind the two of them with Nya In-ming. After a while, they all arrived at Kurosaki Ichigo's house. The moment they opened the door, Lu Jin and others stopped, because Kurosaki Ichigo's house was too small. Chapter 39. What's going on? Kurosaki Ichigo, why is your house so small? Seeing this scene, Matsumoto Ranjaku couldn't help but ask. "I wanted to tell you before, but I didn't know how to tell you." Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head embarrassedly. "I didn't think too much about it before. I just wanted to be able to live there. I didn't expect to encounter this situation. After discussing it with a few people, I finally had to leave Lu Jin alone. In fact, there are indeed many reasons why Nya In-ming and Matsumoto Ranjaku did not live in Ichigo's house. After all, they are both girls, and it is not a good thing for them to live with two boys. Everyone knows this. They are no longer children, and they know this kind of thing very well, but they are going to live together anyway. So this result is still a good one." "Where are we going to live?" asked Nya In-ming. "I don't know about that either. I don't understand this world. How about you give me some advice?" "I really don't have any idea, but I believe you can do it. Come on, give me some advice soon," Matsumoto Ranjaku said. "Even if you say that, I can't do anything about it. If I had a way, I would tell you. You know, we are all unfamiliar with this world. I was originally going to live in Ichigo's house, but who knew it was impossible to live there? There was nothing I could do, so I had to choose a safer option. I didn't want to end up like this. There's no need for us to argue about this. We really need to find a place to live now, right? You know, we have an important task to complete now, and we can't do it without rest. How can we complete the task if we are not in good condition? It seems impossible to think about it. I am right? Anyway, it is right to do as I say. Believe it. So what are you talking about, little sister? You have to be responsible when you speak. Now tell me if there is any good way for us to stay here. Anyway, I can't think of any, so I can only leave it to you. I believe you. I can't be without a place to live, right? I don't want to sleep on the ground. It will dirty my pretty face." Yes. Well, after thinking about it, there's no other solution. We have no choice but to go find Lu Jin. He's the most familiar with this place. Although we shouldn't disturb him, there's no way to say more in this situation. We can only take a shortcut and ask him, which is the best way. I know he is a good person and will help us. That's true. After all, this is his place, so naturally he is more familiar with it. It's a good idea to do this. I believe there will be no problem. Let's go quickly. There is no time to worry about so many things. Let's see if you can help us find a good place to live. There really is no other way now. We are not familiar with each other, so there is no need to force ourselves." The two went to find Lu Jin and asked him if there was any place they could stay. "What? You said you didn't know where to live?" "That's true. Why didn't I think of that? This is my responsibility. I'm very sorry. I'll help you find a place to live, right? Actually, there are many options. Wait a minute. I'll think of the most suitable place right away. Trust me, I won't cheat you," Lu Jin said. Lu Jin thought it was his own mistake. He didn't think things through properly, and it shouldn't be like this. You should think things through more thoroughly. That's the most responsible way to behave. No one said that what he did was a big sin. It was just a mistake. You know, there are many people who make mistakes, and he is not the only one. That's it. Okay, take your time to think about it. It's okay, Matsumoto Ranjaku said. Or, you can go to a hotel. I think it's suitable for you. You two can just book a room, Lu Jin said. Booking a room? What is that? I've never heard of it before. Tell me quickly, what kind of person would do that? Matsumoto Ranjaku was full of curiosity. Haha. Actually, that's what adults do. You know, adults do what adults like to do. I don't need to explain this much, right? Of course, you are all adults, so you should understand this. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Please explain it again. I'm interested in this. I'm not kidding. The more you say it, the more interested I am. I want to know right away. Tell me quickly. No, 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 I can't tell you this. This is no joke. If you're interested in this and forget you're a Shinigami, that's not okay. How could I let you become obsessed with the real world? You belong to Soul Society, believe me, so the topic of renting a room is over, but it's not actually over, because you guys are going to rent a room. What? What exactly is renting a room? Tell us quickly. You asked us to rent a room, but you didn't tell us what it is. What should we do then? In short, don't hide anything. Of course, I know you're the captain, and we naturally respect every captain. But regarding this hotel room, please tell me what it's like. I really want to do it. No. How about this? Just treat it as a joke. I'll take you there now, and you'll know when you get there. Needless to say, my language wasn't well organized, but now it's fine. I'll just take you there. No, if you don't tell me, I won't go. Matsumoto Ranjika got angry and thought this was disrespectful to her. No matter what, we are all together. There is no need to hide anything from each other. We also believe that if there are things that the team does not understand, we really need to help each other to achieve better results. Having hidden something like this from her, she had no mood to continue. She was so determined. Oh, I told you it's nothing serious. Wasn't I just joking with you? Why are you so serious? It's for your own good not to tell you. Okay, no more jokes. If you say so, then we have no choice but to go to Inoue Oraheim's house. Lujin felt helpless about this. He had just wanted to tease the other party, thinking that the other party would not understand what he was saying. He did not expect the other party to be so serious and entangled with this. This was completely unreasonable to him, and he thought in his heart that he should deal with this matter immediately, which would be the most responsible thing for both of them. Inoue Oraheim is who? Matsumoto Ranjaku. She's just a good friend. Anyway, she's a good woman. I'll take you there. You are all girls, so there shouldn't be any big problems for you to live together. Is that okay? Are you satisfied with that? I've tried my best, sister. I'm doing this for your own good. Do you understand me? After all, I'm still the captain. Lujin said, well, I'll forgive you for what happened just now. If you say that, there's really no need for me to continue targeting you. Duh. Chapter 40. In this way, the four of them went to Inoue Oraheim's house. I knocked on the door, and it was Inoue Oraheim who came out to open it. Hey, why did you think of coming to my house? Come on, come in. Inoue Oraheim said. I won't go in. Please take good care of them for me. I need to rest as well. But can they live in your house? It's a bother. I have no other choice. Ichigo's house can't accommodate so many people. Lujin said. Is that so? Okay, no problem. Take your time then. The three girls got along very well, talked about many things, and were full of laughter. The next morning, the four people including Lujin went to school to attend classes as usual, in fact, to continue their mission. This task is not so easy to complete. Before it is completed, you can only play the role of an ordinary student. There was no way around it. After all, this mission required the strength of each of them and was a task that could not be abandoned halfway. The investigation began. Lujin was very responsible during the process and focused almost all his attention on these inexplicably appearing virtual beings. Why are there so many hollows? Is our mission to deal with these scum? We don't have that much time. I don't want to do these small things. I can only say that this investigation is too difficult. Matsumoto Ranjika said. There's no other way. We have to do this. You think exactly the same as I do. I don't want to do this either, but there's no other way. We can only continue investigating. This is our mission, isn't it? Of course, these scraps are not our ultimate goal. Just remember this, and the rest is not a big deal. Just follow your own ideas. Lujin said. Well, everyone, we can only keep working hard. There's nothing we can do about it. In this situation, we can only keep searching for clues. After all, this is a mission that requires us to go out together. I think there must be a lot of considerations involved, and it won't end like this. Let's keep going. This is our mission, isn't it? Come on. We can't let down our guard for even a moment. Niraming said. The investigation continued, but the students almost discovered something was wrong, which was a very thrilling thing. Lujin didn't expect that this task looked easy, but it was actually not easy. However, Lujin relied on the system to investigate and found some clues, and thought that these guys seemed to be different from the normal virtual ones they had defeated before. Well, I want to say one thing. I think these hollows we defeated are different from the previous ones. I don't know if it's just my illusion, but my intuition tells me that there are indeed differences. What exactly are the differences? Do you have any clues? If you have any, please tell me. This is something that will benefit everyone, and I believe you won't hide it. Lu Jin said. Oh, what's there to hide? Under the current circumstances, I also want to finish this task as soon as possible, but what's the difference? To be honest, I didn't notice anything different. I'm not being naughty on purpose. I really don't know. I can't help it. I really don't have any idea about this matter. This is the only way. Nie Meng tilted his head and said, Me too. Different? I don't think so. Aren't they all the same? They're all ugly, and I just want to stab them when I see them. Isn't that what it's like? I think everyone thinks this way. I don't think there's really any big problem. That's how it is. If there's no problem, then there's no problem. It's really hard to tell the difference in this kind of thing, said Matsumoto Ranjiku. Really? Actually, I don't know what's wrong. I didn't expect everyone to think the same way. This is very troublesome. This investigation has run into a difficult problem. Now I don't know how to solve this problem. We must analyze it as soon as possible before the other side launches an offensive. This is the way it should be, and we shouldn't waste time here. I know what you're thinking. Really, we also want to investigate this as soon as possible, but this kind of thing is not that simple. Let's take our time. Facts tell us that there's no rush. We can only think of a solution slowly. Take it one step at a time. This is the only way to go when you have no clue. Maybe you will think of something useful in the next second. Keep working hard. Nie Meng said. Thank you for your support. This is something our team has to accomplish together. I hope everyone will have a sense of responsibility. This is not a joke. We are going to do something big. If we don't do this, how can we complete such a grand task? Everyone must contribute. I believe we can do it. Come on, there is no other way now. Nie Meng believed that this matter could only be done slowly. There was no way around it, and it could not be rushed. This is the method of investigation for an investigation like this. We can only wait and see what happens, and then make corresponding countermeasures. This is the only way to do it. There is no other choice. This is what they can do now. There is no other way. Lu Jin didn't expect to encounter difficulties so soon. If he wants to move forward, he will obviously have to work harder. We have only achieved the basics now and need to put in more effort. However, we have no idea at the moment. We can only take one step at a time, as our teammates said. This is the correct way to deal with it. This kind of trouble was not what he wanted to encounter. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing shortly after becoming captain. But for him, this is a burden that he must overcome. If he doesn't cross it, he will only fail. Only by crossing it can he become a real man, a real Shinigami, a real captain-level figure. Now he does not have enough confidence to call himself that. Of course, he did not blame his teammates. He thought that his teammates had done what they should do, and there was nothing wrong with that. He was also himself and had made his own efforts, but he had not yet been able to achieve results. Of course, if you get impatient before you succeed, the result will only make failure more likely, so you still have to continue with patience. This is what the captain should do. Bringing 2 vice-captains with him, thinking that such a configuration is already very good, would be a huge failure if the task is not completed under such circumstances. No matter what, he is a captain, so he still has to be presentable and get things done so that others have no objections. Now, some people are still dissatisfied with him as the captain. Chapter 41. During the investigation, Matsumoto Ranjiku enjoyed life in the human world more and more. He learned a lot about human girls from Inoue and gradually developed a taste for them. It can be said that many people in school are fascinated by her beauty. They really think that such a girl is too beautiful to be human, and the word fairy cannot be used to describe this woman at all. Classmates started talking about it, and a few boys gathered together to discuss Matsumoto Ranjiku. Have you seen Matsumoto Ranjiku? I don't know when he arrived at this school, but he's absolutely dazzling. I never expected such a talented person to come to this school. He's really a beautiful sight for our school. That's right, but I tell you, a woman like this is definitely easy to pursue. Who knows how many boyfriends she has behind her? We should not think too much about it. A woman like this is not short of gunfire. You should know that very well. A woman like this is definitely not a good bird, so don't even think about pursuing her. That's impossible. It's impossible to pursue that. It's impossible to pursue it in this lifetime. But just like this, seeing her at school, seeing her dazzling bust, that's enough, right? Assholes, how much more do you need to ask for? Ha ha ha, that's true. Let me tell you, a woman with such a choppy figure is very attractive just by looking at her. There's no doubt about it. It's just wonderful. I won't say more. I'm going to go and take a peek later to see if I can take some secret photos. Secretly filming? Haven't you done that before? No? What's wrong? Have you ever done it? Of course. My phone is full of her pictures. She's been with me through many nights. Give me the phone. Lu Jin said. Who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Why should I give you my phone? Who do you think you are? Said male student A. I asked you to give me your phone. Didn't you hear me? What did you say? Speak louder. Hey, you are the only one standing up for others. Do you know who you are? Said male student B. Pa pa pa. In a few seconds, Lu Jin knocked several people to the ground. Do you dare to continue taking secret photos? Lu Jin looked at them angrily. I don't dare anymore. Several male students slipped away immediately. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku entered the classroom and found Lu Jin. What's wrong? Did something happen just now? Matsumoto Rangiku said. It's nothing. But did anything bad happen to you just now? Lu Jin said. No, what's wrong? I just went to the bathroom. Really? That's good. Lu Jin was relieved, thinking that Matsumoto Rangiku being targeted was a bad thing, and perhaps there were bad guys among them. Anyway, this kind of thing is very normal. Matsumoto Rangiku's popularity is increasing, which is easy to see. They also don't want her to be too conspicuous, as this will disrupt their plans and will not be of any benefit to their mission. Why are you asking? Are you worried about me? Matsumoto Rangiku said. Yeah, I'm worried about you. It's okay. I'm a Shinigami after all. No matter how many boys come, they won't be my match. Just come and I'll give them a good beating. I won't be bullied easily. That won't do. You're a Shinigami, and this isn't your world anyway. You should be more cautious and not show off. You still can't do anything too flashy, remember? Just listen to me. Our mission isn't over yet. I certainly believe in your abilities, but don't act unless you have no other options. I understand, but I actually still like life in the human world. I think it's worthy of being your birthplace. It's indeed a good place. Of course, I won't be too ostentatious. After all, there are no bad people approaching me now, so I don't have to worry. I will remember every word you say, and I will listen to everything you say. Do you like this world? That's great too. If you want to live in this world in the future, I'd always welcome you. But right now, the most important thing is to complete the current investigation mission. Oh, and there's one thing you might not have noticed. You're very popular right now, and a lot of people are talking about you. Be careful not to put yourself in danger, understand? Got it. Thank you for your concern. I will do my best. But am I really that popular? I haven't noticed that. But maybe it's because I'm too beautiful, haha. Matsumoto Rangiku was just responding to the other party's words, because she actually didn't care about the popularity at all. There was only Lu Jin in her heart, and no room for other men. No matter how popular she was, this would not change. She became the school belle, but she still didn't change her heart, which was not an easy thing to do. Lu Jin thought that this popularity was not a good thing. In any case, now was not the time to do this kind of thing. The most important thing was to complete the task. I don't know when the enemy will appear, so it's best not to drag others down. As for the school, it is the best choice at the moment, and I cannot give up my studies. Anyway, it was a good thing that this group of people sneaked into the school. Lu Jin did not forget the team's mission and continued his ordinary student life. However, the most important thing was not his studies, but to complete the tasks that should be completed as soon as possible. Matsumoto Rangiku wanted to complete the task as soon as possible, and what Lu Jin wanted to accomplish was what she wanted to accomplish. She was very happy that she was chosen as a partner this time. After all, when you are with the person you love, you will naturally be more motivated to do anything. There is no need to say more about this. This may be the power of love. Lu Jin wants to complete this task as soon as possible, but it seems that it is far from over now, and he needs to continue playing this role. Waiting is not something he likes, but it is also something that is necessary now. Such things are indeed very uncomfortable, but there is nothing he can do. Even if there is something else to do, it is not as high a priority as this one. He thought about not being able to live in Ichigo's house forever, but he couldn't think too much in the current situation. He could only take one step at a time. As the captain, he had to play a leadership role and naturally had to take care of everyone, regardless of gender. Chapter 42. Matsumoto Rangiku is ready to confess her love to Lu Jin, the man she has always admired, and she thinks this is a rare opportunity. In this situation, when all the boys in the school have a crush on her, she feels that it is best to stand up and make things clear. Maybe she will live in this world forever. If he continues to live here, Matsumoto Rangiku plans to confess his love to Lu Jin here, so that the two of them can become a couple, continue to develop their feelings, and maybe have human children together in the future. This is possible. That is, I believe that my feelings for Lu Jin will not change no matter how much time passes. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't confess his feelings. Matsumoto Rangiku knew this was a good opportunity. Now he had so much time to spend with Lu Jin, and such things were rare. It would be better to say it out sooner rather than later, as there might not be any troubles. So she absolutely had to seize this opportunity and did not want to give it up. After Matsumoto Rangiku was ready, He called Lu Jin to the rooftop of the school. What's the matter? Ranjiku, have you found any clues? Tell me quickly, Lu Jin said. Lu Jin is now wholeheartedly focused on the mission. He knows that this mission is the top priority and nothing is more important than this. It is still unclear what tricks the enemy is playing, but for him, it would be best if he had a clue now. In any case, he can only figure it out slowly. No matter how long it takes, he will try his best to complete this task. No, actually, I have something else to tell you, Matsumoto Ranjika said shyly. Matsumoto Ranjika felt very shy about this, since she had never confessed her feelings to a boy before. In this situation, we can only do it boldly. There is no reason to retreat. We have never retreated during the battle, and we will not retreat in this place. We have already determined to complete this task from the bottom of our hearts, so that there will be no trouble in the future. She knew that the mission was very important, but missions were not something that could be completed just by wanting to. No one can do anything now. We can only take one step at a time. I am also very relaxed in all aspects. I think there is nothing wrong with confessing at this time, and maybe other incredible things will happen after the relationship is confirmed. Other things, what exactly are they? Just tell me directly, Lu Jin said. Lu Jin couldn't guess what this was about, but since the other party wanted to say it, as a good friend, he could only listen attentively. Maybe there were indeed words that could help him. If it can be used, then of course we should use it. In the current situation, we don't know what will happen in the next second, so we can only try our best to complete what we can. Actually, it's like this. I've actually been, since a long time ago, said Matsumoto Ranjiku. Matsumoto Ranjiku didn't say it right away, still feeling very shy. She just told him that she originally thought that confession could only happen to other men, and only other men would confess to him, not her. But she also knew that it would take a long time for Lu Jin to confess his feelings to her, so it would be better for her to just go ahead and do it herself. Just do it and be done with it. This has always been her style, but at this moment it really embarrassed her. It is not easy for many girls to confess their love. After all, it is in front of the person they like. It is not easy to just speak. Of course, this is not the case for all girls. Some girls are very brave. Started before? What's wrong? Go on. Lu Jin looked confused. Lu Jin didn't know what she wanted to say and could only continue listening. No matter what, they were now on the same front and they still had to cooperate well. This was true for everything. It was true that working together as a man and a woman was not tiring. Moreover, having two female teammates made this point even more apparent. This was how things should be done. That's right. I've always been. Matsumoto Ranjika became even more nervous. Matsumoto Ranjika wanted to say it right away, but this kind of thing is not that easy. It is easy to say, but when you do it, you find it is not that easy. You still have to keep trying to say what you should say. This is a rare opportunity. Knowing that we have come this far, if I retreat, it would not be my style. I still have to complete the task. What? Hurry up and tell me. It will be bad if someone comes. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. We are teammates. Do you understand this? Teammates should be open and honest. Just say whatever you want. It doesn't matter. I'll protect you and help you with any difficulties. So be bold, and there's nothing to be afraid of, said Lu Jin. Lu Jin encouraged the other party to speak out, knowing that there was no time to reveal any flaws in the current situation and that what needed to be done had to be completed. This was what really needed to be done now. In any case, the investigation is still ongoing. If there is nothing to do, there is really no need to waste time. We should make the best use of our time. Well, actually, I have always liked you, and you are the only one in my heart. I know there are many people in school who like me, but you are the only one in my heart. Please date me, said Matsumoto Ranjiku. Matsumoto Ranjiku mustered up the courage to speak out, understanding the current situation. If he continued to drag it out, it would only continue to undermine his morale and continue to increase his pressure. He had to resolve the matter. This was the most correct approach. No matter what, such things had to be said. It was something that had to be done sooner or later. So that's it, are you serious? Lu Jin said. Lu Jin couldn't believe that the other party had such feelings for him, but he was very upset. Now was a special period and he was in no mood to talk about love. As a captain, your task is to be a role model for your teammates, not to fall in love at this time and forget what you should do. This is not what you should do now. He understood the other person's love for him, but this kind of thing also depends on the timing. At least for him now, he was not in the mood to think about it, and he didn't even know how to respond. He still planned to complete what he should do. This was the most important thing. The investigation had not been completed yet, and he was not in the mood to think about anything else. Chapter 44. Well, I didn't want to tell you originally because I was afraid it would affect your mood. I feel very upset now and don't know how to face him. I don't know if things will go smoothly from now on, and I don't know if my relationship with him is over. In short, there are too many unknowns, and I don't know what to do," said Matsumoto Ranjiku. Matsumoto Ranjiku still didn't want to affect other people. After all, this was a matter between the two of them. It wasn't that he didn't want his friends to get involved, but he felt that it was best for him to solve it himself. But the irony is that she doesn't have the ability to solve it now. She doesn't even know what to do next. There is no correct answer, which is very difficult. "I see, it's okay, I understand. Leave this matter to me and let me help you solve this problem. Actually, this isn't a big problem. The solution is actually very simple. Do I need to explain it in detail? Don't be too anxious. I'm telling you, this is how it is when two people are together. It won't happen that quickly," Kurosaki Ichigo said. Kurosaki Ichigo thinks it is too early to conclude failure now. No matter what, there is still plenty of time given to these two people, so there is no need to be so anxious now. Things that can be solved can be solved. It's just such a simple truth. I won't force anyone. I just think that such things are very obvious. I just need to take it slow and gradually build closer relationships. Really? Can I leave it to you? Are you that good? Of course, you're Kurosaki Ichigo. How could you not be? But I'm surprised you said this isn't a difficult problem. Is this solution really useful? Don't blame me for being long-winded. I really do want to know what to do next. I'm afraid that the two of us will never have a chance to make things right again, Matsumoto Ranjiku said. Matsumoto Ranjiku was still worried and thought that it was hard to say what would happen. After all, at that time, the other party's attitude could be said to be very bad, and it was possible that he would start to hate her from then on, which was not what she wanted. No matter who hates you, you don't want to be hated by the man you like. This is a truth. It will be the same if it happens to other women. There is no change. Oh, didn't I tell you? That's the answer. Don't be anxious. It's just a confession, right? There's still a lot to do. Let me tell you, many people take quite some time to pursue someone, sometimes even years. So are you kidding me if you give up now? You shouldn't give up. Come on, I believe in you, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Kurosaki Ichigo believes that pursuing someone is something that cannot be forced, but it also takes a lot of time. Sometimes you just need to put in a lot of effort. The reason for doing this is not for any reason but to increase the success rate. If you don't do this, how can you possibly defeat the other party? This aspect is very obvious, and it is so obvious in the eyes of others. I see, I understand. I know what you are talking about. This is the only way I can do it. Thank you for telling me this. You gave me motivation, which cannot be bought with money. But I still want to give you some money. I think the advice you gave me is worth the money. Give it to you, okay? I already know your world very well, Matsumoto Ranjiku said. Matsumoto Ranjiku felt that he had been helped, so he wanted to give the other party some benefits to appear polite. But after thinking about it, I decided to give money. This is the most direct way. I also understand that money plays a very important role in this world. Nothing can be done without money. This is how the world is. It looks very peaceful, but it is not that peaceful. No, you can keep it for yourself. How can I take this? I just told you some things. It's free. Do you understand? I tell you, in my world, free things are very popular, so just treat it as free. If you give it to me for free, most people will be happy, and you can get used to this feeling, Kurosaki Ichigo said. I see. I'll get used to it. Thank you, said Matsumoto Ranjiku. Lujin felt very regretful after rejecting Matsumoto Ranjiku. I didn't feel this way at that time, but I felt this way after being rejected. I felt that this was very strange. I didn't know why I rejected Matsumoto Ranjiku at that time and said excessive words to her. I feel that my mood is extremely bad now. While walking on the road, I met Nyanming, and it was obvious that Nyanming could see my unhappiness. The two came to the riverside, and Nyanming bought some beer. Come, take it and drink it. I know you are in a bad mood, right? I can see it, Nyanming said. Thank you. Lujin took the beer and started drinking. Lujin drank a lot of wine and soon became drunk, so he lay in Nyanming's arms and burst into tears. Okay, stop crying. I know you're in a bad mood, but it's not like this. Did you forget something? Men don't cry easily. Remember this. There's nothing to cry about. You're a man, right? A man should stand up, no matter how big the difficulties are. Stand up and face them. That's what a real man does, said Nyanming. Nyanming knew that all he could do was encourage his good friend, and he couldn't care less about other things. He also knew that this investigation plan was a very difficult task for him, and it had not developed very well yet. It was very normal to have such great pressure. I can only say a few words here to encourage him. Nothing is more important than this. I know that, but I'm really sad. I did something wrong and I regret it so much now. I don't know how I can make up for this mistake. It was indeed a huge mistake. I shouldn't have made such a mistake, but I made it anyway. It was really unnecessary. I am a big mistake, said Lujin. Lujin is very clear that he has done something wrong, and now he doesn't know how to face Matsumoto Ranjiku. He thinks it is his own fault, and he shouldn't scold a woman like that. In any case, even if it was a rejection, this shouldn't be the way to respond. I felt like I had no face to see Matsumoto Ranjiku, and I was in a very bad mood. It doesn't matter. I believe you can do it. Stand up. You are a man. You should stand up. Men should rise up. This is not difficult for you, right? Nia Ming continued to encourage. Chapter 45. This scene happened to be seen by Matsumoto Ranjiku and Kurosaki Ichigo, who were passing by, and this led to misunderstanding. Oh, sorry for the trouble. I didn't expect this to happen. Ranjiku, I'm sorry, but if things are really like what we see now, then I really can't help you. No matter what, you can't force people's hearts. You have to work hard on this. Do you understand what I mean? No matter what, I can only help you this much. Ichigo said. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't expect the relationship between these two people to be like this. He could only sigh that your entertainment industry is so chaotic. Encountering such a stimulating scene must have been a big blow to Matsumoto Ranjiku. However, he can only be a passerby now. Indeed, such matters are no longer at a level that he can interfere with. The problems of these three people still need to be solved by these three people themselves. Well, thank you. I completely understand now, said Matsumoto Ranjiku. Matsumoto Ranjiku suddenly realized that Lu Jin rejected him not because the mission was not completed, but because there was someone else in Lu Jin's heart. If you have someone else in your heart, then it is very normal to reject yourself. Such things cannot be forced. If it is yes, it is yes, and if it is not yes, it is not yes. It is such a simple truth. Nia Ming saw Matsumoto Ranjiku and Kurosaki Ichigo, but did not intend to stand up to explain. But the man in her arms didn't see anything, as if she was enjoying the moment. She didn't want to get up from this man and didn't even explain. This seemed very obvious and her attitude was very clear. Matsumoto Ranjiku and Kurosaki Ichigo left, thinking that there was no need to explain such a scene, as explanation was just a cover-up and it would be best to just leave. Nothing could be more obvious than this. If two people have a bad relationship, they will not be so close to each other. This explains everything. Matsumoto Ranjiku is not stupid. He can see that these are very normal things. Don't think too much about this matter. We can't be sure that these two people are really together, right? Right? I believe he is not that kind of person. You should be more optimistic. Yes, don't think things are so bad. You should know that things are often overestimated by us, but in fact, they are not that bad. Aren't there many such things? Ichigo said. Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to comfort his good friend. Although this matter was obvious, he still felt that nothing was absolute, and that he should make a judgment after things were completely confirmed. He thought it was too early to be sad now. Maybe a reversal is just around the corner. This is a very normal thing. As long as you are optimistic, nothing is impossible to overcome. That's the truth. Thank you. I know what you want to say. This kind of thing is very normal, right? How can I be optimistic when things are like that? I know what it is like. It doesn't matter. I know what I will do and what I should do. Thank you for telling me those things. I now understand everything clearly. That person is not me. Matsumoto Ranjiku said. Matsumoto Ranjiku lost confidence, thinking that he had been defeated and had no strength to compete with the opponent. He was directly defeated and there was nothing else to say but to accept this result. But when it comes to acceptance, it is still difficult to accept. I never thought that such a thing would develop in this way. I am the outsider. It is a very strange result. Don't be so absolute. Didn't I say it? It's not confirmed yet. I'm not just trying to comfort you. Listen carefully to what I said. I really think that this is so obvious. What has been done has been done. I know what he means by doing this. I can see the intention behind it, but this may be a misunderstanding. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Kurosaki Ichigo believes that this matter is not over so soon. In any case, although it seems obvious, there may be a turning point. It is possible. If you give up now, then you are not in a state of pursuing someone. It is better to accept failure and continue like this. Even if it is taken away, you can still choose to take it back. Stop talking. Let me be quiet for a while. I know what I saw, and there's no need to explain it, right? I really didn't have a chance, and the rejection at that time was very obvious. I think this is just the way it is. There is no need to say more, and you don't need to comfort me with unrealistic words. I know the situation best. Of course, thank you. Matsumoto Ranjiku said. Matsumoto Ranjiku thought the matter was already settled, and nothing could be more sad than this. I didn't expect to come here and think that this was the best opportunity to be with the other person. I originally thought so, but in the end I saw him with other women. This was a huge mistake. I didn't expect the possibility of such a thing. It was very strange. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. You have to cheer up, okay? There's nothing we can't overcome. I believe you can do it. Come on. I won't bother you anymore. You should think carefully about what to do next. But it must be the right path. I don't think it's a big deal. Don't give up. Kurosaki Ichigo said slowly. Kurosaki Ichigo knows what he can do, and now he can only give encouragement to the other party, which is what a friend can do. The next day, when Lu Jin woke up, he found himself sleeping with Nie Ming, and he felt something was very wrong. How could such a thing happen? No matter what, he only remembered drinking with her yesterday and didn't think about anything more. He didn't expect that they would sleep together. Such a thing was very unusual, and this was exactly what he couldn't accept. If Matsumoto Rangiku saw this scene, he would never be able to wash away the guilt even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Although this is indeed true, I never thought that I would sleep with Nie Ming. I had never thought about such a thing. I just thought that even if he drank fake wine, he would not do such a bad thing. No matter what, we are all adults, and sleeping together means something. He only does what he wants to do. Sleeping with Nie Ming is exactly not what he wants to do. If he wanted to do it, the person he wants to sleep with would not be such a person. He feels that such a thing is wrong. Of course, I also know that I can't blame Nie Ming for this. It was my own decision to drink. There is no reason to blame anyone. I was indeed in a bad mood. Chapter 43. Yes, I'm serious. I'm not kidding. I really like you, said Matsumoto Rangiku. Matsumoto Rangiku was even braver this time than before. He had already confessed his feelings, and there was no chance to back down. And she didn't want to back off. She just wanted to advance and retreat with Lu Jin. That was the only thing. She believed that as long as the relationship was confirmed, other things would not be a big problem. The power of a couple is very strong. Stupid, idiot, do you know what time it is? I thought you had something important to tell me, but this is what happened. Don't you know what we need to do most right now? It's to investigate Sue. This is why I'm here, and why you're here too. How could you forget about this? Lu Jin scolded. Lu Jin showed no mercy at all, thinking that this kind of thing should not be talked about at this time. Regardless of whether the other party was sincere or not, he still had to resolve the investigation of Sue's matter before thinking about it. Now he has no time to think about other things. He just wants to be himself, do his job as captain, and forget about what he should do most, which is not falling in love. Lu Jin knew very well what it was like to be in love. Especially at this time, talking about love between two people would only reveal flaws, which was not what he should do. It is better to focus on the points that should be paid more attention to. This is what he wants to do most now. He doesn't want to mess up things that could have been accomplished because of falling in love, otherwise he will regret it. I'm sorry. No, I haven't forgotten. I know what we have to do now, but I think this kind of thing is very simple. I think it can be distinguished. It doesn't matter. We can fall in love and do what we have to do, right? If we are a couple, we will definitely be able to complete the task better, said Matsumoto Rangiku. Matsumoto Rangiku believes that falling in love will not have any impact. As long as you do what you should do, everything else is trivial. On the contrary, falling in love is good for them. That's what he thinks. Instead of thinking that being in a relationship is something that adds pressure, I still have different ideas from the other party on this point, and I haven't received an answer yet. She can wait, or not be together right away. As long as the other party agrees to be with her, she can continue to wait. As a result, the other party was very determined and just thought that this was a bad thing, which made it impossible for her to continue. After all, love is something that cannot be forced, and if the other party doesn't like it, there is no way to continue. Matsumoto Rangiku was still not expecting the other party's reaction. Not only did he not give a reply, but he also scolded him harshly, which really hit his confidence. It would be the same if it were any other girl. After all, even if she is a Shinigami, she is still a girl, and she is soft at heart. Otherwise, she would not be called a soft girl. She is not as strong as she looks. That's it. You still don't understand. Now is the time for us to investigate the matter, not the time for romance. Do you understand? You have no idea how important this mission is. If you don't have anything important to do, I'll leave. Don't forget what you have to do. Don't blame me for being harsh. It's you who don't respect this job, Lu Jin said. Lu Jin left, thinking that if there were any problems with his subordinates, he would have to take the responsibility himself. This was a very obvious thing, and he still had to do what he should do so that other subordinates would have no objections. No matter what, there are other subordinates waiting for him in Soul Society, so it is naturally most important to deal with the current matters quickly. Matsumoto Rangiku was very sad after being scolded and went drinking alone. At this time, she met Kurosaki Ichigo, who quickly noticed that something was wrong with her. After all, her face was red from drinking, which meant there must be something wrong. No matter what, they are Shinigami, and we should still care about them. We have a good relationship, and there should be nothing to hide. We really should not sit idly by, but stand up and make things clear. What's wrong? What happened? Can you tell me? Kurosaki Ichigo asked. It's nothing. Don't worry. I'm fine, said Matsumoto Rangiku. What are you talking about? Don't you consider me a partner? You are in a bad mood, and it's written on your face. What is bothering you? Why don't you just tell me? It's better for everyone to solve it together than for you to continue to worry about it alone, right? What do you think? Is there anything wrong with what I said? If you agree with me, then say it. Kurosaki Ichigo asked. Kurosaki Ichigo believes that there is nothing that cannot be discussed between the team members, unless it is a trouble that only belongs to girls. Of course, in that case, you can also be frank. There is no need to make a bad mood here. As a friend, you still want to help her. You feel that it is a responsibility and something that must be done. If you don't do it, you are not a friend. Actually, I confessed my feelings to Lu Jin and I thought it would be successful, but he didn't respond and even scolded me. I certainly think what he said is not wrong, but I just feel like I've been dumped. I know we're still investigating Hollow, so I can't cause him any more trouble. Matsumoto Rangiku said. Matsumoto Rangiku answered truthfully that this was all she knew and it was indeed the truth. The truth was that she was not successful, but she just felt that such a thing was too sad. She was not dumped, but it felt like she was dumped, and this was something that bothered her. I don't know how to face this man I like next. It really feels like our relationship has become so bad. I see. I didn't expect something like this to happen to you. I want a drink too. Let's talk. I know why you're in a bad mood. It turns out it's because of this. Because there really is nothing we can do about this. Don't ask me why, because you're really in a bad mood. That's a fact. I can see it all. Kurosaki Ichigo asked. Kurosaki Ichigo also wanted to drink with her so that the two of them would be in the same state. As good friends, all they could do now was to tell each other what to do next. No matter what, I still have to do something for her now. Otherwise, if I keep being in a bad mood, I won't be able to continue with the next thing. I have to face it anyway. Duh. Chapter 46. Lu Jin thought about it and realized that something like this had happened before. It really couldn't be called strange, but he just felt that such a thing was indeed not good. This time the feeling is particularly strong. It has never been so strong before. Now I really feel that I have done something bad, and I really need to correct it and never do it again. Of course, he felt that nothing would happen even if they slept together, but it was still not good, especially after Matsumoto Rangiku's confession. He felt even more that such a thing should not happen. Of course, it was just because of drinking, not that they actively chose to sleep together. This is still very obvious. Something that has not been done has not been done. Lu Jin felt a little regretful and wanted to say something to Nye In-meng. I'm sorry, I did something bad. I shouldn't have gotten drunk. This happened when I was drunk. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I will work hard to improve myself and make sure this doesn't happen again. I'm serious. Anyway, I'm very sorry. I was wrong about this matter. Please don't mind it. It's only between the two of us. Lu Jin knew that this happened when he was drunk. It was obvious that this was the case, and he had to admit what he had done. Now that I woke up and something like this happened, it was not what I wanted to happen, but it still happened even if I didn't want it to happen. This kind of thing is too normal. As long as you can find a good way to deal with it, I think nothing can bother you. It's okay. This kind of thing is very normal. There's nothing wrong with you getting drunk. Isn't it normal to drink when you're in a bad mood? Don't think of this as a bad thing. Personally, I don't think it's a bad thing. Nothing is impossible. I forgive you. In short, don't blame yourself. Got it, Nye In-meng said. Nye In-meng believes that such things are very normal and there is no need to have bad emotions because of this matter. Getting drunk is a very normal thing. Getting drunk when you are in a bad mood can actually vent your bad emotions. Otherwise, I don't know how I would get through the night. Sometimes I'm just in a bad mood, which makes the night very difficult. No, this is not normal. You have to remember this. You will understand when your lover does this in the future. This is not a good thing. Men who drink alcohol will be annoying. You should understand this, okay? Anyway, this time it was really my fault. I didn't choose a better solution and could only use alcohol to get through last night. Lu Jin began to educate the other party, thinking that such a thing was obviously wrong and that one should not regard the wrong thing as the right thing. Including the Matsumoto Rangiku incident, I think it was undoubtedly a wrong thing and there is no need to explain anything. A real man should admit his mistake when he did something wrong. It's that simple. It's okay, I understand this now. Anyway, you don't have to worry about me. It was inevitable that we slept together yesterday. After all, you were drunk, and I couldn't just sit back and watch, right? That's the reason. Anyway, just forget about it and go do what you have to do today. Don't think too much about it. I won't blame you. Lu Jin went to the school, but couldn't find Matsumoto Rangiku no matter how hard he looked, which made him feel very strange. During class, he was in no mood. All he could think about was the woman named Matsumoto Rangiku. He really knew that something was wrong, and that something bad might have happened, which was related to him. That's indeed the case. If you do something bad, you should bear the corresponding consequences. This is a clear principle, but it's very troublesome now that the person is missing. No matter what, if you have something to say, you can talk it out clearly when you meet someone. But the person is gone, so where can I go to talk? There is really no place to talk. This is something that must be dealt with. Of course, I also understand that once I get to school, no matter how urgent it is, I can only finish the class. There is no other way. I cannot cause a bad disturbance because of my behavior. If this matter had nothing to do with him, that would be another matter. But Lu Jin thought about it and realized that it might be because he did not respond to the other party's confession. At that time, he did not know it was such a serious matter. Now he finally understood what kind of feeling it was. He felt that the other party must be in a bad mood. Otherwise, he would not disappear like this, which would be troublesome. No matter what, if you do something wrong, you can only make up for it with your actual actions. That's true. We still don't know where the other person is, but we can only try our best to find him after class. That is the most responsible behavior. Let's not talk about the investigation first. Finding talent is the most important thing now. Nothing is more important than this. Lu Jin thought about it and felt that he took the investigation work too seriously. So he ignored other people's feelings and made such a mistake. Even when he was rejecting her during the confession, he thought that he shouldn't have said it so seriously, but the fact was that he said it so seriously, which gave him a headache, and he didn't know how to reject it later. After class, Lu Jin wanted to go find Matsumoto Ranjiku, but Kurosaki Ichigo blocked him. Kurosaki Ichigo, do you know where Matsumoto Ranjiku went? I looked for him in many places, but couldn't find him. Did he take sick leave? Do you want to go home and check on him? What do you think about this? Lu Jin said. Why? You're still worried about her condition. I thought you weren't worried at all. Kurosaki Ichigo said. What are you talking about? Everyone's gone. How can I not be worried? Aren't you worried? Brother, if you were worried, you wouldn't do such a thing. Don't you understand what you did? Do I need to explain so much myself? No, I really don't know what you're talking about. Seriously, tell me where she is, and we'll go find her together. It's okay. I also have something to say to her. I don't know. Are you sure? How could you not know? You should know why you lied to Matsumoto Ranjiku. You were lying in Nya Inming's arms yesterday. There's no need to explain this. Ranjiku and I saw it. What? So that's why it's like this. But it's just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I didn't expect it to be like this. I didn't mean to do that. You really misunderstood us. We are not in that kind of relationship. Lu Jin was speechless. Chapter 47. Lu Jin felt a little annoyed about this, but it was something that had to be dealt with. I'm sorry, Kurosaki Ichigo, I did make a mistake this time, but I really didn't mean it. It was a misunderstanding. I will explain it to Ranjiku. Anyway, don't think too much about it. Nye Ming and I don't have that kind of relationship. I just happened to have a few drinks when I was in a bad mood. This was definitely not my original intention. Anyway, this is how the matter was handled. Lu Jin said. Lu Jin knew the reason why Matsumoto Ranjiku couldn't find it, and now he realized that it was his own fault. However, things have come to this point, and he can only choose to prove it with his actual actions and explain clearly what should be explained. No matter what, the relationship is what it is, and I know very well what the relationship between me and Niaming is like. You'd better do what you said. You should be very clear about this. You do have an important mission right now, but that doesn't mean you can do anything to let Matsumoto Ranjiku down. You should be clear about this. I won't say too much, after all. This is your business. Anyway, you'd better think clearly about what you really have in your heart and don't be fickle. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Kurosaki Ichigo still sees things clearly and thinks that such things are very obvious. If you don't like her, there is really no need to hurt a woman's heart. It is not a good thing to leave someone hanging. You should make things clear and express the feelings that should be expressed. This is the most responsible behavior. As a friend, you can only give advice. No. I've already told you I'm not a playboy. I'm not, and I never will be in this lifetime. Nya Inming and I don't have that kind of relationship, and I'll prove it. Anyway, I have nothing to do with being a playboy. How could a perfect man like me be a playboy? That's impossible. You don't have to worry about it. I wouldn't be like that, said Lu Jin. That's good. Actually, this is a matter between you two. I've said that I don't want to get involved in too much. But even if you're not in a romantic relationship, you're still a partnership. It's better not to ruin the relationship. Nothing will go smoothly if you do this. Remember this, especially for girls. If they are in a bad mood, you need to comfort them. Otherwise, it won't work. Kurosaki Ichigo said. I'll go find Matsumoto Ranjiku. Thank you for telling me this. I'll express my thoughts right away. Lu Jin went to find Matsumoto Ranjiku, but Matsumoto Ranjiku didn't seem to want to see him. Ranjiku, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I already know what happened, but it's not what you see. I admit that this is my fault. To be honest, I shouldn't have said such harsh words to you. There was no reason for that, and I'm very clear about that. It was my fault, and I know it now. Lu Jin apologized. Lu Jin has not forgotten what he said to Ranjaku when he confessed his love to her, and thinks that this is not what a responsible person should say. If you have indeed done something wrong, you should speak out your mistake, and this will help you gain the other person's forgiveness. This is not just something a man should do. It applies to both men and women. You don't have to tell me so much. Matsumoto Ranjaku said. Matsumoto Ranjaku only believed what he saw, that is, Nye Ming lying in his arms, and thought that this was something that did not need to be explained. In the current situation of the relationship, she thinks it is unnecessary to continue to argue with her. Maybe the other party is a playboy, but she cannot tolerate a man cheating on her. Such a thing is taboo. No, 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 how could I not tell you? I told you, I apologize. I drank too much yesterday, and Nye Ming happened to be there, so I was in a bad mood and cried. That's it. This is not something that cannot be said, right? I know I did nothing wrong, and neither did you. I was really just drunk, it wasn't real. Lu Jin said. Lu Jin told the truth. This was what he knew. He was not hiding anything, and was just telling the truth. It is true that he drank a lot of alcohol yesterday, because he was in a bad mood due to regret for rejecting Matsumoto Ranjaku's confession. This is very obvious. He was just doing normal things, and did not deliberately seduce any woman. He knew that he only regarded Nye Ming as an ordinary friend, the most ordinary friend, not a boyfriend or girlfriend. This is very obvious. Even if you don't like Matsumoto Ranjaku, you don't have any thoughts about Nye Ming. You just think she is a good friend, and she just happens to be a girl. It's that simple. I've already told you that you don't need to tell me so much. I know best what happened. You don't need to say any more. Let's just continue our relationship. There's no big problem. We just need to do what we should do. I know what you want to say, but that is just a lie you made up. I know that very well. Matsumoto Ranjaku said. No, what lies? Everything I said is true, okay? You really don't know what happened. It was just a misunderstood picture. It doesn't explain anything at all. You should know it best. She is just an ordinary friend to me. I can swear to God that I did nothing. This is true. I was just drunk. Lu Jin shook his head. Being drunk is just your excuse. I know that, and you don't have to do this. You just need to go back to her. Isn't that what you want to do? I won't stop you, seriously. I'm not kidding. You have your choice. You don't need to explain so much to me. I think what you said to me that day was the truest answer. I don't have any more extravagant expectations. This is really not an excuse. What else can I say? I have already told you the truth. I didn't do it, and there is nothing wrong with admitting it. Isn't that the truth? I understand this principle, and so do you. Do you understand what I mean? I say again, I apologize for what I did, but I have nothing to do with Nirvana. It doesn't matter. Do you really want to say that? How can someone who is not on good terms lie in someone else's arms? I'll say it again. There's no need to explain to me anymore. I won't accept your apology. I will make my own judgment. Duh. Chapter 48. Well, I've said so much and you still don't want to accept my apology, so I can only prove it with my actions. It doesn't matter. If you don't believe me, that's fine. It's normal, but I know I'm innocent. There's no need to wash my hands. It's okay. I will continue our mission. Even if you don't take me seriously, this mission must continue. Lu Jin said. Lu Jin had no choice. He had explained and apologized several times, but in the end he still couldn't get the other party's affirmation. The only option is to prove it with actual actions. This is a very obvious thing. Nothing is more real than actual actions. As long as he performs well, the misunderstanding will be resolved one day. This is what he thinks in his heart. The situation between the three of them was very awkward, but there was no way to resolve the misunderstanding quickly under the current circumstances. At this time, an incident occurred in which a virtual being attacked an ordinary classmate. It's not good. Someone has been attacked. Let's go and check it out right away. Kurosaki Ichigo came here to find the two of them. But I'm not in the mood right now, said Matsumoto Ranjaku. What are you talking about? Is now the time to talk about this? I know you have an emotional entanglement, but can this matter be more serious than the safety of your classmates right now? Come on, we need the strength of both of you. Kurosaki Ichigo said, but I'm still not in the mood to fight. How about we go together and let her take a break here first? What do you think? Lu Jin said. No, it won't work if one person is missing. Aren't we a team? Don't forget about this. Just do it. We don't have time to dither now. You should know this. Listen to me. Don't be swayed by that matter anymore. We have more important things to do now, understand? The same for both of us. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Are you saying that my situation isn't important? You haven't experienced it. You don't know how I feel. You won't understand me. Even if what you said makes sense, what I said also makes sense. That's it. I know we are a team, but I don't want to do it now. That's it. You just do your thing. There is nothing to be afraid of. Matsumoto Ranjika said. You just don't understand? I didn't say it's unimportant, but we have more important things to do right now. If we don't go, someone will die. Do you understand what I mean? We can't do selfish things. We are Shinigami. Have you all forgotten why we are here? Not here to be trapped by love. Am I right? Kurosaki Ichigo said. I told you, if you want to go, do it yourself. I don't want to go now. Am I that important? You two can handle this without me, right? I'm not some big boss. Believe in your own abilities and leave me alone. I'm not in the mood to deal with this right now. I've said this so many times, don't ask me to explain anymore. Matsumoto Ranjika said. Ranjiku, I know this is my fault, but we have to consider the situation when doing things. Just like Kurosaki Ichigo said, we don't have time to get involved here. We have more important things to do. I'm not saying your issues aren't important, but that's just the way it is. We can't always back down because of our own problems. Lu Jin interjected. Yes, can we discuss this later? We have more important things to do right now. This is for your own good, and for everyone else's. Maybe doing this will even change your mood, right? You may be in a bad mood right now, but that doesn't mean you can do nothing. Now is a good time to change your mood. Ichigo said. Okay, let's go together. Matsumoto Ranjika compromised. In this way, the three people rushed over to rescue the ordinary classmates, but they almost missed it. Are you okay? Ichigo said to his ordinary classmates. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I almost died. Thank you very much, said the ordinary classmate. This hollow looks a little different from ordinary hollows. Ichigo, leave him a breath. Lu Jin said. Okay, Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo deliberately avoided the vital points. Let's see if we can find out anything from this Su. Let's tie him up. Lu Jin said. You do it. I'll be the one doing the beatings, so we should divide the work and cooperate. Ichigo said. What do you mean? Do you think my arrangement is not good? No, there's nothing wrong with your arrangement, but I feel like we're all Shinigami, so there's not much difference. There's no need to treat me as your younger brother. I'm not going to be your younger brother anytime soon. You'll find that a brother is still a brother, and that's something that won't change. I'm Kurosaki Ichigo, so don't forget my name, okay? Then don't forget, I'm the captain of this team, understand me? I'm the captain of the third squad. You should know that. So just do what I say. Stop arguing. The most important thing now is to investigate this hollow. What if it runs away? Said Matsumoto Ranjiku. I'm sorry, I was so competitive that I ended up doing something like this. I'm responsible for it. It's my fault. I'm sorry, I've been a little angry lately, Ichigo. I know there's nothing wrong with you, and I'm really no different from you. However, I'm glad to see a rational Matsumoto Ranjiku. Let me see more of you like this, Ranjiku. Lu Jin said. It's okay. I have problems myself. I think things like this are very obvious. It's okay as long as you know you're wrong. But I've always kept the knife stuck in Hollow's head, and I won't run away. Anyway, you come and investigate. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Tell me what you know, Su. Tell me what you know quickly, otherwise you know the consequences. Lu Jin said. Haha, stupid human, I won't tell you, so don't even think about it. Su said. Is that so? I see. It seems you don't understand the gap in our abilities. It's good to be confident, but you see, there are three of us. Can a small fry like you really compete with us? Lu Jin said. I won't tell it anyway. Haha. Do you think you can make me tell it? No way. Su said. Where do you get your confidence from? Don't waste our time and don't struggle in vain. Do you understand? If you don't want to die, tell us what you know right now. You be asterisk 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 D. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Duh. Chapter 49. I've also told you that you don't need to know. Do you think I'm afraid of you? In fact, I'm just running away, said Lu Jin. Don't even think about running, said Kurosaki Ichigo. Su quickly vanished into thin air and disappeared without a trace. Damn, he ran away. What should we do now? Said Kurosaki Ichigo. There's nothing we can do. We don't know where they went, so we can only accept the result. It's a shame that they still didn't find anything. We should seize this opportunity, but there's really nothing we can do about it disappearing this way. We can only continue our investigation. This is the current situation, said Lu Jin. Lu Jin didn't expect that he would miss this opportunity. To be honest, this opportunity was still very great. It is a pity that we were not successful, but now we can only continue to investigate. This is a time when there is no other way. Hard work does not necessarily mean success. This is something that is destined. We can only accept the result. There is nothing else we can do. But there's a knife dropped here. Look, said Matsumoto Ranjiku. What, Zanpakuto? Let me take a look. Lu Jin said. This is undoubtedly Zanpakuto. Who dropped it? It's so strange. Zanpakuto didn't want it and dropped it on the ground. What was he planning to do? This is no joke. Zanpakuto is such an important item that you should always have it with you. So, should we go find the owner? We should return it to the owner. Kurosaki Ichigo said. No, this thing was dropped by the hollow just now. I saw nothing nearby before, which means it is the Zanpakuto that the hollow just took. Of course, it belongs to us if it falls. This thing is very important. We need to keep it and see if we can use it for anything. But it seems that we haven't found anything yet. Really? But think about it. How can a hollow use Zanpakuto? This is a joke, right? Only Shinigami can use Zanpakuto, right? This truth should not change. This situation is really strange. Is this Zanpakuto the hollow's? Or did the hollow steal someone else's Zanpakuto? I am still confused. Yeah, how can a hollow use Zanpakuto? This is very strange. Let's continue to speculate. Matsumoto Ranjika said. Is it possible that this hollow is not an ordinary hollow, so it can be used? Ichigo said. Anyway, no matter how unusual it is, you can't use this, right? You should know very well that nothing like this has ever happened in history. How could such a thing happen? It shouldn't be like this, right? If it doesn't exist in history, then that means it's a new type of virtuality, right? I've already said it before. It's possible because it's unusual. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Do you agree? This is a new type of virtuality, so it can do these things. What do you think? If you think about it, is this possible? New type. How can you be so sure? Right now, we're completely confused. We can only continue investigating. Wait, you've said so much, but actually this hasn't been confirmed yet, right? All I can say is report this result to the old man and see what he thinks. This is the best way. There's actually no need for us to discuss this here. The old man is the ultimate boss, and we still have to listen to him. Don't you agree? Lu Jin believed that such matters could only be dealt with by the old man. Even if the three of them racked their brains, they would not be able to come up with anything useful. They still had to respect the facts. In this situation, they had to come up with a solution quickly instead of wasting time. Now that the enemy had appeared, they really needed to investigate and analyze what to do next. That's right. That's the only way we can do it. I didn't expect that we can only rely on the old man. In fact, such things should be solved by ourselves, right? This is how the task should be completed, not like this. Of course, it would be more stable if it were handed in. Look, you can do whatever you want. Kurosaki Ichigo believes that he should complete his own tasks, which is the way to complete the task. Of course, he also knows that reporting is indeed the more appropriate thing to do now, but it can only be said that it deviates from his own approach. But I can still accept this result. Perhaps the safest approach is to continue to do what I should do according to this decision. Then let's go back to the old man. Go quickly. In this way, several people reported the results to the old man together. How could that be? Are you serious? Are you sure that was a hollow and not a Shinigami? Don't joke with me. I have never heard of such a thing. How can I believe it? Said the old man. Old man, even if you don't believe it, it's true. The three of us saw it together. It's very obvious. If it's true, it's true. If it's not true, it's not true. I'm not the kind of person who would lie. You should know very well that we handed over the results of the investigation to you. But you still don't believe us? How can you say that? Old man, I respect you. Lu Jin said. Okay, I get it. There's really nothing much to say if you say that. I just can't believe something like this would happen. This is indeed a bit troublesome, but it is under control and there is no big problem. Don't let the 12th Division investigate, understand? Remember this. This Zanpakuto, everything is underway. You mean, is the investigation over? Can I come back here? Old man, please tell me sooner. I miss this place already. Of course I know the real world is great too, but I feel like this place belongs to me more. That's it, isn't that what you mean? I can come back, right? Idiot, what do you mean by coming back? The investigation isn't over yet. Do you think handing this in will complete your mission? Your mission is far from complete. Go back to that world. That's what you should do, understand? There's no time to waste on this matter. As the captain, you should be well aware of this. Come on, keep going. The old man was clear-headed and knew that their mission was not accomplished. Chapter 50. Soon the old man sent several more people from the real world, including the captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro, and Rukia. Are you really coming? We have 2 more children in our team, and I don't have time to take care of them. Lu Jin said. Lu Jin looked at their appearance and found that both of them were indeed short in height, which did not meet his requirements at all. He still thought that adults would be easier to cooperate with and would also have higher IQs. This is the truth. I don't have time to take care of so many things now, but when it comes to adding staff, I still hope to add some truly reliable people. What are you talking about? I'm not a child. I'm an adult. An adult, understand? Don't underestimate me because I'm petite. I'm actually an adult. Don't forget, I'm experienced in actual combat and a captain. You should be well aware of my strength and reputation. Just know that and show me some respect. okay? Hitsugaya Toshiro said. Hitsugaya Toshiro believes that his level is very high. Even though he looks like a child, his strength is far beyond that of a child. He is very clear about this. I just feel that being looked down upon is a sign of disrespect, and I still have to prove to him what kind of person can be the captain. The captain of the 10th Division is not a position for nothing, and you can't be looked down upon just because you are short. That doesn't exist. What adults? You look like kids, don't you? Is it really possible to investigate this? I still hope that more truly capable people can come here. Adding manpower is good, but I don't need people who can't help. Do you understand? What are you talking about? How dare you look down on me? Otherwise, I will let you see how powerful I am right here, and see if you dare to talk to me like this in the future. I'm telling you, I'm not captain for nothing. Even if you think I'm captain for nothing, once you see my strength, you won't think so. Do you understand me? I'm very powerful, don't you understand? Hitsugaya Toshiro believes that he does not receive the respect he deserves. After all, he is a captain, and not everyone is worthy of this position. Only if one is strong enough and can get recognition from others can he truly become the captain, rather than becoming one casually, which would be an insult to the position. This is not something he would do, and he would not use any backdoors. How amazing is that? I'm serious. I really don't understand what the old man is thinking. To be honest, I can't tell someone like you is not up to par at first glance. I can only tell you not to cause me any trouble. Do you understand? We should each do our own thing, and don't hold me back. You should know that we are not on the same level, and you should be very clear about this. Lu Jin was not satisfied with such reinforcements and still felt that some truly powerful people should be sent here so that they could play a substantial role. Instead of coming here to find some useless people, of course this is a captain-level figure, but he is not qualified for this position because he is not satisfied with the appearance and still wants someone tougher. What do you mean they're not on the same level? Then why don't we have a competition to see who is more suitable to be the one coming here to investigate? No, I won't compete with a kid. Wouldn't that be degrading? If you want to compete, you should compete with a truly strong person. If you are not on the same level as this old man, then don't compare yourself to me. That would only bring shame upon yourself. You should know that I am also the captain of the 3rd squad. I have reached this position through my own strength. Do you understand? I don't care. If you are so confident, let's have a competition. I'm not just competing here. I want you to see how powerful I am. I don't know what to investigate, but it's very easy to deal with you. Just wait and see. You'll know how powerful I am by looking at how I perform. Dare you or not. I think you're the one who's afraid. Hitsugaya Toshiro lost his previous rationality and thought that this was a sign of disrespect towards him and that he should be taught a lesson. I just think that if you come here to investigate, you should treat him as a real partner, instead of despising his existence. If you don't acknowledge his strength, then you can only use competition to convince the other party. I am very confident in this aspect. In terms of combat, he can be said to have rich practical experience. He has encountered all kinds of opponents before and believes that he will not lose to the opponent. Even if he cannot win this time, he has to do this. This is to let the opponent see his majesty. He does not want to be looked down upon here. This is not what he wants to do. He just wants to complete the task. Let's compete. I won't lose to you. I'll show you what a truly strong person is. It's definitely not someone as small as you. Do you understand? You can't beat me. I've heard of your reputation, but in my opinion, you're just that good. Nothing special. I'll hit you in the face and show you my true strength. Wait, stop arguing. We are here to conduct a thorough investigation, not to quarrel, right? Rukia said. Rukia thought there was no need to make a big deal out of this. This was not the most important thing. There were more important things waiting for them to accomplish. There is no need to waste time here. It is unnecessary for people to fight against each other. This should be shown to the enemy, instead of fighting each other here and causing losses. Don't interfere. Don't forget that you are also a small person, understand? Small guys shouldn't meddle in small guys' affairs. This little guy doesn't know his own strength. I want to let this little guy know how powerful I am. And you, small guy, shouldn't come here to meddle, because in terms of strength, you're even less capable. Do you understand? I'm the captain. What did you say? I'm doing this for your own good. I didn't expect you to look at me like this. Well, I'm a small guy, right? I'll show you what a real small guy looks like, and see if you can beat me. I'm telling you, you're no match for me. Even though I'm not even a vice captain, everyone knows my strength. Rukia was enraged. How about you two come together? I don't think you're enough for me. So why don't you come together, okay? This way I can save time. I'll show you the true difference in strength. Don't thank me. It's because I'm such a nice person. I'm still here to educate you and let you know what kind of person I am. In fact, you are only worthy of following behind me. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.